Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. We're continuing the epic journey in our What If Sakura Traveled Back in Time to Save Sasuke and Naruto series. In part 2, we dive even deeper into Sakura's decision to change the past and the consequences that come with it. Can she truly save Sasuke and Naruto from their destined paths? Or will the timeline fight back? What new challenges and twists will Sakura face on her journey? If you're enjoying this series, don't forget to like, comment, and share this video with your friends who love Naruto. Your support helps me get closer to 1,000 subscribers, and I can't do it without you. Let's jump right back into this time-altering adventure and see what happens next. Toby was right, Deidara remarked as they landed inside the cave. Just like last time, he was sitting on top of Gaara. Looks like we got ourselves a going-away party. Too bad, leaf idiots, you're too late. What do you think you're doing? Naruto shouted, his whiskers becoming more prominent as he looked at Gaara's condition. And just like before, he shouted for Gaara to move, though he knew it wouldn't happen. Get off him, you bastards! Gaara isn't just some object. He's a person too. Naruto's cries were even more heartbreaking this time. It struck Sakura that, for this version of Naruto, he had never experienced the loss or desertion of a friend. He'd never known that ache in his chest. In their past life, Sasuke had been the one to fill that hole, and that had made Naruto even more determined to save everyone. He wouldn't lose anyone the way they had lost Sasuke. Sakura feared what the absence of that experience would mean for him in the battle ahead. Would he lose control more easily? She knew that one day, Kurama and Naruto would become a perfect team, but that day was far off. Right now, Kurama could easily exploit Naruto's emotional vulnerability, especially since he'd never had to face these feelings before. Sakura dreaded how this could change Naruto's actions in the fight, and she feared losing him all over again. So that's the QB kid, Deidara continued, irritating Naruto even more as he reached down to stroke Gaara's cheek. Toby said we'd get an earful about Jinchuriki equality and all that crap. Guess he was right about something. Deidara, Sasori's gravelly voice cut in, sounding like nails on a chalkboard. You're talking too much. Oi. I'm just assessing the situation. Deidara shot back. Meet you at the rendezvous point, Sasori. I'll bring a gift if I keep you waiting. The QB will do, right? Kakuza has a buyer for the Uchiha, Sasori reminded him, and then their gaze shifted toward the other side of the cave. Remember his body if you fight him. Tisich, I know, Deidara replied, creating a large clay bird. I've been on a roll with Jinchuriki. Can't let my streak end now. Deidara grabbed Gaara's body and mounted the bird, flying high above them and out of the cave. Well, come on. I heard you're supposed to be strong. Let's see what you've got. Naruto didn't hesitate, chasing after Deidara immediately. Kakashi followed right behind him, giving them a single glance before calling out to Naruto. Sasuke shifted his weight, and Sakura placed a hand on his arm, lightly pushing him. Go after Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke protested, glancing from Sasori to her. She shook her head, her gaze hardening as she fixed her attention on their enemy, the one who had given her the first taste of a real battle in her past life. Naruto needs you more than I do. They're after him, and we can't lose him. Ever. Kakashi is with him. I don't care, she interrupted firmly, narrowing her eyes at him for a brief moment. If it comes down to choosing between helping Naruto or me, you choose him. He's the most important one of us, Sasuke-kun. And right now, he needs you to have his back. Sasuke didn't look convinced or happy. Who will have yours? Chiyo-sama, Sakura answered with a smile. Us girls have to stick together if we want to survive. Besides, you're Deidara's worst enemy, and I'm the only one who can fight Sasori besides Chiyo-sama. You're confident for a little girl, Sasori taunted, his mechanical tail swaying dangerously. Listen to your girlfriend, Uchiha. I won't wait much longer. Go, Sasuke-kun. He hesitated, and she berated herself for every time she had once wished that her old Sasuke would hesitate between her and Naruto. In the war, she had wanted Sasuke to go out of his way to save her, because it would have validated all the emotions she'd bottled up. But looking back now, she realized she had misunderstood. Sasuke knew that he and Naruto were the only ones who could fight Madara and still have a chance. Without either of them, the world would be lost. Sakura had always known that deep down, even during the war. But when she had lost both of them, her understanding deepened. Sasuke had shown her countless times that he did care, though he didn't show it willingly. Their bodies moved instinctively when someone they loved was in danger, and Sasuke had done that for her. But when forced to choose, he had chosen Naruto, and that had always been the right choice. Her old Sasuke had known that at his core. It took seeing a world without them for her to realize that, at her core, she understood him better now. The romantic in her had died the day her old Sasuke had. This Sasuke was just as loyal, just as protective, but in this life, he wasn't fighting against caring for them. He had allowed himself to care, to let them in, but he had never had to choose before. "Go," she said again with a note of finality, and he quickly masked his displeasure with a neutral expression. "Don't be stupid," he muttered before leaving, only when she repeated the phrase. "A touching scene," Sasori commented dryly. "Are you content that those will be the last words you say to him?" Sakura cracked her knuckles, maintaining a calm expression as she faced Sasori. "Chiyo-sama, I'm ready whenever you are. You're full of surprises," Chiyo replied vaguely, then turned her gaze to her grandson. "Sasori, what have you become?" "Impatient," Sasori responded, his puppet shifting slightly. Sakura braced herself for the first move. The battle unfolded similarly to when she first fought Sasori. At first, she let Chiyo take the lead. This wasn't just Sakura's fight. It was important for Chiyo too, and Sakura didn't want to take that from her, even though she knew in her heart that Chiyo wouldn't survive the day. Chiyo needed this. When Sakura destroyed the first puppet, she threw an explosive kunai into the area she expected Sasori to land in. When he did, it exploded, sending dozens of tiny papers into the air. Sasori used poison bombs. Sakura used genjutsu-infused ones. It was still a work in progress. She knew her genjutsu usually required direct eye contact or physical touch. Unfortunately, puppet eyes didn't count. Her options were either to wait until she shattered his puppet or use tags to stick onto Sasori and use them as her medium. As long as a single tag made contact, she could cast a jutsu, and it would stay until she removed it. Chiyo was caught off guard when Sasori revealed his true puppet form. Sakura smirked as she forced the chakra in his core to relive a part of his childhood. She let the memory fade, leaving it lingering in his system, enraging him. It likely helped that Chiyo summoned the mother and father puppets moments later. "You can't make me see things," Sasori spat, raising his arms. "No one can. It's not my fault you underestimated this little girl," Sakura said triumphantly, watching his every move carefully. She couldn't rely on her past battle knowledge this time, so she had to stay sharp and adjust her strategies. The battle continued, and Sakura became Sasori's main focus. As hundreds of puppet arms surrounded her, she was thankful for her flexibility, something Ino had always told her would give her an advantage in a fight. Being small and nimble, she used her agility to slip through the weapons. Chiyo tugged on the chakra strand still attached to her, pulling her out of the way, only for Sasori to release poisonous gas from one of the puppet arms. Without hesitation, Sakura set off an explosive kunai, allowing Chiyo to pull her back to safety. Sakura anticipated the third Kazekage puppet and its iron sand, ensuring she didn't waste Chiyo's chakra and instead focused on avoiding or smashing obstacles that came near her. Soon, she punched an iron sand weapon through the ceiling, causing the entire cave to crumble. The battle raged on, but eventually, Sasori launched another barrage of poison needles. This time, his chakra threads hindered her escape, and the few seconds it took to cut through them was enough for one of the needles to graze her cheek. She winced in pain, but heard Chiyo's voice calling her name in the distance. Sakura fell to the ground, her antidote already prepared. She injected it into herself just as Sasori's puppet descended upon her. As it had worked before, she shattered Sasori's puppet again. She healed Chiyo before Sasori could recover from the shock, then prepared herself for the final phase of the battle. When Sasori unleashed his puppet army again, Sakura wasn't awed like before. She knew what to expect and fought with confidence. She shattered puppet after puppet, pushing through to the final moments. Finally, when Sasori attempted one last attack, Chiyo stopped him using the mother and father puppets, ending the battle for good. Here's your rewrite in American English. After Sasuke came and helped both her and Chiyo get back to the rest of the group, the remainder of the mission played out almost exactly as it had in her previous life. Chiyo sacrificed her life for Gaara's. Most of the people in Suna greeted their Kazekage as they woke up, and their alliance with Suna grew stronger. Naruto and Sakura were still the last ones to leave Chiyo's grave. Naruto-kun, Sakura-san, it's time to leave, Rock Lee shouted, but neither of them looked away from the headstone. Even though Sakura knew Chiyo hadn't survived today, her death hit her even harder than it had in her previous life. Maybe because she knew she could have technically stopped it, but at the cost of Gaara's life. And who was she to take away the old woman's newly restored faith in the shinobi world? Come on, Sakura-chan, Naruto said softly, turning around. When she didn't immediately follow, he reached over and gave her hand a single squeeze. She looked at her best friend, and he nodded toward their group. We have to find out who's targeting the team, he reminded her lightly. Don't know why anyone would want his brooding self, but that's what we have to do now. Yeah, Sakura agreed quietly, resting a hand on the stone before smiling at him. Protect the ones we cherish, right? Exactly, Sakura-chan, Naruto smiled. Team 7 is a family. We don't let anyone target our family and get away with it. You can't disband Team 7. Naruto shouted loudly enough to make everyone in the office flinch. We're a family. I'm not disbanding Team 7, you idiot. Tsunade shouted back just as loudly. Then, taking a deep breath, she continued in a more calm tone. You're being assigned a substitute teammate when one of you three is unavailable. Or, in this case, not allowed to attend a mission, Sasuke added bitterly. Tsunade pointed a finger at him. It was your clan that chose this. I'm inclined to agree with them for this mission, even if it's just to avoid more political mess. You let me go on a mission even though I was a target, Naruto grumbled, both of her boys frowning at Tsunade. It's out of my control, Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair with her hands up. For once, the village elders and your clan agree that you'll be held back from this mission. Sasuke, you'll have a different assignment. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but nodded. Naruto kept arguing with Tsunade. Fed up with the shouting, Sakura pulled her best friend into a headlock. Naruto, she said through her teeth. Shut up. But Sakura-chan, we're supposed to be a unit. That's why we were promoted, he protested. We have to pick our battles, she said firmly, glancing at Sasuke. No one likes this, dummy. But Sakura-chan, Naruto began again, and she tightened her grip, giving him an innocent smile. Ow, ow, ow. You're like so much stronger now, Sakura-chan. Why didn't anyone warn me? What an idiot, Sasuke muttered and Tsunade sighed. Once Naruto agreed to stop shouting, Sakura let him go. When do we leave? Sakura asked her master. Tsunade folded her hands together. Tomorrow morning, you'll meet your replacement captain and new teammate outside the tower. Wait, Kaka-sensei too? Naruto exclaimed, but he lowered his voice dramatically when he caught her glare. Why the replacement captain? Have you forgotten Kaka-sensei is in the hospital? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto tilted his head in confusion before his eyes lit up in realization. Oh yeah, Naruto said, squinting at the ceiling as he recalled their last mission. He had to use that thing after Sasuke left. You know, the Super Evolved Sharingan. I can never remember its name. Mangekyo Sharingan, Sakura clarified, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, that. Just get out of my office, Tsunade sighed deeply. Sasuke, report here in the morning, and I'll debrief you then. He nodded, and Sakura gave a meek wave. Tsunade waved them off, and the trio made their way out of the tower. Naruto was still grumbling, and Sasuke was brooding. Her boys really weren't all that different from her old life, were they? I'll see you two later, Sakura said, starting to head toward her house. Where are you going? Naruto asked, and Sasuke gave her a similarly confused look. Aren't you coming? He asked, and she gave both of her boys a smile. I have to check in with my parents, she explained. Naruto's confusion was soon replaced with understanding. I'll be over in an hour, Sasuke-kun, she added. Sasuke just nodded, and her boys started walking toward the compound. She overheard Naruto asking what was going on with his clan and questioning Sasuke about why he was being held back. Sakura wasn't as surprised that Sasuke was being held back. She'd known the Uchiha clan long enough to understand how fiercely protective they were of their own. This mission could put Sasuke directly in harm's way if things went south. Though it made sense why the clan elders made that decision, Sakura was still nervous that the village elders had agreed with them. Separating Sasuke from his team was the exact opposite of why they were promoted in the first place. They were promoted because of their skills as a team, and to keep Sasuke directly under the Hokage's command. Backtracking on that decision, because Sasuke was being targeted, like all Uchiha were at this point, was troubling. "Heard you took out an Akatsuki member," a voice said before the person appeared at her side and threw an arm around her shoulder. She felt another presence appear on her other side. It was actually Chiyo-sama, Sakura corrected, giving her two companions a look. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Social call, Imudo." Shursui grinned, pulling her tightly against his side. "Haven't seen you in a while. You want to talk about the Akatsuki, don't you?" she asked, guessing, and Shursui gave her a sheepish grin. Sakura sighed. "Let me check in with my parents and drop my stuff off. Then we can talk. If it makes you feel better, this is also a social call." Itachi told her in a soft tone, and she nodded. "Yeah, that helps." She spent about 20 minutes at home before waving goodbye and heading out the door. Her mother had dutifully reminded her that she spent more time in the shower than talking to her parents, and she could only manage an apologetic smile before greeting the two Uchiha at their usual dango stall. "I think my parents are officially jealous of the Uchiha clan," Sakura told them, accepting the plate of dango Itachi handed her. "I spend more time with one of you than them." "You are a rather busy person," Itachi reminded her. "When you're not at the hospital, you're training with your team or on missions, or discussing the most dangerous organization in the shinobi world over dango," Sakura added, shrugging. "It's okay. I'll take them being jealous of the Uchiha over what it was before." "Not fans, I presume?" Shursui asked, and when she reluctantly nodded, he laughed. Typical if that squirt is the only one they knew. Or did they know Itachi? Everyone knew of Itachi. Even the civilians, Sakura answered vaguely, casually avoiding his gaze. "So, what do you want to know?" "We know the Akatsuki's main goal," Shursui began, bringing a knee up to the bench to rest his elbow on it. "But that was only confirmed by the Kazekage's abduction. They want the tailed beasts, right?" Sakura nodded, frowning as the memory of the Akatsuki's goal coming to fruition played through her mind. Of the war, Obito, Madara, her friends, her boys, being alone. Jiraiya has been trying to gather information on them, but even he's having a tough time. Shursui continued, eating a piece of dango. "He's only identified a few members so far, and it looks like you guys knocked down their forces by 2. Maybe 1, Sakura said honestly, vividly remembering Kakashi's grim expression in her previous life when he told them that the chakra remnants from the battle belonged to Sasuke and Deidara. She wasn't sure how the manic artist had survived, since things played out as they had before, with Sasuke leaving Naruto and Kakashi this time. She wasn't sure of Deidara's fate. "Great," Shursui replied sarcastically. "So, do I have to watch out for a puppet or explosives?" "Sasori is dead," Sakura confirmed. "Last time, he gave me information on Orochimaru to lead Naruto and me to something we'd been chasing for years. This time, he gave me the same info, but it wasn't exactly the same." "The same information, but not exactly the same?" Itachi repeated with a raised brow. "Can you elaborate?" "Sasori gave me information on Orochimaru because that's what I asked him in my previous life," Sakura told him. "That's probably the reason he did it this time too, since we were on a mission." "Did you have to break into his lab?" Shursui asked with a teasing grin. "Seems you could have had more fun with the Akatsuki member, if I were to guess." Sakura rolled her eyes and leaned back. "Yeah, this was more than enough excitement for one day. I told you protecting those two would be a full-time job," Shursui laughed, her anxiety melting away at the sound of his familiar voice. "Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm way more nervous about this whole Orochimaru thing. We killed him 2.5 years ago, Tachi. Now, he's a dead man with ties to an Akatsuki member and the person targeting the kid. And he's not the only one after Sasuke directly. Someone from Konoha, right?" "I know it's not a great thing to say," Sakura began carefully, aware of a new presence nearby. It wasn't obvious, but it was definitely there. Well hidden, but she could tell from the subtle shift in Itachi and Shirsue's posture that they sensed it too. She hesitated, then continued. But I'm really not looking forward to this next meeting with your clan's elders. Shirsue and Itachi blinked, and then Shirsue shrugged. A second meeting? Seriously? You didn't know? Sakura asked, remembering her conversation with Sasuke a few days before Naruto came back. He was apparently put on the spot about it by your dad, Itachi. I'm not really sure what it's all about. Sasuke just tells me when I'm expected to be at the compound. He's really the worst, Shirsue said, shaking his head. Are you sure he's the Uchiha you like? Because I'm seriously questioning your judgment, if that's the case. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Care to elaborate? Not sure if you two remember, but I'm pretty new to this whole clan thing. Civilian family and all? Politics and appearances. Itachi explained gently before standing up. We should head to the compound before my brother and Naruto start looking for you. It's been over an hour since you three got back. I'm gonna hear it from the boys. Sakura sighed as they all stood up. They made their way to the compound where, sure enough, Naruto complained that she was late and Sasuke glared at his brother and cousin. Sakura-chan, even I got here before you and I had to clean my apartment, Naruto exclaimed, pulling her away from the Uchiha to whisper in her ear. I had to talk to Fugaka-san for like 20 minutes. Alone, Sakura-chan. Alone. I was only saved because there was a police emergency. Sakura giggled. Sorry, Naruto. I always seem to get caught up with someone no matter where I go. By someone, you mean Itachi and Shirsue, Sasuke said with a raised eyebrow, walking by them and flicking Naruto's hand until he pulled it away. Sasuke then grabbed her bag out of habit. My mom was really upset that you weren't with us. That's because Sakura-chan is my favorite. Makoto appeared, pulling her into a tight hug. I heard from the boys about what happened. I'm proud of you and happy you made it out safely. Now come on, I have tea ready. Sakura gladly sipped tea with Makoto while the boys discussed their battles. She was relieved to just sit back, sip her tea, and chat for the afternoon. A 3-day run chasing guy from Suno wasn't worth the bragging rights, if there were any bragging rights to begin with, which there weren't. Makoto excused herself to run errands, refusing any offers to join her. She told them not to burn down the house and to be hungry when she returned. The conversation eventually turned to what had been discussed earlier. So, you're really not participating in the mission? Shirsue asked, whistling when Sasuke frowned. That's some rotten luck. It wasn't bad luck, Sasuke replied. It was a direct order from the higher-ups. We're being assigned a temporary captain and substitute teammate. Naruto frowned, looking at Sakura, who only managed a tight smile. Little did Naruto know, these new team members would mean a lot to both of them. If it was still Yamato and Sai joining the team, she really hoped it was. She missed them both, especially Sai. Given the lack of the massacre this time around and the fact that Sasuke never left the village, Sakura had feared they wouldn't meet Sai. He wouldn't have grown, wouldn't have called her ugly and Naruto dickless. He wouldn't have asked to be included in conversations or treated their interactions as teaching moments. She missed Sai, and Yamato too, even though she hadn't seen him since the beginning of the war. That's not necessarily a bad thing, Shirsue said, earning a supportive nod from Itachi. You three have great teamwork, no doubt, but learning to get along with others is important for all shinobi, especially if peace is what you're fighting for. Think of it as a learning experience. I hate learning, Naruto grumbled stubbornly, locking his hands behind his head. I guess it won't be so bad, as long as they're not total jerks. Team already fills that role. You won't live long enough to meet them, Sasuke threatened, and Naruto waved him off. Yeah, Naruto said. You're just mad you're getting replaced. I'm not. Sakura held back a laugh, and the sound made Sasuke pause, looking at her as if betrayed. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun, she said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. You'll never be replaced in our hearts. Naruto started laughing first, and his laugh was so contagious that Sakura couldn't help but join in. Sasuke's scowl only lasted a few moments before he shook his head and called them idiots. The sound of beeping filled the room, and Sakura's laughter faded into a sigh. Duty calls, she frowned, getting up from her spot. I thought you were off the call list, Sasuke said, his brows furrowing as she searched for her bag. With a roll of his eyes, he disappeared and returned a minute later with it. "I put it away for you." "Oh, right," she remembered, taking it from him with a soft smile. "Thanks, Sasuke-kun. And I'm off the call list right now, so it's serious enough that I'm needed." With a wave goodbye, she hurried out of the compound and headed for the hospital. When she arrived, she found that it was serious enough that she had to be there. She had actually forgotten about this day, but it had happened in her old life. The difference was the patient she was treating. He wasn't near death or anything, thankfully, but his injuries were serious, and he specifically requested she be the one to heal him. "Fugaka-san," Sakura said after finishing the treatment, "you should have had someone stop the bleeding at least before waiting for me to arrive. You know better than to wait." "You arrived quickly," he replied, frowning as he sat up. "Am I discharged?" Sakura sighed. Sasuke had said that phrase with the same level of impatience as his father. Typical Uchiha. At least Itachi was patient, and Sasuke made the visits entertaining. Those two were always the odd Uchiha, so they didn't count. "Take it easy for another day or two," she told him, holding her clipboard to her chest. "I thought today was your day off. Isn't today your day off too?" He immediately shot back, his hands rubbing his eyes. "I wouldn't trust anyone else to heal my injuries, Sakura. You're the least likely to mess up." Sakura laughed lightly. "Thank you. Mikoto-san probably has dinner ready. I'll discharge you while you're getting ready." "Will you be joining us tonight?" he asked, taking the bag of clothes she handed him. "So long as I'm not needed, I will be," she replied with a smile. "Though I was called in because you requested, I want to make sure everyone else is in good shape before I leave." "I'll wait for you in the lobby then," Fugaka decided, and Sakura knew better than to insist it wasn't necessary. Just like Mikoto, whatever Fugaka said went. "I'll be down shortly. Thank you," she said and left to check on the other patients. This attack in her old life hadn't worried her when it happened. She had just gotten the first clue about where Sasuke might be in 2.5 years. But now, Fugaka of all people had ended up injured. She didn't even know exactly what happened. Asking Fugako about it just felt strange. Maybe she could ask Tsunade, or when Sasuke found out, she could get him to tell her. Sakura met Fugako in the lobby about 10 minutes later. It seemed everyone was on the road to recovery and completely stable. Dinner awaited at the compound. "Thank you for waiting," she greeted, and he nodded before they left the hospital. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, a stark contrast to the nervous demeanor she used to have around the Uchiha clan head. The past couple of years of having dinner with Fugaku and Mikoto without the boys around had made interacting with him easier. She found that if she just spoke the way she did with the old Sasuke, the one she fought with in the war, she would be fine with Fugaku. He was blunt and to the point, his words always carrying deeper meaning. Just like her old Sasuke. Finally making that connection made things so much less awkward in the Uchiha household when Mikoto was busy. Fugaku had his fair share of stories that made her laugh, which was definitely something she didn't expect when she first joined the clan. No one was really a stranger to her anymore. This time, when they met Sai, he hadn't attacked Naruto the day before. It was probably due to Naruto being at the compound all night. But everything else went about the same, and though she knew Sai meant her nickname affectionately in time, hearing him say it bluntly as his first impression resulted in the same outrage it had in her old life. She thought she moved past most of her spurts of violence. Truly, she's much more mindful now, but the honesty behind Sai's words sparked a rather violent outburst. "What did you just say?" she shouted, and Naruto hurriedly wrapped both hands around her waist to stop her from completely demolishing Sai. She continued to yell things about manners and how that wasn't something he just said to someone until Yamato cleared his throat. She stopped fighting Naruto's hold and faced their new captain with a pure look of distaste on her face. It matched Naruto's and was the stark opposite of Sai's oblivious and rather fake expression. Her best friend kept a protective arm around her and pulled them back a step when Sai stepped forward. Sai would become someone she cherished deeply. Sakura knew this. Sai was currently not that someone, and she was utterly irritated. Yamato laughed nervously, taking in the obvious division between them and Sai. "We're heading out for a mission that should span a week. It could take up to 2 if things don't go well. Prepare your bags and meet at the gates in 20 minutes. Sakura replied with a firm yes and nudged Naruto's side until he also mumbled an agreement. Sai nodded and disappeared. "Come on, Naruto. We told Mikoto we'd see her before we left," Sakura told him, breaking herself away from his hold. She heard Yamato let out a breath of relief when they turned around. "We might be able to catch Sasuke-kun before he leaves for Tsunade's office." "Can't believe I prefer Sasuke's brooding over whatever that guy is," Naruto said with a frown, looking over at her. "He's blind too, Sakura-chan. You're easily the prettiest person ever." "Actually, wait. Okay, don't take this as an insult because I promise it's not. But remember Haku? He was like insanely pretty, but he's dead, you know? So, you're the prettiest alive person ever." Sakura laughed at Naruto's ramble, feeling much better than before. "You know, he sort of resembles Sasuke-kun," Sakura said and amended herself when she saw Naruto's incredulous expression. "The dark hair and eyes. I guess." He reluctantly agreed and made a face. "But Sasuke's a lot cooler than him." When she leaned forward to see his face better, Naruto's eyes shot open in panic and he looked at her. "Wait, no. No, you can't tell Team I said that, Sakura-chan. Promise me." Sakura let him stew in anticipation for a bit before she giggled. "I won't tell him." "Okay, good," Naruto said, locking his hands behind his head. "I mean, at least Sasuke has eyes. And he has some manners. Only some. He rarely uses them, you know? But he has them. I'll be sure not to tell him that too," Sakura joked in a light tone. "You two would probably get into another one of your screaming matches." "We don't have that many fights," Naruto muttered, and when she raised her eyebrows, he conceded. "Okay, we do, but we were kids before. I'm so much more mature now." "Okay, Naruto," she said, nodding her head. Naruto mumbled that she sucked at lying, and she laughed at that. Sakura always did suck at lying, especially to her boys. It's why she always tried to tell the truth. In this life, she was guilty of lying by omission, but it was for the sake of her mission. Perhaps that was the only way she'd managed to lie. "So, what's up with the Uchiha elders wanting to talk to you?" Naruto asked after a few moments, glancing at her when she shrugged. "Sasuke gets really weird whenever it's brought up. Weirder than normal. Well, if he ever tells you, let me know," she requested, thinking about her last conversation with the elders. Of course, she didn't mind it, but she hated the way everyone in the Uchiha compound behaved when the last assessment came around. "Sasuke-kun just tells me when they expect me to be there," Sakura told him truthfully. "I've gotten out of it so far because of missions or medical emergencies." She scrunched her nose and looked at her best friend. "Though, I'm not sure how much longer that'll work for me. Does Shisanai know?" Naruto asked. "He'll tell you anything if you want him to. He says that Sasuke should be the one to explain it to me," Sakura replied bitterly. "I already tried that whole guilt thing with him. He made a Tachanai cover for him and disappeared on me." Naruto whistled. "Yikes, Sakura-chan, that's how you know it's serious. Since Shirsai got Itachi involved, you know. Once we find out who's targeting Sasuke-kun, I'll ask him," she said, turning to face him when he frowned. "What? Team tells you everything," Naruto stated bluntly as they turned into the Uchiha district. "I wonder what's got him all, you know, secretive. There's like two things in the world that make Sasuke get all weird. Actual emotions and his inferiority complex." Sakura stayed quiet for a minute before she breathed out a quiet, "Huh. Yeah, I know," Naruto agreed, nodding with her when they opened the doors to the head house. "Weird. Sakura-chan? Naruto-kun?" A voice called out, and they both responded with that it was them. "You didn't forget to see me," Mikoto said warmly, coming around the corner with 2 bags. "I was hoping these wouldn't go to waste." "We always see you before a mission," Sakura responded, taking one of the out-held bags while Naruto took the other. "We didn't miss Sasuke-kun, did we? He's still in his room," Mikoto answered, before her eyes lit up as she looked at them both. "Oh, Naruto-kun, I completely forgot to give you something yesterday. I know it's rather late, but you were meant to get it when you turned 15. You haven't been home long enough since you got back from me to give it to you. Come with me." He barely had time to take his shoes off when Mikoto placed a hand on his arm. Naruto stuffed his bento into Sakura's hands when Mikoto pulled him along, his confused expression particularly comical. She took off her shoes and made her way to Sasuke's room. Sakura didn't even need to say anything. His door was open, and she was sure he heard her and Naruto arrive. She leaned against the doorway and gave him an innocent smile when he looked up from his seated position on the floor. There were some weapons placed in a specific order on the ground. It was his pre-mission inventory check, a habit he picked up from Itachi. Though, it looked as though he had only just started. "What are you carrying?" he asked, eyeing the bags in her arms. She looked down and maneuvered one of them until he could see the Uchiha crest. "My mother made you and Naruto bentos." "It's not a surprise," she replied, standing straight when he got up. "She makes them whenever we go anywhere." "But why are you carrying both?" he asked, coming over to take them from her hands and set them on his desk. "Naruto has hands, doesn't he?" Sakura shrugged, moving past him to sit next to where he had just moments before. "Don't you have a mission?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, but nonetheless sat next to her and resumed the process of taking his weapons out. "We have about 5 minutes before we need to head to the gates," she answered and took the sunbon he handed her. She placed it where she remembered he always did. "I thought we'd miss you for sure. How's my replacement?" he questioned, maneuvering his bag between them so they could both sort his weapons. "Blunt," she said truthfully, glancing towards him when he raised an eyebrow. "He doesn't seem to know how to interact with actual people, and he doesn't have manners. Yet, Sasuke repeated, watching her as she nodded. "I'm sure he'll come out of this mission slightly more attuned to the people around him," Sakura said knowingly, and handed him a weapon that belonged over on his side. "Know anything about the mission you're going on?" "No," he told her in a bitter tone. "I was just told to show up with a bag packed for 2 weeks this morning." As his frown seemingly etched itself into his features, Sakura bumped his shoulder lightly. "It's not going to be that bad," she assured him, and though his grimace didn't lighten, his narrowed eyes softened considerably when he met her gaze. She felt herself melt a bit at the expression. Part of it reminded her of a very painful memory. But the other part made her face warm up and a familiar emotion bubble within her. "I never said it would be," he defended, and she laughed lightly. She missed the way his attention drifted for a moment at the sound. "No," she agreed in a quiet voice, her gaze inevitably flickering downwards from his eyes before she looked back up. "You didn't. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong." "Boy, Sakura-chan team," a voice yelled, and Sakura giggled when she saw Sasuke's eyes narrow into a deadly glare. Naruto appeared in the doorway, holding something out to the both of them. "Isn't this neat?" He held out a 3-pronged kunai, the handle wrapped in an inscription that she thought looked incredibly familiar. Had it been something she saw in one of her textbooks? Perhaps they covered it in the academy? "Mikoto says she got it from her best friend," Naruto continued, plopping himself on the other side of the weapons on the floor, "and that it would protect them should they ever need it to. Apparently, they talked about it one time, and they, had this whole talk, or whatever that, they hoped they wouldn't need it until all their kids were at least 15. He scratched his head, looking down at the object with confusion. "I didn't really get everything Mikoto was saying. She was talking pretty fast. But she said because I was the baby of all of us, she wanted to give it to me." "It's a kunai," Sasuke stated dully, raising an eyebrow at the object in Naruto's hands. "I swear I've seen that before," Sakura said with furrowed brows, staring at the weapon. "I just can't remember where. But Mikoto's best friend gave it to you." Naruto nodded enthusiastically and held it up for them to see. "Yeah, Mikoto once revealed that her best friend was Naruto's mother, and she had been married to the 4th Hokage. She knew Naruto saw his father during the pain attack in her old life and his mother when he learned to work with Kurama. But other than that, she knew very little about his parents. Everything she knew was about his parents' love story, not the way they battled or fought. The 4th Hokage was legendary, though. He was said to be the fastest shinobi alive in his time. A fact Shursui said regularly over the years in a particularly wistful tone. Could this be a part of his signature move? She eyed the inscriptions and saw the markings a bit better. Her eyes widened at the realization that this was definitely a kunai that once belonged to his father. There was no other explanation. "Do you recognize it?" Sasuke asked, and she only managed to contort her features once again, like she was attempting to still decipher its origins. "A textbook," she answered, before she sighed and moved to get up. She grabbed both bentos from Sasuke's desk. "We should go, Naruto." Sai and Yamato Taishu are probably waiting for us. Ugh, Naruto groaned, getting up with her and took the bento she held out to him. You should be happy you weren't there, team. I think you might have murdered him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and looked between the two, both of them irritated once again. He called me dickless, Naruto told him, nervously looking at her, and continued when she pointedly stared out the door. And Sakura-chan, uglita. Sasuke wasn't caught off guard very easily, but Naruto's words obviously threw him off, if his surprised and confused look said anything. Of all things to say, he clearly didn't expect that to be their first encounter with Sai. She shook her head and muttered dark threats under her breath as she started for the door. Seriously? She heard Sasuke question quietly. I know, team, Naruto said behind her, and she heard him clap a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. I know. He doesn't know he was talking to like the prettiest girl in the world. Sasuke huffed behind her, and though she didn't see his face, a part of her believed he agreed with Naruto. You're leaving? Mikoto inferred as they stopped to put their shoes back on. She gave them both a quick kiss on the cheek and held her hands together. Be safe. I know you two will be successful. Hee, of course we will, Naruto said with a large grin, nudging her side to push her through the doors. We gotta go. See ya, Sasuke. Don't miss us too much. She managed to halt Naruto's poking long enough to smile at Sasuke and Mikoto. We'll miss you. Good luck on your mission, Sasuke-kun. Be careful, Mikoto said, and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Don't be stupid, he advised her, and she laughed at his words before she swatted Naruto's hand away. I'll watch out for him, Sakura said, nodding towards Naruto and elbowed her best friend when his poking resumed. Why are you all jittery? I thought traveling made you more mature. Sakura-chan, Naruto whined, glaring at Sasuke when snorted. Sasuke's amusement calmed down, and he looked at the both of them with a very serious expression. Have each other's backs. Always, she said with a smile, and Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Promise. Come in, Tsunade called after he knocked on the door. He made his way inside and stood silently until she looked up at him. Oh good, you have perfect timing. What's my mission? Sasuke asked, watching as the Hokage sighed and waved her hand. You two can come in now, she said in a tired tone, and suddenly, he was flanked by two others. He knew exactly who it was when an arm was thrown over his shoulder. He shrugged it off immediately, glaring at the guilty party. Shursui grinned. Hey, Squirt, my mission is with you too? Sasuke asked, noting that both his brother and cousin were wearing their green vests, as opposed to the normal ANBU gear he saw them in. I've heard you're difficult to get along with if you don't trust your comrades, Tsunade said, drawing back his attention. He frowned but didn't refute the statement. And this was the only way I could get the village elders and your clan to agree with giving you a mission that spanned more than a few days outside of the village. I'm being placed on a team with two other Uchiha, Sasuke said slowly. And the Uchiha have been targeted numerous times over the past few years. This is safer than allowing me to go confront Sasori's spy. Tsunade merely shrugged. Your cousin and brother both have a flea on sight, warning attached to them. Naruto is being pursued by the Akatsuki, and Sakura, as my apprentice, has confidential knowledge of the Leaf Village. Quite frankly, Team 7 is more of a risk together than anything else. Your seamless teamwork with one another at this age has convinced the village elders not to disband you three. We're a weapon in their eyes, Sasuke stated bluntly, and Tsunade frowned. To me, you three have potential, Tsunade told him truthfully, folding her hands together on the desk. To be the greatest force the shinobi world will ever see. And you are no longer children. You are shinobi of the Leaf, and it's time those old geezers found the ability to believe in Konoha sprouts. They view each of you as a hidden weapon to use when war threatens to break out again. This was the only compromise on the table, kid. Take it or leave it. Shursui placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, we won't embarrass you too much. As if you could, Sasuke bit back, pushing his cousin's hand away. The mission? Itachi asked, causing Sasuke to drop his glare on his cousin and look back towards Tsunade. The Hokage sighed and reached back and placed a hand on the wall. Sasuke felt the disruption of chakra and thought it blanketed the room, but he wasn't particularly sure. She then turned back to her desk and opened a drawer. "Thank you, Itachi," Tsunade said, throwing a scroll towards Sasuke. He caught it, looking at the item for a moment before he glanced back up. "You two know the drill. Scout them when you figure out where the latest place was and infiltrate if you deem it worthwhile, Itachi." Shursui plucked the scroll from his hands, looking it over with a grim expression. "We're testing it, huh?" "Shikamaru and Sakura have both approved its prototype," Tsunade replied, crossing her arms and not bothering to hide her displeasure. "Sakura said you'll be able to work it the best. She tailored it for me?" he asked doubtfully, a small smile forming when Tsunade nodded. "Sakura-chan did learn Genjutsu from me, so I guess it's only natural that I'm the best candidate to test it. Are you concerned about it?" Itachi asked in a soft tone, watching the Hokage carefully. "If it works, it'll become a forbidden jutsu," Tsunade said plainly. "You both understand its risks. If Sakura-chan thinks it's necessary, then you know it is," Shursui told her, looking over at them after he pocketed the scroll. "Time to go." Sasuke only managed to nod, not sure at all about what just happened. He wasn't sure where they were going, what they were scouting, or what the hell that scroll meant, and how Sakura was involved in making something that could become a forbidden jutsu. She barely remembered to eat during her packed schedule. When did she have time to create something of that level? The three of them started for the door, both older Uchiha oblivious to his troubled expression. The entire exchange was odd. "Sasuke," Tsunade called, and he turned back. "Stay close to your brother and cousin. You're the best suited of Team 7 for stealth missions. Don't prove me wrong." Sasuke nodded once before he walked out of the door Itachi was holding open for him. "This is our first official mission together," Shursui commented, grinning at Itachi. "Can't say I expected this to ever happen." "You requested that Sasuke come with us," Itachi pointed out, and Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect them to actually listen to me," Shursui responded incredulously. "No one besides Sakura-chan does." "What does Sakura have to do with that scroll?" Sasuke asked, and both boys grew silent. His brother and cousin shared a knowing look before his brother decided to answer. "We'll explain when the time comes," Itachi said in a low voice. Sasuke opened his mouth to question him about the secrecy, but his forehead was suddenly poked with 2 fingers. "Sorry, but not right now, Sasuke." Shursui whistled, holding in laughter when Sasuke's cheeks became tinted with pink. "I haven't seen you do that in ages, Tachi." Itachi smiled while Sasuke's frown deepened. Sakura had been wrong. It was already that bad, and he haven't even left the village yet. "Whatever. Itachi and I-chan, can I ask you something?" Sakura started carefully. Itachi nodded and stayed silent so she could continue. She leaned back against the tree, relaxing during their mid-training break. "I've been thinking about the masked man," she started, watching Itachi's eyebrow quirk upwards. "We don't know what he's planning this time around. I understand his endgame and all, but I'm worried about the differences and how they'll affect everything. If I want to accomplish my goal, I don't want the changes so far to make things worse." "I assume you have a theory?" Itachi inferred, and she nodded. "I've come to the conclusion that chakra has memory," Sakura said, tapping her temple. "It makes sense considering everything, right? Chakra is essentially both spiritual and physical energy." Itachi nodded. "So I think it's safe to assume that one's chakra holds that person's specific essence in it, as well as what it experiences throughout a person's life." "Because of that," Sakura started, tilting her head up to watch the leaf blow slightly in the wind, "I wanted to ask you if you think it's possible to see someone's memories through their chakra signature, even if they aren't physically there." Itachi blinked a few times, staying silent for several moments before he began to speak slowly. "You mean to use a person's chakra trail on the physical earth to see into their memories?" Sakura gave him a weak smile. "If we could find a way to hack into a person's chakra trail, I think we could apply a Genjutsu to see their memories. Think about it. Genjutsu uses a person's own chakra against them. We can make people see their own memories or someone else's if we wanted to. If we connect to the spiritual aspect of a person's chakra, the part that is directly connected to memories, then we could theoretically see what the person saw." "What made you think of this?" Itachi questioned as he processed the information. "With me, my spiritual energy transferred back," Sakura said, "but not my physical energy. It made me think about how a person's chakra is their life force and who they once physically were. Most mind jutsus rely on physical energy, like Ino's clan, but genjutsus don't. They directly force the spiritual energy to work against the physical. And I was just thinking that if we could harness that spiritual energy left remnant in a person's wake, we could see their memories. That's Itachi paused. An interesting concept. It could be possible. You think it's worth exploring? She asked hopefully. I've been thinking about a way to get one over him. You know, I want to prevent the outcome entirely. And it's so difficult trying to compensate for the changes I've made when I have no idea how the other factors are reacting. I can make educated guesses, but that's it. A wrong choice could make everything even worse, if that's even possible. Itachi watched her carefully before he slowly nodded. It will take time to even create a prototype. Sakura grinned. Good thing time is one of the things I have right now. Their mission started out just as it had in her old life. They bickered with Sai. Sakura punched him across the road, and Yamato chose to spoil them as a means in getting them all to work together. Sakura attempted to make peace with Sai. She knew that they would be friends in the end. She just had to get past this stage of Sai's life. Or well, help him evolve into the friend she cherished. The friend she mourned so deeply after he died in the war. They just had to help him see the power of bonds in this life again. And then they were back on the road, heading to Tenchi Bridge. You think Orochimaru is really alive? Naruto asked her, holding the straps of his bag. I thought Itachi and and Sasuke killed him ages ago. So did everyone else? Sakura said with a frown. But why would Sasori lie? He had no reason to. He was dying. Perhaps it was a means to finish you off as an act of revenge, Sai added unhelpfully. You're talking about Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Yeah, Naruto answered, throwing Sai a dirty look. Tell me you've got something against the Uchihas. Actually don't, because I won't hold Sakura-chan back. Thanks, Sakura replied dryly, and Sai looked thoughtfully ahead. You refer to two legendary ninjas as if they were your older brothers, Sai noticed, glancing at her. As far as I know, neither of you are Uchiha. Itachi and Sasuke and are the closest things to brothers we have, Sakura told him. We practically grew up at the Uchiha compound. But you are not related to them, Sai pointed out. Sakura and Naruto shared an exasperated look. Sasuke is, Sakura decided to say. We've been friends with each other since we were 7. Sometimes friendships become so great that you consider each other family. And that's what we are, a family. Team 7 is a family, Naruto added, smiling at her. We have each other's backs. Always. Maybe if you were actually nice, we'd consider making you family too. Yamato Taishu is already on his way. What? Yamato spluttered, glancing between the two of them. I'm not here to be your friend or family, Sai stated. I'm here because I was assigned as your substitute teammate. Sakura raised a brow, but didn't say anything. Last time, Sai was given this mission because he had an alternative assignment to kill Sasuke. Now, of course, that couldn't be the case. So, what was it this time? With that attitude, I'll never consider you family, Naruto muttered, bumping shoulders with her. Are you sure you can't pull some Sakura-chan charm and convince the Uchiha elders to place Sasuke back on Team 7 fully? Sasuke says they like you. And Fugaka-san does too. Fugaka-san likes me because I can hold a conversation with him, Sakura said with a small laugh. And Sasuke is overly biased. I don't understand, Sai admitted and looked between the two of them. Fortunately, that is not required for me to complete this mission. Naruto leaned towards her and held a hand over his mouth. How is he more socially inept than Sasuke? Sasuke isn't that bad, Sakura whispered back, thinking back to her old Sasuke. Really, this Sasuke was much better with emotions than her old one ever was. You're biased, Naruto hissed back. I am too. I see right through him and everything, but still, he's pretty bad. He's not great. Sakura-chan, the team is the worst. Didn't you just say that, Dash? Naruto dramatically shushed her, moving his hand to cover her mouth. Sakura deadened her gaze, and her best friend was smart enough to remove it. Sai watched them with curiosity. We should hurry, Yamato said, a hand held to the side of his face. We want to get there early to strategize. They all nodded, the conversation subsiding for the most part. Naruto tended to bump shoulders with her every once in a while, commenting about something before they fell into silence again. Tenchi Bridge. Sakura wondered how it would go down in this life. Sasuke didn't expect them to travel back to the Akatsuki cave where Sakura and Chiyo fought Sasori, but that's where he was told to lead them. His brother and cousin took in the landscape with wide eyes as they entered the rubble. "I thought you said it was a cave," Shursui commented, looking upwards and watching the clouds above. "It seems Sakura-chan caused the cave in," Itachi responded, glancing around the cave. "Can you sense it?" "Sense what?" Sasuke asked, watching his cousin's attention pull from the sky and go to the ground. "I hate puppet users," Shursui muttered, narrowing his red eyes as he swept the cave floor. "His chakra thread remnants are everywhere." "What are you looking for?" Sasuke asked his cousin, but he only responded with a shake of his head and continued to concentrate on whatever he was doing. "You know how chakra leaves a slight trail, even in our wake," Itachi inferred, continuing when Sasuke nodded. "Shursui is trying to find the largest pool of it. It's better for him if he does." "This has to do with the scroll?" Sasuke inquired, watching his cousin move towards the area where he had found Sakura days ago, with a sword through her abdomen and one through her shoulder. How she hadn't bled out or been close to death, he didn't know. She had simply laughed and said she wasn't as breakable as both he and Naruto thought. He argued that he was concerned about her dying because she had been impaled with 2 poisonous blades. "Tell him once you set up a boundary," Shursui called back, kneeling down and pressing a finger to the ground. Itachi nodded, pulling out a handful of kunai and throwing them around the cave in a single flick. He made a hand sign, and Sasuke once again felt the disruption of chakra. So it was a seal meant to keep listening ears on the edge? The same as what the Hokage activated before she brought out the scroll? "Sakura-chan has been working on this prototype for years," Itachi explained, moving towards Shursui with Sasuke following his steps. "She originally dreamed it up during one of our first training sessions after you two left for the feudal lord. So that's why he didn't know anything about it." Sasuke took refuge in that. Had she whipped something apparently incredibly risky up within the past 6 months? Sasuke would question himself and how many other things had happened he was totally unaware of. He was around Sakura daily after he got back. Even approving a prototype of something he didn't know about left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. Because this was Sakura, and they were close. How had he not realized, or at least noticed? Were his own emotions clouding his judgment? "What's it do?" Sasuke asked, and Shursui called out that he had found what he had been looking for. His cousin sat down cross-legged, pulling the scroll out of his pouch and carefully opening it. "Sakura-chan has been worried about the lack of knowledge we have about certain enemies," Itachi explained. "And she's become quite knowledgeable on the relationship between a person's memories and their chakra. She's been drafting a prototype for a genjutsu that allows you to see the recent memories of anyone so long as you have a few things. It's still in the works," Shursui continued, looking back at them. "But she got the idea from our genjutsu training. She thought if she figured out what exactly happened within our chakra systems to cause the memories to resurface, she could recreate it even if the person was no longer alive." "Seeing a dead person's memory sounds like Yamanaka business," Sasuke pointed out, and Shursui shook his head. "For their clan's jutsu to work, the person still needs to be alive," Shursui corrected and summoned a small vial from a portion of the scroll. Sakura-chan wanted to find a loophole around that. So she created a genjutsu simulation using the person's blood, because apparently, she's become a genius on blood as well. "She's researching a disease," Sasuke answered with crossed arms. "I don't know much about it because of doctor-patient confidentiality, but I can still read the titles of the books and scrolls I carry for her." "Doctor-patient confidentiality," Shursui repeated and laughed. "Tachi, can you believe she applied medical knowledge to our clan's dojutsu? She's got a mind like no other," Itachi said approvingly, glancing back at Sasuke. Sakura-chan enlisted Shikamaru to help her figure out the jutsu requirements and such when she got down the basics. "We've been supervising the entire research process. Is that why you two were just always showing up with her?" Sasuke asked in an annoyed tone, glaring when Shursui smirked. "No need to get all jealous, Sasuke-chan," Shursui told him. "Sakura-chan based this on our genjutsu skills," since there's not really anyone who can overcome them. Is that what would make it a forbidden jutsu? Sasuke questioned, and at this, the smiles on Itachi and Shirsue's face dropped into thin lines. No, Shirsue answered shortly, busying himself with the scroll and its contents. He summoned another vial and held it up, examining it for a moment before he closed his eyes. Sakura-chan's blood was the missing component that left her and Shikamaru's stump for months, Itachi said slowly. It required something only Sakura could give, as the creator of the jutsu. And if people found out about the jutsu and all its components, Sasuke started slowly, closing his eyes as he realized how much of an idiot Sakura was. They'd target her. It could theoretically be used to see anyone's memories, so long as you had their blood, Shirsue said in a grim tone. The jutsu is supposed to bypass any mind blocks and grant the user access to whatever memories they want to see. That is like the Yamanaka's specialty. Sakura-chan thought this would be the best time to test it, Itachi added. She took some of Sasori's blood before you left for this reason. While they're investigating Sasori's spy to find who's targeting you and the Uchiha in general, we'll be looking into the Akatsuki from Sasori's perspective. If it works, Sasuke commented and watched his cousin's brows furrow together. Tsunade said you're the one who can work it best. If no one else can properly use it, how can it become a forbidden jutsu? Sakura-chan was probably hoping by making it unusable besides a select few, it made it less dangerous, Itachi answered and Shirsue nodded. And she's right, it does limit a lot of unwanted attention if this ever got out, his cousin said with a frown. But that doesn't mean its limitations are dismissible. Anyone with the Sharingan could probably use it. Though, Sakura-chan grew up memorizing my Jinjutsu style, which is difficult even for our bloodline to recreate. So, it's logical she used that knowledge to create this. It's the fact that Sakura-chan's blood is required that would make it a forbidden jutsu. So you're attempting to seize Sasori's memories? Sasuke asked, and his cousin sighed as he uncorked a vial. That's the idea, he answered, unrolling the scroll even further to reveal a complex seal. In the center of the writing, Shirsue poured the liquid onto the paper. He made a few hand signs before he uncorked the other container and placed his thumb over the top of it. He held it upside down until his thumb was coated in red, and then looked at them. Here it goes, Shirsue said, forcing pathetic attempt at a reassuring smile onto his face. He quickly placed his hand on the scroll, markings emitting in a large circular shape from his hand. His cousin remained quiet, his eyes closing and lips falling into a thin line. Do you think it's working? Sasuke whispered, watching his cousin's brows furrow together once again. I would be surprised if it didn't work, Itachi admitted, glancing at him. Sakura-chan and Shikamaru have spent months working on this prototype. There's always room for error, of course, but I believe their work is rather seamless. You have a lot of faith in this, Sasuke noted. His brother shrugged, casting him a small smile. Sakura-chan created it, Itachi said. Don't you have faith in it? Sasuke didn't hesitate to agree. Of course. It's just, I had no idea she was even working on something like this. She was forbidden to speak about it unless behind sealed doors, Itachi told him, and to keep the knowledge limited to only necessary personnel. Hokage's orders. Still, Sasuke insisted, shaking his head as he thought about all the tiny secrets Sakura seemed to keep from him. Granted, most of it was her medical history, but there were still moments where Sasuke felt she knew more than she was saying. Sakura-chan isn't the only one keeping things to herself, Itachi responded, causing Sasuke's frown to deepen. That's different, Sasuke said, not missing the disapproval in his brother's tone. Sakura isn't like Izumi. She didn't grow up with the expectation of marrying me like Izumi did with you. I don't even know how to approach a topic like that with her. Because how did Sasuke not only explain that he thinks Sakura is the most irritating person alive because she makes him feel things he doesn't entirely understand, and that because of those apparently obvious emotions, his clan elders are ready to approve a future marriage between them. He understood that he will most likely marry the person he inevitably court, but Sakura was from a civilian family. He knew her parents had other partners before they married each other. How did Sasuke suggest something like this and know that she was essentially signing away her future to the Uchiha clan? And besides, once they opened that door, there was no going back. None of this accounted for the fact that Sakura might not even be interested in him like that. She spends an awful lot of time with his cousin, and he's never seen her smile so widely as when she's with Naruto. She looks at their mutual best friend as if he hangs the sun in the sky every day. Okay, maybe that's because Sakura's love for them is endless and knows no bounds. Sasuke doesn't understand emotion, but he knows Sakura does, and she expresses it so easily. Why don't you just take her out? Itachi raised an eyebrow, breaking him from his thoughts. Sakura-chan is one of your oldest friends. I can't imagine spending time with her will be too strenuous on you. Sasuke pinched his nose. Since when do you give relationship advice? Since you've demonstrated that you're as hopeless as father in such aspects of life, Itachi told him bluntly. Sakura-chan has quite the amount of admirers. You can hinder most attempts to court her, but not everyone is scared of you. Sasuke glared at his brother, but nodded anyway. He thought of his blonde best friend and the infatuation everyone knew he held for Sakura. I'll talk to him or whatever. You could always just talk it out with your fists, Itachi shrugged. You and Naruto understand each other like that. I'll punch him for the hell of it, Sasuke snorted, but then gave his brother a serious look. I know, Itachi, I know. I just don't know how to put these things into words. You do like Sakura-chan, right? Itachi inquired, and Sasuke stared up at the clouds. Then say that. Sasuke made a face. You're horrible at understanding things for a genius. Itachi chuckled. Maybe so. That's why I have this one to help in that area. He pointed to Shursui, whose eyes were still screwed shut. The only thing about his expression that changed was his lips turning downwards into a frown with the slightest traces of anger evident in his features. Then his cousin's eyes opened up, fading from a stark red to its natural dark hue. I'm going to give Sakura-chan the biggest hug when we get back, Shursui finally said, looking at them. His eyes flickered over to Sasuke for a moment before he focused on Itachi. She's an absolute genius. It worked, Itachi said, and Shursui nodded. It worked, but I need to have Sakura-chan fix a few things, Shursui said in a tight tone, packing away the scroll and vials. He stood up and took a breath. For the time being, I'm the only one who can use this. No one else. That difficult? Sasuke questioned, and Shursui shook his head, not meeting his eyes. Not exactly. Sasuke wanted to question his cousin more, but he saw the way his cousin's jaw had set itself, and the way his eyes were narrowed dangerously. Whatever it was that he saw, Shursui was not happy with it. And when Shursui was angry or unhappy, it was best to just leave things be and not push him. Sasuke could count on a single hand the times he's seen his cousin this agitated. Whatever it was serious, and it wasn't anything good. Let's go, Shursui said, walking past them. I've got the location of another hideout and memorized each member and the assignments they were recently given. I'll contact Jiraiya-san after we infiltrate the base. Itachi and Sasuke nodded wordlessly, taking off when Shursui did. Why do you and Naruto refer to Itachi and Shursui as older brothers, but not your teammate? Sai asked, his gaze on Naruto and Yamato as they went over how to keep Kurama in check. Sasuke-kun and Naruto are not just brothers, Sakura told him, following Sai's gaze. They're rivals too, and Sasuke-kun and I. It's a bit different than my relationship with Itachi and I, and Shursui and I. Rivals, Sai repeate. I don't understand how they can be brothers and rivals at the same time. A rival is an enemy. Not always, Sakura said. Think of it like this. Naruto measures himself against Sasuke-kun in terms of power and skill. He respects him and is happy when Sasuke-kun's skills grow, but it's also an incentive for him to grow himself. Sai blinked a few times, so Sakura continued. You said you had an older brother, right? Didn't you look up to him and view him as someone to strive to be like? Sai looked away from her, his gaze going to his bag. Sakura thought of the book he always held on to, the true testament that Sai was never truly a root operative. He just needed a push, the one Naruto would inevitably give him. She held on to that book after he died in the war and then gave it to Naruto. It was her best friend that helped Sai finish it. He deserved to have it. Naruto then made her hang on to it, something about him probably dropping it. Sakura remembered being annoyed at that. She was not Naruto's personal purse, and it took her a while to realize why exactly he let her hang on to it. He knew she found an odd sense of comfort in it. Like the book wasn't just Sai's artwork, but a memory of him. How he grew up, how he managed to change. Naruto was a knucklehead, but at the same time brilliant. If there was one thing Naruto excelled at more than anyone else in the entire world, it was understanding others. She learned that from him, and she was still working on it. "You are very protective of each other," Sai commented after a few moments. "I can see you are very gentle with Naruto. It makes me wonder about these bonds you have with each other." "What about them?" Sakura asked, taking off her bag and setting it on the ground. "Your teammates are your family, according to your logic," Sai told her. "Yet 50% of your team has been replaced. Your bonds don't seem to do much for yourselves." "Not everything is so black and white," Sakura responded harshly before she reined in her annoyance. "At least she tried to. Our bonds with each other make us more powerful. Team 7 isn't just some label. It's a promise. And right now, that promise means Naruto and I have to do whatever we can to protect Sasuke-kun." "A promise," Sai echoed, tilting his head as confusion leaked onto his features. "What promise?" "To always have each other's backs," Sakura answered stiffly. "Don't be misguided by the fact that you're our substitute teammate. You are in our unit, but you are not our family. If you do anything that puts the people I love in danger, I'll make sure you're never able to move again." "That is a threat," Sai stated, looking her in the eye. She held his guarded gaze with her own fierce one. "I'm glad we're on the same page then." Sai didn't respond to her this time, instead moving to sit down and go through his things. Sakura did her own inventory check and then moved towards Naruto and Yamato. They must have finished up talking about Kurama, because their captain called over Sai as he saw her approaching. "We've got another hour to go before I transform into Sasori," Yamato told them, looking between the three of them. "You all have your responsibilities. Are you clear on them?" Each of them nodded and Yamato smiled. "Good, hopefully this goes smoothly." Sakura busied herself with reading the scroll she had in her bag and set herself apart from the group. She wanted a bit of clarity and room to breathe before everything meant to happen today did. She saw Naruto go up to Sai, plopping onto the ground and pointing at the picture book. What surprised her was Sai's actual smile as they spoke. He was drawing something, he was finishing the book. Sakura couldn't help her heart swelling in joy at the sight. It was much earlier than it had been in her old life. Perhaps today would be easier in this life. But because Yamato jinxed them, it did not go smoothly. Just as it had in her old life, Yamato was joined on the bridge by Kabuto and then Orochimaru. Sakura and Naruto both exchanged grim expressions as the Sannin appeared. "He's actually alive," Naruto whispered. "We would be too lucky if he stayed dead," Sakura responded in an equally low tone. When Yamato, or better yet Sasori, was betrayed by Kabuto and attacked, Naruto sucked in a breath. The three of them waited until they saw the signal. "Let's go," Naruto said, jumping from his spot before she and Sai had a chance to do anything. They followed suit and appeared on the bridge. Sakura stood up, her gaze narrowing as she looked at Kabuto and Orochimaru. The former always disgusted her once she realized how slimy he was, as a medic and as a person. And the latter was best labeled as a monster in her eyes. "Naruto-kun, how nice to see you again," Kabuto greeted, giving him a sickeningly warm smile before his attention was drawn to her. "And Sakura-chan, it's almost like a reunion. Where is Sasuke-kun? I do hope you didn't drop him for that one." "Sasuke-kun isn't with you too," Orochimaru laughed. "That's inconvenient for Toby." Sakura stilled at his words. She thought back to the mission she knew Itachi and Shursui were most likely on. That meant Sasuke was with them now. Would Toby be targeting Sasuke? Doesn't that mean he's alone? Kabuto inquired, but Orochimaru shook his head. Tsunadeheim and Fugaka-san have probably placed him in the care of Itachi and Shursui, Orochimaru guessed, watching her controlled expression for a moment before he moved his focus to Naruto's growing frown. "Why are you so obsessed with Sasuke?" Naruto questioned loudly, taking a step forward with a finger pointed at the duo. "First you attack us in the Forest of Death, and then you brainwash him to leave the village. Why is Sasuke so important to you? Sasuke is a fine specimen. Orochimaru answered with a shrug, like this was a normal thing to say about someone. Unlike his older brother and cousin, he's still vulnerable. He's susceptible to his family's curse. It's too bad my experiment failed. It would be exhilarating to see the power that child could have wielded. Experiment? Naruto shouted in disbelief. You think picking on a bunch of genin is just some test? I bet you even helped that masked dude with the attack on the Uchiha. Orochimaru made a disapproving sound. Oh, Naruto-kun, I can't believe you'd think I'd do something like that. After all, it narrowed my pool of possible subjects immensely. I'd gained nothing from that bloodshed. Though had the casualties been extended towards Itachi and Shursui, then I might think a bit differently. It doesn't matter if you didn't have a hand in that night, Sakura said fiercely. You're just as much of a disgrace as the masked man, and a coward too. Orochimaru wasn't fazed by her words and merely chuckled. A coward, you say? My dear child, that is a refreshing take. I haven't felt such amusement in weeks. You hide behind mere children and mind tricks, Sakura snapped, her distaste for the man growing even more when his obvious entertainment with the conversation continued. I can sense great potential, Orochimaru corrected, and Sasuke-kun has a powerful wind around him. He's the perfect body to take over. Take over his body? Naruto repeated incredulously. What kind of crap is that? Orochimaru is obsessed with living forever, Yamato reminded them. He takes over others in order to preserve his own life force. How are you even alive? Sakura questioned, but she was ignored when Orochimaru focused on Yamato. You seem to know a great deal about me, the snake assessed, holding his hands out to his side. It's nice to see you again. I'm so happy my experiment has done so well since you were taken. Oh, but that's a story for another time. Orochimaru paused, rolling his neck around. No matter, this is all pointless. Sasori must have been taken out if this lot showed up in his place. Which one of you was it? His eyes swept to the four of them before he pointed two fingers towards her and Naruto. You two are the only constants on your team, so it was most likely one of you, Orochimaru said. It also could have been Sasuke-kun. Oh, how I wish you were here. It'd be much more convenient. So you can steal his body, Sakura spit back. So I can become powerful, Orochimaru told them calmly. Sasuke-kun's eyes and body are one of a kind. I'll get them one day. Like hell you will. Naruto yelled, gritting his teeth together. Sakura saw his whiskers become more prominent and his blue eyes seeping into scarlet. Naruto, Sakura whispered, taking a step forward with an outreach's hand. You'll never get your hands on Sasuke. Naruto growled, and before anyone could stop him, he attacked. Sakura's eyes widened as the fighting commenced. She was pulled out of her shock when Kabuto moved himself into a fighting position. Sakura went to move herself, but Yamato appeared in front of her with an outstretched arm. You are the team's medical ninja, Yamato reminded her. You are not to engage with the enemy head-on unless all of us are dead. Stay back, Sakura. But I've dashed, Sakura started to say, until she realized what exactly her counter-argument would have been. I got the Byakugan. She shut her mouth quickly, nodding wordlessly. Her hand went up to her forehead, and she looked at the scene before her longingly. Sakura wanted to be there for Naruto this time. She didn't want him to channel more and more of Kurama's power in his own rage. She wanted to help him, to fight by him. Hadn't that been the whole point of everything up until now? She studied for hours in this life to widen her range of knowledge. Yet she still couldn't compare to someone like Itachi. Though, logically, she knew she would never be able to hold a candle to Itachi despite her own intellect. She was a genius in her own right. She knew that. But she didn't understand the world in the same way as Itachi or even Shursui. Her strategies were a result of her own battle knowledge and the war she actually fought in. And yet she's only managed to beat Shikamaru at shogi a couple of times, which she berated herself for because she knew Shikamaru's shogi moves inside out. She just could never seem to get ahead of him besides the rare occasion where she surprised him with a move. But at her core, she knew this was always going to be a constant in her life. Naruto and Sasuke protecting her. Yamato and Kakashi stepping in so an enemy didn't even get the chance to engage with her. and even her old Sai holding her back when she let her emotions get the best of her. In this life, it wasn't because she was weak. She could break mountains, keep a cool, or mostly cool, head in battle, and she could cast one hell of a genjutsu even without Sasuke's aid. It was because she was the healer. She chose the role that was meant to be protected at all costs. Her old Sasuke deemed that the reason he and Naruto saved her life when she was close to death halfway through the war. "Your healing is the only thing keeping everyone else alive," Sasuke said bluntly. "Naruto can't extend his cloak to everyone at all times. You need to pick up his slack." "Oi!" Naruto punched Sasuke's shoulder. "Kurama doesn't have an endless supply of chakra. He has to focus on gathering enough just to give us a chance against Madara. It isn't slack." "Whatever," Sasuke rolled his eyes. "It's still the truth. If we die, the world itself is lost. But if you die, Sakura, there won't be anyone left to live in it. Don't be stupid and put yourself in front of either of us. We can take care of ourselves. What the team means is that you aren't allowed to take any hits for us," Naruto explained in a light tone, reaching a hand out to her and helping her up. "If you use your seal to continue healing life-threatening injuries, you'll use up your life force before the war is up. I can't take you on a date after the war if you die before it's over." "Teach," Sasuke scoffed, rolling his eyes once again. "She can stand on her own, idiot. It's called being a gentleman, team." In her clouded mental haze, she didn't realize Yamato's attention had drawn itself to Naruto as red chakra began to bubble around him, two tails forming. Kabuto took it as an opportunity to take her on. She reacted out of habit, dodging a chakra-covered hand, and continued to be on the defensive. There was a loud creak, and the bridge seemed to lurch beneath their feet. Sakura stumbled, still a bit unaware, and felt a sickening chakra connect with hers. It was only a graze of Kabuto's hand, and her own chakra reacted on instinct, but the contact sent a searing pain throughout her arm. She cried out in pain, her features scrunching together, while Kabuto's had drawn back into a victorious smirk. Distantly, she heard two voices yell out her name. She narrowed her eyes and pulled him into a genjutsu. As soon as he was entrapped, she pulled back her left fist and slammed it into his face. Kabuto was sent flying and was saved from falling into the ravine below them when white snakes extended from Orochimaru and wrapped out him. "Don't you dare touch Sakura-chan," Naruto snarled, his chakra becoming more frightening and foreign by the second. Sakura stepped back, taken aback by the sheer hatred she could feel emanating from her best friend. The last time Sakura felt Kurama's presence this intensely, there was something rather comforting and warm about it. But that was all Naruto. His influence, his person, and his relationship with Kurama. And this was still Kurama before he and Naruto became one. Kurama was still pure hatred and rage, the evil nine-tailed beast. Sakura saw Naruto's body become fully covered in the nine-tailed cloak, for tails appearing now. She heard Yamato curse. Orochimaru struck back while they were distracted with Naruto and sent her best friend sailing into the wooded area behind them. Yamato followed quickly, his hand out to try and contain the rage. Sakura looked between Sai and Naruto. Sai had been a passive figure this entire time. She had no idea what was going through his mind, but it seemed like he was trying to calculate something. Last time, he went back to the hideout with Orochimaru. What would this time prove? Sakura shook her head, berating herself for even hesitating between the two. Naruto was her priority. She turned and ran for her best friend. Unlike last time, Sakura was smart enough not to carelessly approach Naruto in this state. Orochimaru and Yamato both seemed to be working to contain Naruto, though for wildly different reasons, of course. In his fury, Naruto managed to bypass both of them, and he shot towards Orochimaru. The both of them launched ahead. Sakura saw Sai paint up a bird and flew to the battleground. Yamato was huffing beside her, staring at where Naruto and Orochimaru landed. He looked at her, and she gave him a weak smile. "Welcome to the family," she said weakly, and he sighed heavily. Apparently, it wasn't amusing. By the time they got to Naruto and Sai, the majority of the battle had been fought. Yamato pulled Naruto back and suppressed Kurama, and Sakura could only glare at the Sannin before she fixated on Naruto's burned-up body. Chakra burns. Oh, how she didn't miss them. Sakura could only reduce the cellular inflammation and Naruto's overall pain. But there were things medical ninjutsu just couldn't heal. What was different about this life was Sai's lack of betrayal. He stood to the side and watched as she desperately tried to heal at least some of Naruto's wounds. She sat on her legs, pulling her best friend on her lap, and couldn't help the tears that began to water in her eyes. She could only stop some of the pain in Naruto's life, but not all of it, because pain is what shaped Naruto into the person he was when they went to war. He overcame all the hatred and obstacles in his way. And even though she changed a portion of his childhood, she knew Naruto would inevitably endure so much more as the coming months came. She hated herself for not knowing how to stop it from happening at all. She didn't know how she was going to stop the war, how she'd stop Jiraiya from dying, from Konoha from being literally blown off the map. Her going back in time meant she should be the one shouldering the burdens Naruto carried his entire life. But here she was, crumbling at the mere thought of them as she looked at her injured best friend. "You," Yamato started and then paused, looking at her and Naruto. She refused to tear her gaze from his burned face. "You truly dash. Naruto is my best friend," Sakura stated firmly. "We don't just say that we're a family for the hell of it. We are a family. I love Naruto more than almost everything in this world." "Kakashi-senpai said you three were something else," Yamato told her gently. "I can see how much you two care for each other and for your other teammate. It's no wonder the three of you beat the Bell test twice." "He told you about that?" Sakura asked, wiping away the stray tears that managed to escape from her eyes. She couldn't heal much more so. She rested a hand on Naruto's forehead and the other on his shoulder. "He's very proud of you three," Yamato nodded. "I can see why. I don't think we can count this mission as a win," Sakura responded in a quiet tone as Naruto started to wake up. His eyes fluttered open, and he caught her gaze before closing them again. He smiled and relaxed into her hold. "We didn't find out who in Konoha wants Sasuke-kun." "I think I have," Yamato answered and directed narrowed eyes towards Sai. "You had a different mission than the one Tsunade-sama gave us." At this, Naruto tensed and shifted. She helped him sit up but kept a hand behind his back for support. "That is correct," Sai confirmed, approaching them slowly. "I was sent here to confirm a deal with Orochimaru. The Akatsuki failed in delivering Uchiha Sasuke's dead body, so I was to propose another deal with Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke would be the bargaining chip to make Orochimaru give up on his plans to destroy Konoha. If Sasuke became a rogue ninja or merged with Orochimaru, the orders would be to kill," Sakura whispered, her fingers clenching Naruto's top. Yamato said, suspiciously. "Why purposefully fail your mission?" "I'm curious," Sai answered honestly, "about the bonds they have with each other. They are not normal. It reminds me of emotions I think I once held as well. Root operatives have the emotions squashed out of them." Yamato replied shortly, and Sai nodded. "That is also correct. However, I can see the way powerful emotions can actually strengthen one's resolves. I'd like to understand them more. Maybe I can remember my bond with my older brother as well." Naruto moved, so he sat cross-legged and bumped his shoulder with hers. "Can we keep him?" "Naruto," she said in an exasperated tone, then gave Sai a quick glance. "Please, Sakura-chan," he begged, fully leaning on her side. The burns on his face were receding, finally. "If you agree, then Team won't say anything about it. He never disagrees with you now, you know?" Sakura's eye twitched, and she moved her body forward, causing Naruto to fall back onto the ground without her support keeping him upright. He yelped and she laughed, especially when he stood up and pointed an accusing finger at her. "You're supposed to be caring for me," he yelled, his features scrunching up as more of the burns faded from his skin. "I'm injured." "Making comments like that means you're perfectly fine," she responded with an innocent smile. "He can stay so long as he doesn't pose a threat to our family." "All right." It had been a whole day of traveling slowly. Sasuke thought nearby would be actually close to the cave they arrived at a day and a half into their travels. But it was proving to be much farther than he expected. Shursui didn't say much at all after he wrote letters and summoned a toad through a scroll. The toad had given Sasuke a single look and scoffed. Apparently, Naruto's summoning toad had deemed him the brooding one, and that was what he was known as among the toads. When Shursui didn't even crack a smile, Sasuke knew that his cousin's behavior in the cave wasn't just a temporary thing. He trusted it had nothing to do with their mission. Because, out of everything, that was one of the only things that Shursui would say something about. Otherwise, he stayed silent and busied himself with scrolls. They had been on the road for half a day now, and Sasuke almost wished they could have used their Shunshin. But, as Itachi pointed out, the Shunshin still took much more of their chakra than they should give in case things go wrong. It was uneventful. For the journey to the next hideout, that is, there it is, Shursui said quietly, coming to a stop atop a tree branch. He pointed below them, the mouth of a cave barely seen through the thick foliage. His cousin looked at his brother, eyes stark red as he nodded towards the cave opening. "Look, a seal," Itachi observed. "And a Genjutsu," Sasuke added once he activated his own Sharingan. It was a rather complicated illusion with numerous layers, though it was no match for their eyes. His cousin didn't even acknowledge that fact, though Sasuke assumed it was because it had no effect on them. Just another obstacle that they could easily overcome. "What do you think, Tachi?" Shursui asked, crouching down on the branch. "Do a sweep," Itachi ordered, and without moving an inch, his cousin disappeared. "Shursui's acting odd," Sasuke noted, and Itachi's gaze flickered towards him before he refocused on the cave opening. "His demeanor changes when he's on a mission," Itachi told him, his expression completely neutral. "I know his mission persona," Sasuke responded, thinking back to how surprised he was when he first left the village with Shursui years ago. "Something is off. If something is, it isn't our place to question it right now," Itachi said, with a note of finality in his voice. "It isn't affecting the mission, therefore it is irrelevant. This is me when I'm actually serious," Shursui interrupted, reappearing beside Itachi. His narrowed gaze caught Sasuke's for a moment before he looked towards the cave opening. "There's been recent activity in the area. Are they still here?" Itachi asked, and Shursui shook his head. "Not that I can sense. You didn't get anything either, right?" "No," Itachi said. "The seal, single Earth-based," Shursui replied, keeping his gaze ahead, right inside the cave mouth and to the right. "Applying a double lightning base seal will imbalance and disable it." Sasuke nodded, taking one last sweep of the area and then disappearing from his place on the branch. He reappeared just before the cave and placed a seal onto the paper. After he made a sign, the papers wrinkled in his hands, each of them falling to the floor. Sasuke went to turn around, but found that the wooded area had been replaced with a seemingly never-ending hallway. "Not bad," Sasuke commented offhandedly, unsheathing his sword. He focused his energy, and when his eyes reopened, the Sharingan was blaring. Each layer stripped away until he saw Itachi and Shursui appear at his side. 2 o'clock, Itachi said, and Sasuke whipped around, the tip of his sword coming to a stop just underneath the bottom of an orange mask. "Should have expected for those two to see through my Genjutsu," the masked man said. "Though, it took you a moment, Sasuke. I'd give you 3 out of 5 for that performance. I was expecting a 4 after the power you placed into that Genjutsu before." "Don't focus too much on him," Shursui murmured quietly, the sound of another voice echoing his words. Sasuke looked back at the masked man and saw Shursui standing just behind him with a held-up kunai. "I know your trick too." "You do," the masked man suddenly said in a deep voice. "Then why would you give me the perfect opportunity to use it?" He fell through Shursui's body, stepping back before he rematerialized, a sword appearing in his hand. The masked man went to stab Shursui, but the sword went straight through the figure, as though it were nothing but an illusion. In that same moment, another Shursui appeared behind the materialized masked man, pushing him towards Itachi. Itachi's eyes transformed, catching the gaze of the masked man, and suddenly, he went limp. "You'd think he'd know about my after images," Shursui commented dryly from Itachi's side. "That's my oldest trick. Is he in?" Sasuke asked, looking at the man's crumpled figure. "He is in my Genjutsu, but I'm unsure of how long it will hold," Itachi admitted in a tight tone. "That would only be if he had the Sharingan," Sasuke finished, his eyes widening with surprise. "Who is he?" Shursui stepped towards the man and reached out. His fingers grasped the bottom of the mask, and he pulled it from the man's face. Sasuke didn't recognize him, but from Shirsue's hard gaze, he figured his cousin did. Just then his brother coughed violently into his dark sleeve, his concentration faltering just enough for the now unmasked man to escape the Genjutsu. Sasuke would have thought that to be an impossible feat, only Shisui could escape from Itachi's Genjutsu that quickly, and that's because Shisui was the one who taught Itachi everything he knew about the craft of illusions. But then he saw the man's eyes, and they were indeed his clan's bloodline trait. One of the most involved Sharingans, the Mangekyo Sharingan, one he could have sworn he's seen before. Uchiha Obito, Shisui greeted coldly. Not even the Mangekyo can trace your body flicker, the man complimented. I'll remember that next time. Why were you waiting here? Shisui demanded. I was hoping for a different assortment of characters, but couldn't resist testing the 3 most promising Uchihas. The man apparently named Obito said with a slight shrug. I've got eyes and ears everywhere. You can't hide from me. Sasuke tried to remember an Obito in his family, but with the police station massacre, there were too many of his relatives listed on a large stone in the village's cemetery. He couldn't remember, but then he took in the man's appearance. He had a single eye, and that pattern was familiar because he has seen it before. But it was another person wielding it, Kakashi. Uchiha Obito must have been Kakashi's teammate, the one that supposedly died and gave him his Sharingan just before he was crushed. And because that was taboo for their family, to give away his bloodline so easily, his memory was most likely scrubbed from the Uchiha's history. You died when I was 8, Shisui stated, and the man nodded. Uchiha Obito died a long time ago, he told them, his gaze sweeping across the 3 of them. Though you can call me that if it makes it easier for you. That name means nothing to me anymore. He paused, his gaze settling back on Shisui. I'd love to stay and chat, but quite frankly, none of you are interesting enough to keep me engaged in this conversation right now. See you soon. He moved his forearm and slowly turned it downward. As his hand passed his body, it seemed to erase itself from their vision until there was nothing left of the man. Once the man was completely gone, violent coughs erupted from his brother once again. Itachi, Sasuke asked in concern, both him and Shisui moving to help. His brother waved them off, reaching into his bag and pulled out a bottle. They continued to hover as Itachi swallowed a couple of the pills, and he managed not to look totally deathly as he looked back at them. It's nothing serious. Shisui's eyebrows furrowed once again. This time he moved towards Itachi with his sleeve surrounding his fist. Sasuke watched as Shisui wiped something off his brother's lips and didn't miss the warning tone in Shisui's low voice. If you want to pass off as being perfectly healthy, Shisui said, stepping out of the cave. Make sure there's no evidence you're lying, Tachi. Sasuke wondered then just how much the people closest to him were hiding. Sakura kept the scroll a secret. Shisui saw something that royally pissed him off yesterday, and it had to be serious if he was still agitated. And Itachi just coughed up blood after using his Mangekyo Sharingan, and tried to pass it off as nothing, which meant it was something. All 3 of them, lying by omission. They were almost home. Sakura could see the gates, and she wondered about Danzo's role in this life. Itachi had told her, just before she turned time back, that he had been under the root leader's orders to massacre his family, and that he had bargained for Sasuke's life to be spared if he took the blame and kept Konoha's hands clean of the bloodshed. When she first found out, she was utterly shocked, disgusted with her home, and then pissed because that was what drove Sasuke to attack the 5 Kage summit, and then to follow Danzo and kill him on that bridge. The same bridge he tried to kill her on, and threatened Kakashi and Naruto. Danzo paid his dues in her old life, in her opinion. But in this one, she hasn't even thought about him. The Uchiha massacre didn't occur in this life. But she should have realized that the police station being attacked specifically was most likely related to Danzo. If there was still a push for a coup, Danzo would have taken action. Even if that meant hiring the Akatsuki, and she knew Obito held as much resent for his clan as he did the entire shinobi world in his old life. And quite frankly, Obito was one of the few people who could take on an entire force made up of Uchiha and come out of it unscathed. So, what was Danzo planning in this life? All of this time, she was worried about Obito and the Akatsuki, but not the threats within her own home. Sakura sensed chakra signatures behind them, and she thought she was misidentifying them because Sasuke wasn't supposed to be home so soon. She stopped and turned around, focusing on the group of figures. They seemed to be huddled together, and she knew something was wrong. She could sense the two chakra signatures clearly, but there was one that was a bit muddled, and it took her a moment to place the name to the signature. She should have known it immediately, but sensing it in broad daylight, outside and now confined in a hospital room had thrown her off. "Sakura-chan?" Naruto questioned, pausing in his own steps, and followed her gaze. "Who is it?" "Sasuke-kun and Shirai," Sakura whispered, before her breath caught in her throat. "And Itatini." She stood numbly for a moment as she tried to assess his chakra. She wasn't as great as Ino when it came to sensing chakra, or anything like Karen's abilities in her old life, but she recognized the conflicting nature of Itachi's chakra. She knew something was wrong. Sakura took off running towards the trio. Naruto called out her name before he followed her as well. "Sakura?" Sasuke asked as she skidded to a halt in front of them. Itachi was being supported by both Sasuke and Shursui. She didn't bother even responding, instead solely focused on Itachi. His skin held little color in it, and he looked almost frail between both Sasuke and Shursui. He didn't seem fully aware of everything around him either, which meant he was an idiot and took the very thing she gave him for emergencies only. Then it dawned on her that he hasn't had a treatment session with her in over 3 weeks. But he hadn't taken any strenuous missions. So what happened on this one that pushed him to his limit? Did he take a pill? She questioned immediately, looking at Sasuke, who was too surprised by the fierceness in her tone to respond. "Yes," Shursui answered, and she looked towards him. "He collapsed this morning when we were traveling." "Sakura, you knew?" Sasuke realized, and she shook her head, as if she were just asking him not to start that conversation now, and held a hand up to Itachi's forehead. "Sure," Sakura requested, and he nodded before she had to say anything else. He placed his other hand on her shoulder, and the three of them disappeared from the road. Naruto and Sasuke stared at the empty spot for a few moments before they looked at each other. "What happened to Itachi and I?" Naruto asked slowly, and Sasuke's expression was a mix of confusion and rising anger. "He's apparently sick," Sasuke said through clenched teeth. "And I get the impression it's serious." "Since when?" Naruto questioned in a concerned tone. Sakura-chan looked really worried. "She's probably known about it since it started," Sasuke said bitterly, and he closed his eyes and tried to sort through his memories. "That was the medical emergency when Shursui and I just got back. Sakura's been treating it this whole time." "Then we shouldn't worry," Naruto reassured him. "If Sakura-chan is the one taking care of Itachi, then he'll be fine, you know?" Tsunade-bachan says she's close to surpassing her in the medical field. "Have you noticed Sakura keeps a lot of secrets?" Sasuke asked in annoyance. "Yeah," Naruto answered, tapping the ground with the tip of his right foot. "But it's not like secrets she wants to keep from us, you know? It's usually because of orders and oaths, stuff like that. She knows more than she says," Sasuke said with furrowed brows. "Itachi and Shursui always know too." Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but seemed to come up with nothing to say to that. The blonde forced a chuckle and turned back towards the village. "Come on, Sasuke," Naruto said. "Tsunade-bachan needs our reports." "You don't write reports," Sasuke retorted, and Naruto grinned. "Course not," he answered, "but we've got good intel to relay." Sasuke then thought back to the Akatsuki members and their current assignments, and the apparent reveal that the masked man was Uchiha Obito. He let out a breath and nodded. "Yes, so do I." "Oh, Itachi," Sakura whispered after she set up his four. "I said emergencies only. Not wanting Shirai and Sasuke-kun worrying does not count as an emergency. It's mutated, hasn't it?" Itachi whispered, and she frowned. "Yes," she confirmed and glanced toward Shursui, who had remained silent the entire time. Even when she healed every cell individually, which took almost 3 hours to do, he hadn't uttered a single word. "It's time to tell them." "The odds?" Itachi asked, and she couldn't help the tears forming in her eyes. "At the current rate, if I don't find out how to cure it," she said in a low tone, You might be okay for 2 years, but that's if you didn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan, which you know causes an overflow of chakra. This would be so much easier to handle if I could constantly keep healing chakra around your lung tissue and blood cells. She thought longingly of her Byakugan again. If she could summon Katsuyu and just keep a mini fragment of her on Itachi at all times, that would be possible. But she didn't have her mark yet. She'd have to use the time before she could do that figuring out a cure to the disease. Perhaps she could pick Tsunade's mind again, though she wasn't sure what they would come up with that they haven't already tried to do. But for right now, Sakura said softly, trying to muster a smile, "You need to rest. This is going to put you to sleep? Okay. I'll be here when you wake up to check on you." "Thank you, Sakura-chan," Itachi whispered, and she managed a somewhat genuine smile as she slipped the needle into his skin. Within 10 seconds, Itachi was slumbering peacefully. Sakura breathed out deeply, placing a hand on her chest as she did. "Sasuke tried to kill you," Shursui said abruptly, and she turned to him in shock. "What?" she asked, and Shursui looked at her with sad eyes. "You were going to kill him to save him from himself," he continued, "because Sasuke had fallen into darkness. But you didn't get the chance when he tried to kill you with your back turned to him. And then you tried again, but couldn't. Kakashi and Naruto are the only reason you're alive." "How did you dash?" Sakura started, but Shursui shook his head, and she let the words on her lips die. "I saw parts of your past," Shursui answered, tearing his gaze from her and looking out the window. "You weren't kidding when you said this was the best hand you could be dealt, Imuto." "The scroll dash worked," Shursui confirmed, "but it worked too well. When Itachi said your blood was needed to stabilize the jutsu, we didn't anticipate that we'd also see images from your past." She moved from the bedside and leaned against the opposite wall. She looked out the window and at the bustling life of Konoha. The sun was just starting to lower itself, and the lights in the market portion of the village were beginning to light up. She never expected to be having a conversation like this with Shursui, or anyone for that matter. Not in this life. She didn't expect to unveil her own past, just the portions that were vital for this time, to help her change the outcome of this life. "What else did you see?" Sakura asked in a hushed whisper. "The brat knocked you out too," he told her in a bitter tone, "when he left the village and aligned himself with Orochimaru. Naruto promised you that he'd bring him back." "I did say we had a complicated relationship in my old life," Sakura said quietly. Sasuke-kun was so broken. He was so warped by revenge and hatred. Naruto and I really tried, but it was the fact that we got through to him that made him leave. He didn't deserve you or Naruto, Shursui stated, looking at her. She sighed. "You sound like Shikamaru," she shook her head. If there was someone outside of Team 7 that knew how much Sasuke's desertion affected her and Naruto, it was him. He said their determination and loyalty to Sasuke wasn't logical. Actually, he said they were idiots for chasing after him for so long. But that didn't deter either of them. It took the kill order for her to even question that loyalty. And even then, she was doing it because she loved him. She did it to stop him from damning himself even more, before he could thoroughly erase the kind-hearted soul she knew he was. "They call the Nara kid a genius for a reason, Imuto," Shursui told her, the slightest bits of disapproval leaking in his tone. I don't understand how you could still love him after that. I could feel those emotions in your memories. They say that the Uchiha love like no other, but I think you give our clan a run for our money. I love Sasuke so much that it hurts," Sakura confessed, acutely aware of the present tense of her words. "It's funny, actually," Shursui blinked, "that you have horrible taste in men? Huh?" Sakura looked away from the window and arched her brow. Shursui cracked a small smile, and she huffed out an amused chuckle. "No, most of the things I fell for with my old Sasuke-kun are just normal things for this one. He's just not adamant with pushing us away like my Sasuke-kun was. He loves us and doesn't fight it." Shursui frowned. "I can't even look at him right now without seeing a Chidori lighting up behind your back." "You can't blame him for that," Sakura insisted, crossing her arms. "Sasuke-kun hasn't been through all the trauma my Sasuke-kun went through. His trauma and anger doesn't excuse attempting to kill you," Shursui stated firmly, his small smile falling into a thin line. "I'm not excusing those actions," Sakura said carefully. But you saw the lowest point in Sasuke-kun's life, Sasuke and Naruto. Everything was just so complicated at that point. Obito was whispering things into his ears. Danzo had put a kill order out on him. Sasuke-kun found out the truth behind the massacre. The list goes on. He wasn't justified in his actions against Team 7 that day. I know that. But I wasn't just a victim. I went to that bridge with a poison I created specifically to kill Sasuke-kun. We both did things we regretted. She never would forgive herself for falling to that point. Her faith in Sasuke's redemption had been pushed aside for what she knew had to be done. What Shikamaru knew had to be done. She stupidly made a rash decision when all she had to do was believe in Naruto. In his determination to save Sasuke, because so long as Naruto was alive, Sasuke could still be saved. Imuto, you were trying to save him, Sasuke denied, his features scrunching together. What I said earlier about the Uchiha clan loving like no other, that's true. But the thing about loving something so deeply is that you can only hate something as much as you loved it. If Sasuke's love turned into hatred, there was essentially no way back for him. That kid feels a lot for someone who can't properly articulate those emotions into words. Sakura smiled, staring at the clouds in the sky as the hues deepened slightly. Naruto was his way back, because he did come back to us, Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto paved a road for Sasuke-kun to walk down, should he ever decide to come back. And it led him back to us, his found family. It's the reason we managed in the war for so long, because the three of us were together again. You really love them, Sasuke said softly, his features matching hers. I could feel that too. Stopping the coup when you traveled back wasn't your motivation for befriending Naruto and Sasuke early. It was for them. You're Naruto and Sasuke. And myself, Sakura added, nodding her head. It was the first change I made. And because of that, my boys aren't exactly like the ones that died protecting me. But at their cores, they're still my boys. Your love is truly something else, Sakura-chan. He shook his head, closing one of his eyes for a moment before reopening it. It's enduring and patient. This Sasuke doesn't even deserve it. I don't think anyone ever will deserve it, honestly. Shisui ni Sakura potte. I'm the one keeping things from Sasuke-kun in this life. If anything, I don't deserve him. You can't place blame onto him for actions he never committed. Besides, you're overly biased. You are my family, Imuto, Sasuke admitted with a small smile. Seeing Sasuke try to kill you, I'd be lying if I said I didn't immediately want to deck him in the face when the jutsu faded. Honestly, I still kinda do. Challenge him to a spar, Sakura suggested. It's what Sasuke-kun does whenever he wants to punch you. Sasuke actually laughed at that, the sound somehow dispelling the tense and almost depressing atmosphere that settled in the room. The little shit broke 3 of my ribs because I pointed out how much he liked you and was mad I was right. He shook his head in disbelief. It's not like everyone couldn't tell when we got back. Sakura stilled. Wait, what? Sasuke winked and waved. Gotta go report to the Hokage. Imuto, I'll be here afterwards making sure Itachi can't keep another life-threatening disease a secret from me. Sakura didn't get to respond as Sasuke vanished from her sight. She held a hand up to her forehead and groaned. So much to assess and predict, she muttered, casting a look towards Itachi. I sort of wish I could pick your brain right now, Itachi and I. But you need to rest. And she needed to find a cure for him and figure out Danzo's entire motivation in this life, and Orochimaru's apparent partnership with Obito, and what Obito was planning and how it differed from her previous life. She sighed and looked back out the window, the view at least having a slight calming effect on her jumbled thoughts. Suddenly, she knew exactly where to go to get everything organized in her mind. Sakura didn't frequently find herself atop the Hokage's stone faces, but that's where she inevitably went after leaving the hospital. She knew she should really go see Tsunade and then her parents, but she couldn't find it in her to do any of that just yet. She wanted to be alone. She needed to just think about everything so far. And it was so quiet atop the mountain. It was peaceful, serene, and undoubtedly held the best view of the village. She sat herself down and just let herself be with her thoughts. Or tried to. She didn't make it very far into that plan when she sensed someone appear maybe 10 feet behind her. Sakura. Sasuke-kun. She breathed out, her head lowering itself as she recognized the particular tone he said her name with. It seemed Sasuke wasn't the only one to end the mission upset. Itachi. Sasuke paused and took a deep breath. Is he okay? He's resting currently, Sakura told him lightly, watching the sun sink lower into the sky. Everything around them was a deep orange. It was rather breathtaking. When he's released, I'm sure he'll tell you everything. Why don't you tell me? Sasuke questioned, and this time, she could hear his irritation. Sakura frowned, even though he couldn't see her expression. Her eyes trailed the champagne clouds that had started to develop dark undertones. I took an oath, Sasuke-kun. I refuse to break it. This is not my secret to tell. You knew my brother was seriously ill, he inferred, and she didn't move a muscle. Sakura. She sighed and stood up slowly. She turned to face him, and she caught the flicker of surprise and concern on his features before his expression hardened once again. Sasuke-kun, I know this is hard, Sakura started in a quiet tone. I'm trying my best to help, okay? And I have to separate myself from this in order to do my job to the best of my ability. Is he dying? The look of absolute fear on his features and obvious worry in his tone made her pause. She desperately wished for the tears working their way into her eyes not to swell. But this was Itachi they were talking about. He had died from this disease in her old life, timed perfectly for the end of his battle with Sasuke. She had an idea on how to counteract the misfire in his system, but with the mutation. She had no idea if it would work now. She looked up at the sky and wondered if she could go back and apologize to Shikamaru for mocking his hobby. The clouds were soothing, and they helped her not totally break down into tears. Because after the last 24 hours, dealing with Orochimaru and finding out about Danzo, Itachi's illness worsening despite her incessant healing sessions, having the worst memories in her old life spoken aloud for the first time since they had happened. And now Sasuke looking at her as though she were a totally foreign person to him. Sakura just wanted to break down. But she was not a crybaby. Not in this life. Not since her Genin days in her first life. She refused to falter now. I'm researching it, she responded vaguely, reciting the oath she took when she became an official doctor. Which means you don't know how to stop it, Sasuke concluded harshly, and her gaze dropped to the ground. I'm trying, she whispered, her shoulders slumping as the survivability rate of the disease seemed to be in the spotlight in her mind. I refuse for you to lose your brother, Sasuke-kun. She could hear the trembling in her tone, and she hated it. She wasn't supposed to falter. She bit her lip, hoping the slight pain could jolt her back to her senses. Sakura refused to lose someone she considered to be family as well. Itachi was only 21 now. He was already being proposed as the next Hokage. He had put off asking Izumi to marry him because he didn't want her to become a widow immediately after. Sasuke was preparing to be the Hokage's assistant. None of that would come to fruition if she failed in the one thing she was supposed to be the best at. She didn't even realize Sasuke had moved closer to her, or that there was a fresh trail of tears running down her cheeks. Everything just felt like it was falling apart, and she was supposed to be the one who would fix it. That was the sole reason of her being here, to save everyone from the fate that had befallen their world before. And she was failing. Sasuke tapped the underside of her chin, and she closed her eyes for a moment before she looked up and caught his stare. It looked like he was trying really hard to be mad at her. There was a reluctant softness in his gaze, and his touch was gentle as her wiped her tears away. She took a deep breath, trying not to let the action drive her to complete hysterics. I believe in you, he whispered, and that completely sent the waterworks over the pathetic dam she tried to establish. She let out a strangled sob before she hid her face in her hands, terrified that he'd see right through her if she caught his stare. She didn't want him to know that she wasn't just falling apart because of Itachi. She was falling apart because she just didn't know what to do. Her life so far has been easy to manage. Things were okay, and she was almost confident of this whole time traveling thing. She had Sasuke, Itachi, and Tsunade behind her to help. They were some of the brightest minds in the world, and she had them supporting her and helping her. But everything went downhill so quickly at this point in her old life. Asuma died. Konoha was destroyed. Danzo temporarily became Hokage. Sasuke tried to kill her. She tried to kill him. And then the war. where everyone she loved died. Her boys falling for a stupid trap because Madara was smart enough to use her as the bait. Not having enough chakra to trade her life for Naruto's. Sasuke using the last of his chakra to save her from the Genjutsu. Being alone for weeks before Itachi approached her and gave her this second chance. Sasuke stood before her hesitantly, before he tentatively drew her closer to him. She wondered how awkward he felt. He always hated being touched in her old life and was never usually the one to initiate things like hugs. But she didn't care. She drew her hands away from her face and wrapped them around his body, sobbing into his shirt as everything just hit her. She vaguely felt his cheek rest against the top of her head, and she remembered that this Sasuke still had yet to gain the height she was met with when the war started. She wondered how long she was bottling this pent-up frustration within her, because by the time she opened her eyes, the sky had darkened immensely, the golden hues now replaced with midnight blues fading into the onyx color she always associated with Sasuke's eyes. The color her old one had before the war, the one the Sasuke still holding her had. "Sakura," he said softly as she pulled away. "What aren't you saying?" She sniffled, wiping her face before Sasuke could do it for her and send her into hysterics again. "A lot." "Then say it," he told her, and she stubbornly shook her head. "How can we have your back if you refuse to let us in?" Sakura sucked in a deep breath and closed her eyes as she processed his words. In this time, she was the reluctant one. She was the one keeping things from her boys, the one who refused to fall back onto them. And she wanted to tell him, she desperately did, but she had no idea how the consequences would play out. She hasn't even figured out how Sasuke's presence at this stage would change the outcomes of Team 7's missions or their training. Naruto trained and learned wind style after they got back from Orochimaru's hideout, because it had been evident Sasuke was much more powerful than him. But now, what would Naruto's motivation be? He wasn't striving to bring Sasuke back. How did the absence of that motivation affect her best friend? In his progress? She hasn't even properly thought out those things yet. She couldn't add another thing to worry about to the pile. Not now. Once things changed enough to the point where any past knowledge was useless and wouldn't hurt this time, then she would tell them. But she couldn't now, not when the time was so delicate. Tsunade also warned her about telling anyone anything more than she had to. Her master had yet to give her reason to doubt her words. "Sure Sway and Itachi know," he stated, confusion leaking into his tone. "I don't understand why you can't tell me, at the very least. Naruto's an idiot. He's unpredictable," she mumbled and opened her eyes. "I didn't tell them. Itachi and I figured it out, and he tells Sasuke practically everything." "I thought we told each other everything," Sasuke admitted. "You're always saying that we're a family and that we have each other's backs. We can't do that with secrets blocking the way." "But am I the only one with secrets?" Sakura asked in a hushed tone, almost regretting her words as they came out. "I'm not an idiot, Sasuke-kun. I don't know all the inner workings of clans, but I know enough." Sasuke stilled at her words and let her take a step back. Space was good. Space made it easier not to spill things that could have drastic consequences if she didn't think them through first. And she was in no way, shape, or form in the right mindset to determine if she should tell Sasuke that she had traveled back in time because he and Naruto had died, and she had no purpose in living until Itachi found her. "I know that the assessment or whatever isn't just for images and politics," she admitted and didn't dare continue. That was an entirely different conversation they needed to have, and she just didn't have the emotional capacity for that today. And if she couldn't handle it, she was sure Sasuke couldn't either. Sasuke stayed silent, and she knew that was his default reaction to things he didn't know how to respond to. "I'm not going to ask you to explain," Sakura said slowly. "I understand, sort of. I just need you to understand that everything that I'm doing, the secrets, the things I don't say, and the fact that Shirsu and I and Itachi and I know, they're all for you. For you and Naruto." Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, probably that she was insane or something, but she cut him off and continued. "Sasuke-kun, everything I do is for you too. It doesn't make sense, I know that, but I refuse to let you two. I refuse to let you two get hurt. For us," Sasuke repeated doubtedly. "Naruto is the hope for the shinobi world," Sakura told him, not afraid of revealing that in the least bit. "You know that." He's not like the rest of us. He's the key to the future Itachi and Sasuke and I have been working towards their entire lives. He's the key to peace. Sasuke grudgingly agreed, but still didn't look convinced. And you, Sasuke, she whispered, placing her hand on her heart, and took a deep breath. You're everything to me. Her fingers clenched the fabric of her shirt, and she wondered how it still hurt this much. It actually hurts, not just the fact that I know you don't fully trust me anymore, but because I love you so much that it physically pains me to keep these things from you. But I can't, and it's because I'm doing all of this for you too. Sakura didn't get to see the way Sasuke reacted to her words the first time she confessed to him. He had been leaving the village, and her vision was swarming with tears. She just knew her voice stopped him in his tracks and that she had his attention. She knew he heard every word, and when he called her annoying, she saw everything he couldn't tell her. But this time, she saw his reaction. She wondered if it was the same expression. This shocked vulnerability that made it hard for her to even continue speaking. Because he looked so confused and completely caught off guard, like he didn't know how to respond to it. His eyes were wide and solely trained on her. Why? For a second, Sakura wasn't too sure how to respond. But then she smiled gently. Because of who you are at your core, Sasuke-kun, there will never be a time where I don't love you. No, he said in a strangled whisper, hurt flashing across his features now. Why won't you trust someone you love? Not yet, she shook her head. There's still too many variables. What does that even mean? He asked, the slightest sliver of desperation leaking into his tone. Sakura opened her mouth, but shut it once she realized how everything that she could possibly say wasn't good enough. She decided to just shake her head and willed herself not to cry again. Sasuke watched her for a few more moments before his eyes narrowed and his hardened demeanor returned. He disappeared from her sight, and suddenly she was alone atop the mountain. And because life loved to mess with her, she found that being alone was the very last thing she wanted now. When she arrived, it was all she wanted, but now she just couldn't stand to be on her own. She slowly sat down and looked up. She didn't move from that spot for a very long time. The sky had darkened immensely and stars were shining through the sky, all of the clouds from the day seemingly gone. She watched the moon and remembered the way it had looked after the Genjutsu was cast. She didn't feel nearly as hollow as she had underneath that moon, but she did feel numb under its reflected light now. Team was brooding more than usual, so I figured I would come find you, a soft voice said, and she felt him plop down next to her. Are you mad at me, Naruto? She asked quietly. I hate liars, Sakura-chan. Naruto told her, and she felt tears start streaming down her face again. I know, she said, her words barely audible. She saw the moment he first said that to her flash before her eyes, and she always wanted her old Naruto to understand that she hadn't been lying. Though, she regretted how it all went down. She made too many mistakes regarding her boys that day. But you aren't really lying, Naruto continued, throwing an arm around her and pulling her tightly into his side. You're not telling us things because you can't, right? It's not really that simple. I don't like it, but I'm not gonna condemn you for it. You've always been really smart about stuff. I'm sure you'll tell us when you can. Naruto, she managed to say in a relatively stable tone. I promise that everything I'm doing, it's for you and Sasuke-kun. It's always going to be you too. Naruto leaned his head against hers. I never doubted that for a second, Sakura-chan. She sniffled again and let out a light chuckle. Thank you, Naruto, for always being there for me, in this life and her last. Say, you think when I become Hokage, we can celebrate by coming up here with ramen and sit atop my head? Naruto asked, patting his hand on the stone underneath them. Gramps is cool and all, but next time you cry up here, it better be tears of joy because I'm Hokage. Sakura laughed and thanked him internally for being so him. Sure, Naruto. Happy tears and ramen for when your face is carved into the mountain. We can do that. You're the best, Sakura-chan. Sasuke suddenly appeared in his room. Let's go, Squirt. What do you want? Sasuke asked in a short tone, sitting up in his bed. I'll let you brood for 2 days, Sasuke answered, walking over and used a single finger to flick his forehead. We're going on a trip. No, Sasuke denied, thinking about his brother who had just gotten cleared and arrived home this morning with Sasuke. Itachi just got home. His brother finally explained everything. His mother was in tears when he told them that if there was no way to counteract the disease, he would most likely die within 2 years at best. His father had looked so thoroughly shocked and didn't seem to know what to say. Sasuke felt the same, especially when his brother said that it had started a little over 2 years ago. His brother had kept a life-threatening disease a secret for over 2 years. Sakura as well, and Izumi, but Sasuke didn't exactly count her. His brother was practically engaged to Izumi. It was naturally told her because they were trying to plan a future together. There would be no future if he didn't live long enough. His mother and father seemed to have relaxed slightly when Itachi informed them that Sakura was the one taking care of him. And if he wasn't completely confused and exhausted when it came to her, he would share that feeling. Because Sakura was a genius. He's known it since they were genin, and she aced a test she wasn't supposed to be able to complete without cheating. He knew Sakura would find a way. That's just how stubborn she was. Sakura-chan discharged him and had Tsunade take him off the active missions list. Shisui told him, and Sasuke didn't hide his frown. "We've got something to do." "Like what?" Sasuke asked, and his cousin grinned wickedly. "Power assessment time, squirt," he said, which got Sasuke up immediately. They haven't had one of those since the last week of their long mission. And if he was being honest with himself, punching Shisui sounded like the best way to get out all his frustration with everything that's been happening. "Why now?" "I've wanted to deck you in the face for a few days," Shisui shrugged. Sakura-chan suggested a spar. "I think a power assessment fits the bill a bit better." Sasuke scowled. "What did I do? Do you want the chance to punch me or not, squirt?" Shisui questioned, and Sasuke held back any more comments and nodded. "Nice, the feeling is mutual. We're heading out to scout an Akatsuki movement too. There's been activity?" Sasuke asked, and his cousin nodded. "There's a few teams heading out tomorrow to track down a member that's known to frequent the Hitman market," Shisui explained. "Jiraiya-san is heading to the Hidden Rain. We're going to try to track down Obito and his partner Kisame." "Just us?" Shisui grinned. "You should be honored. Not sending anyone with us to replace Tachi means they've acknowledged your skills." "I'm surprised they didn't add Kakashi to the team," Sasuke said, thinking back to his reaction when he found out his old teammate was not only alive, but the one that had decimated Konoha's police force. Sasuke hadn't seen the silver-haired man look so devastated in his entire life. He honestly wasn't sure the man could feel emotions like that. "Nah, Naruto got all jealous that you and the Nara kid were being sent out to track the Akatsuki," Shisui explained and shook his head in exasperation. "He's recruited Kakashi-senpai now that he's out of the hospital to help him create a powerful enough jutsu that'll convince the higher-ups that he'll be too strong for any of the Akatsuki members to capture him. Kakashi-senpai and Yamato-senpai are overseeing his training to ensure the Kyuubi doesn't make any unwanted appearances." "Shikamaru?" Sasuke inferred, and Shisui shrugged. "He's not the most offensive player, but he's brilliant," Shisui told him. "He did help Sakura-chan create that Jinjutsu. He's going with his sensei, Kotetsu, and Izumo." Sasuke's expression darkened at the thought of that scroll. Shisui looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "Sakura-chan has locked herself up in her office at the hospital. Just so you know," Shisui informed him, with a hint of a knowing tone. He smiled innocently when Sasuke glared at him. "We're going to be gone for about a month, squirt. We meet at Tsunade-sama's office in an hour. Wear your Chunin vest." "Why?" "Because you're not a genin." Shisui answered as if it were obvious, but Sasuke's eyes narrowed even further at his cousin. "You want a match, don't you?" "We won't be in the land of fire, twerp," Shisui rolled his eyes. "You're supposed to wear your vest." Sasuke gave him a blank stare, and Shisui conceded. "I already miss Tachi being my partner. You're no fun." His cousin stepped back and saluted him with a grin that made Sasuke wish he could just punch him right then and there. "Hokage Tower in an hour, squirt. Don't be late." With that, his cousin vanished from his room. Sasuke frowned at the spot where Shisui was just staying and then closed his eyes. An entire month out of the village. That felt like the perfect thing for him at this point. Maybe he'd be able to really think everything through. Itachi, Sakura. Maybe he could get Shisui to tell him whatever got him so worked up. Though now he got the impression it was him that pissed Shisui off. But what did he do? Nothing. At least, nothing that he could think of. Sasuke let out an exasperated sigh before he started packing his bag and put on his vest. He had people to see before he left, after all. His mother wasn't happy with the news that he and Sasuke were leaving. Of course, she didn't say she was unhappy that he was leaving for a month, but he saw through her forced smile. And Sasuke felt absolutely horrible leaving right now. He knew his mother was already terrified for Itachi's life. The added stress of him not being home for a month didn't help her. But then she handed him a bento and said it was for Sakura. Apparently, she was getting Sasuke to deliver bentos to Naruto's entire group. Sasuke saw right through his mother's meddling, but took the boxed lunch without complaint. His father was home and told him to come back safely, which is how Sasuke knew his father was feeling something similar to his mother's emotions. Itachi, Sasuke called out and was surprised when his door slid out of the way almost immediately. Seeing his reaction, Itachi let out a breath of air. I can still open doors, Sasuke. I'm not bedridden. You were 2 days ago, Sasuke pointed out, but Itachi didn't seem fazed. Sakura-chan only discharges me if she doesn't fear I'll collapse if I try to move about my day, Itachi told him, moving past him to sit on the wooden ledge. Sasuke told me you two are going after Obito. It won't be an easy task. Eyes and ears everywhere, Sasuke remembered grimly. He sat down next to his brother. I know. Be smart, Sasuke, Itachi said seriously. Obito is a dangerous enemy. I'll be careful, Sasuke promised, and his brother smiled. You're going to see Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan before you leave, right? Itachi asked, and when Sasuke glanced up at the sky, his brother sighed. Do not be upset with Sakura-chan because she is doing her duty. I'm not upset, Sasuke immediately countered, looking at his brother. Itachi merely raised an eyebrow. If this is how you behave normally, I'd be a bit afraid to see you upset. Sasuke took a deep breath. I'm not thrilled, okay? Would you expect me to be? No, perhaps not, Itachi said thoughtfully. But you shouldn't be unhappy with her because she didn't reveal my secret. Sasuke frowned and looked up at the sky once again. I'm not really mad about that anymore. Sakura, I saw how devastated she was after she healed you. It's just, she keeps other things under wraps too, and she's just piling everything on her shoulders and refuses to let me help her. Are you upset she won't tell you, or that it's hurting her and you don't know how to help? Itachi asked in a soft tone, and Sasuke's features scrunched together. I don't know, Sasuke admitted. I just don't understand. You and Sasuke know. Don't even bother trying to say you don't. I'm not a genius like you three, but I'm not an idiot. You three always seem to be in tune with each other. I had no intention of denying it, Itachi said calmly. Sakura-chan just needs you to be there for her, Sasuke. Let her do her duty. I already said that I wasn't mad about Dash. Sasuke paused and really thought about his brother's words. She's on a mission? A life mission, it seems, Itachi responded with a small smile. To keep you and Naruto-kun safe. You'll understand when she inevitably explains it all to you. Sasuke shook his head and looked at his brother. Itachi, you just made everything so much more confusing. Did I? He asked innocently, his smile growing before he raised 2 fingers and tapped his forehead. Say hello to both of them for me. Sasuke grumbled and rubbed his forehead, but eventually got up. I'll see you when I get back. Don't strain yourself. As if mother would allow me to, Itachi responded with a small wave. Sasuke smiled at the thought. At least his mother would be too busy fussing over Itachi to worry herself to death over him. Sasuke saw Naruto first, he was met with hundreds of clones in a field. Sasuke didn't really care to find the original, so he walked up to the nearest copy of his idiotic best friend. This is training? Sasuke questioned when he saw the leaf in his idiot best friend's hands. I'm learning wind style, Naruto's clone informed in a matter-of-fact tone. He glared at the leaf in his hands. It just won't tear. I swear if Kaka-sensei is messing with me, whatever. You're leaving already? I have to see Tsunade in 20 minutes, Sasuke answered with a nod. Figured I'd come by and make sure you were actually training. PFT, you came by because you know you'll miss me, Naruto laughed. When you do get back, I want to spar. A real one. You're on, Sasuke replied immediately. That is, if you can beat a simple leaf. If you can't, I'm not going to waste my time. Naruto's clone stuck his tongue out and mumbled that tearing a leaf wasn't all that easy. Sasuke moved to leave, but was stopped when the blonde continued to speak. Are you going to see Sakura-chan before you go? Naruto asked, and when Sasuke's eyes dropped to the ground, his best friend punched his shoulder. Don't punch me back yet. Naruto held up his hands in defense, the leaf falling from his grasp. I'm a clone, so I'm not invincible. Man, you're usually smarter than this, so I guess you're still brooding about Sakura-chan. See her so you aren't all whacked in the head before you leave. Can I punch you now? Sasuke asked, and Naruto put a hand underneath his chin. I can't think of anything else I wanted to say. He thought aloud and then pulled his hand away and stood up straight. Yeah, you can punch me. I give you permission. I don't need your permission. You just asked Dash. Sasuke punched his clone in the face and watched it dissipate midair from the hit. While it wasn't nearly as fulfilling as actually hitting his idiotic best friend during a spar, it was rather satisfying. He looked at the sea of clones and rolled his eyes when he heard a victorious shout that there was a tear in his leaf. Idiot, Sasuke muttered, and then disappeared from the field. Sasuke didn't really know what he'd say to Sakura. He just didn't know how to act right now, because he was upset with her, more so than he was when he first appeared atop the Hokage stone faces. But then he saw her face, and she really did look devastated. How was he supposed to be upset with her if she was clearly more upset with herself? His entire plan of confronting Sakura about everything went sideways when she broke down. He was more upset at the fact that she was obviously struggling and refusing to let anyone besides Shursui and Itachi support her. Sasuke wasn't a genius on the scale of his brother and cousin. Honestly, no one besides Shikamaru could even be considered at their level. Sakura was a genius too, and he's known that she was smarter on the field since they were kids. She strategized as if she had been through a war herself, though he figured that was a result of her playing shogi with 3 of the smartest shinobi in the village. Sasuke didn't like shogi. He preferred the learning experience to be on the field. But he couldn't argue against using the game as a strategy training method. If anyone were to question it, there were 4 extremely capable strategists to assuage their concerns. And how was he supposed to respond to the fact that she apparently loves him? He didn't even think she was interested in him, let alone feeling emotions she could label as love. Sakura has always wore her heart out on her sleeve, and he didn't even think that she returned his feelings. Sasuke should have talked to his mother. He didn't know what to say to her. This was entirely out of his realm of expertise. When he arrived in her office, not even bothering to knock, he was greeted with a sight of Sakura sitting cross-legged on the ground, scrolls and textbooks strewn across the ground. She had a vial in hand and seemed to be reading something next to the open scroll in front of her. Sure thing, I already told you that I'm going to be fine, Sakura grumbled, not even bothering to look up as she squinted at the scroll. But when he didn't say anything, he saw her eyes widen and she quickly looked up at him. Sasuke, she whispered, and for a few moments there was just silence between them. Then she looked around and managed a nervous smile. You're getting better at that. Though, Shursui is the only one who has the audacity to come into my office without knocking. Sasuke didn't seem to have the energy to smile back, so he carefully walked over and set the bento down on her desk. I know you're leaving for about a month, she continued, looking down at the vial in her hand. Be safe. Sasuke nodded and actually took in her appearance. She looked utterly exhausted, and there were bags under her eyes as she inspected the vials in her hand. He knew from past experiences that she would overwork herself, but he was normally there to drag her to the compound for dinner. He hasn't seen her for 2 days, and he doubted Naruto has come to check up on her if he was training. The idiot had a one-track mind like that. Both of his teammates did. Get some sleep, Sasuke finally said. You look exhausted. Shursui said the same thing, Sakura replied in a light tone. But I've got an idea, and I'm trying to work out the kinks before I bring it to the lab. You look terrible, Sakura, Sasuke told her, watching her as she fought to keep the small smile off her features. Get some sleep. You always did have such a way with words, she said quietly, her gaze falling from him and to the scrolls around her. Naruto is coming by later tonight. We made a pact to just crash together when Yamato Taisha needs a break. That sounds like a horrible idea, Sasuke responded, wondering which of his idiotic teammates brought up that idea. Sakura shrugged. It works for us. Sasuke rolled his eyes and remained silent. Before he could even think of an adequate way to say goodbye, because the word itself no longer seemed to be appropriate, he was saved by knocking on her door. Sakura called for them to come in and smiled when the Nara heir walked in. Someone who uses doors, Sakura greeted cheerfully, glancing at Sasuke before smiling at Shikamaru. What do you need, Shikamaru? Have to run things by you, he replied, sending a pointed look Sasuke's way. It's a drag, but I'm heading out tomorrow and have to finalize everything today. Sakura nodded and turned her attention back to him. We'll be fine, Sasuke-kun. Don't worry about any of us. Sasuke gave her one last look before he gave a curt nod in Shikamaru's direction. Good luck to you too, Shikamaru said, and Sasuke disappeared from the room. He headed for the Hokage's tower and vaguely noticed that while he was still irked, he felt a bit better. Almost like everything had leveled itself out to a point where he could manage it. For a month, at the very least. To his horror, Sasuke wondered if Naruto was right. Maybe his head was whacked. And maybe seeing Sakura and not leaving with the emotional mess as their last encounter did help. Sasuke felt sick at the thought. Emotions, he thought scathingly, were easier when I didn't understand them. But then he thought to the moment when Sakura said that she loved him. And maybe, just maybe, emotions weren't all that bad either. And maybe when he came back, she would tell him everything that's been going on. Maybe. I heard the scroll worked from Tsunade-sama, Shikamaru said after he activated a seal around the office. Sakura hummed, pouring a small bit of the blood from the vial onto the scroll. She then took a dropper and carefully let a drop or two of the mixture fall onto the blood. When it just sat there atop of it, the two substances not even reacting, Sakura groaned and frowned. What are you doing? Shikamaru asked, and she waved him off. Just trying to rewrite the laws of human anatomy, it seems, she said bitterly and took this as a moment to get up. She'd need to prepare the next batch of the serum she was working on anyway. I assume you figured it out? There's no reason your blood would be needed specifically unless there was something in it, Shikamaru said in a bored tone, scratching the back of his head. I don't really know how it's possible, but apparently it is. If it helps, it's because of my chakra structure impact on my blood, Sakura explained, thinking back to the revelation Itachi had. He had pointed out the very thing Sakura was hoping to manipulate with the Genjutsu. And since it was past memories they were hoping to see through a person's chakra system, Itachi concluded that hers could serve as the link between it. Once he made that connection, Sakura figured out the parameters needed for the Genjutsu, and thus, the prototype was created. I guess that makes more sense, Shikamaru admitted. I probably shouldn't ask, but how different is it? Not at all. Yet completely, Sakura answered honestly. I'm sort of stuck right now. A lot you could change? Shikamaru inquired, and she nodded. But without any sound reasoning as to how I know. Sakura trailed off, stretching her arms. If anyone figures it out, you'll be a target, Shikamaru concluded, and she nodded. As of right now, there's only 4 people who know, and it's because you all figured it out on your own, Sakura told him, holding up fingers as she counted them. You, Tsunade-sama, Itachi and II, and Shirsu and II. Shikamaru looked marginally shocked. Sasuke and Naruto don't know? She shook her head. No, and I want to keep it that way until time isn't so delicate. No wonder I've always thought your team was odd, Shikamaru sighed. I just came here to see if I was insane, but I have to go get packed. You're not insane yet, Sakura said playfully and watched as he turned to leave. Shikamaru don't say anything, he warned, turning back just enough to look at her. To Naruto and Sasuke. They're too attached to you to properly act. And for me, you don't have to change everyone's fates, Sakura. That's why I'm here, she argued, thinking back to how devastated Shikamaru was when Asuma died. I'm here to change the outcome of this world. Knowing the future is a dangerous game, Sakura, Shikamaru told her seriously. You aren't just here to change the outcome of the world. This is your life. Remember to live it too. He shrugged then and gave her a half smile. Besides, knowing what move the other player makes is troublesome. Sure, you can play the right strategy and everyone goes home, but it's more likely that you'll make things worse. Do you ever not talk in shogi terms? Sakura teased and Shikamaru grunted, though it sounded suspiciously like a laugh. Maybe it'll help you get better at it, Shikamaru said. Because you suck at shogi. Sakura breathed in sharply. His words in this voice and that tone were far too reminiscent of her old life. And for a moment, she saw it before her. You suck at shogi, Shikamaru told her, taking yet another one of her pieces. I'm above average, she defended, moving a piece, and when Shikamaru acted immediately, she groaned. You're just ridiculously good at this. You last longer than a Soma does, at least, he said, watching her cautiously move a piece. He had to wait a few moments before acting. And you're at least patient enough to play the game. How many times have you bought a new board because Temari blew away all the pieces? She asked, holding back her laughter when Shikamaru's frown deepened. She moved another piece, knowing she was totally done for. This is my 5th board this year, he admitted, ending the game with his next move. Checkmate. The scene before her was torn away, and she watched Temari force Madara back with her wind, making him land exactly where Shikamaru's shadow was waiting for him. It locked on, creating a single beat of relief before Madara grinned wickedly. You think this can hold me? He asked mockingly, shooting upwards as the shadow strangle possession failed. He went directly for Temari, who was too slow on her own to evade Madara's attack. Shadows wrapped around her body, tugging her to the side, and just barely escaped a hit that would have probably killed her. Shikamaru pulled Temari behind him, standing with such a strong conviction, Sakura almost didn't recognize him. She wasn't fast enough to get to them, though she was desperately trying. Naruto and Sasuke were dealing with another Madara, whatever that meant, and she busied herself transporting their forces and healing them when she saw who Madara was targeting now. She saw Madara appear behind Temari, and she started to yell out the girl's name, though she knew it was in vain. That's when she saw her friends switch places, the sword driving itself through Shikamaru's heart instead of Temari's. Sakura screamed his name, and Temari stood numbly as Madara took his sword back. Shikamaru fell to the ground. His death won't be in vain, Madara told Temari, flicking his sword to the side, causing a red splatter to decorate the ground below them. For today, at least. Madara disappeared, and that's when she heard a deep voice whisper the name of their fallen friend. Sakura's heart went out for him when she processed that he was the only one left from Team 10. Choji broke out of his shock, running towards the pair. Shikamaru. Sakura ran too, dropping to her knees as Temari's legs gave out from underneath her. Why did he choose now to stop being lazy? Temari asked, her gaze never leaving Shikamaru. The idiot. He chose to save someone he loves, Sakura managed to say, both Temari and Choji looking up at her. It's what any of us would have done, right? There were tears streaming down all of their faces at this point. None of them caring that this was war, and they were mourning their friend. There would be no other time to do so. At this point, they all understand that. There was no future for their world, but they'd fight until their last breath. Not for themselves or even for everyone else. They'd fight to keep their loved ones alive. Did you suck at shogi then too? Shikamaru asked, watching her in concern. She laughed then, a bit forced as she tried not to let the tears build in her eyes. It was a weak reassurance, but she tried anyway. You're just ridiculously good at it. Shikamaru smiled before he went to leave the second time. Sakura couldn't resist stopping him once again. A hint at least? That's playing dirty, Shikamaru said, his back facing her. She could see him tossing the idea in his head before he continued. Something obvious that I can conclude within 30 seconds of battling them. That's it. They won't die easily, Sakura responded immediately, hoping this prior knowledge would at least help their chances. Shikamaru shook his head and held up a hand as he opened his door. We'll play a game when I get back. Sakura wished him luck, and once she was alone again, she looked at the scrolls around her. She tilted her head and looked around her. Sakura knew it was theoretically possible to rewrite someone's cells. After all, it happened with hers. While she didn't want to change them so drastically, she just wanted to erase the misfires in Itachi's system altogether at this point. She hadn't been able to stop them in the moment, and she wouldn't be able to unless she awakened her seal and used Katsuyu to heal him constantly. So she could try her hand at rewriting his cells, as slim of a chance that it would be successful. Her other alternative was to let Itachi die, which was not an option. Sakura didn't care that this was a fatal disease in her old life. She would be damned if she didn't save Itachi. She could figure this out. She had to. Maybe, she said to herself. Maybe not. Then she sighed and looked at her clock. She wondered when time started to speed up again before she ultimately immersed herself back into the theory of genetic and neural editing. I thought you said we would be doing a power assessment, Sasuke commented as they moved through the trees. His cousin looked at him and raised a single eyebrow. Do you think it's smart for us to have a powwow before we track down an Akatsuki member that also happens to be an Uchiha? Not to mention his fishy-looking partner. I guess that's at least a decent excuse as to why I can't punch you, Sasuke admitted, causing his cousin to shake his head and look up at the leaves as they jumped from branch to branch. Is this what having a little brother is actually like? Shursui asked, and from his tone, Sasuke figured he didn't have a say in it. I think I've been spoiled with Tachi. You're a downright menace. Sasuke's lips fell into a flat line and glared at his cousin. Apparently sensing his annoyance, Shursui spared him a glance and grinned. It's okay, Squirt. Diverse personalities among a family is healthy. What did I even do to piss you off? Sasuke questioned, watching his cousin's playful grin fall into a grim frown. Trust me, Shursui said seriously. You don't want to know. Yes, I do. Sasuke immediately countered back, but his cousin shook his head. No, you don't. Shursui insisted, and this time his stare held something almost akin to pity in it. When I tell you that you don't want to know, Squirt, you need to trust me. Being pissed at you is really just an outlet for my anger because I can't actually punch the jerk. And if I'm irrationally mad about it, there's no telling what you'll do. What's that supposed to mean? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow. It means you're a fragile, emotional mess. Shursui snorted, a knowing smile now playing at his lips. Don't think I don't know about you and Sakura-chan having a lover spat. I know you both enough to put two and two together without anyone saying anything. Sasuke remained silent. He knew that anything he said would confirm his nosy cousin's suspicions. And truthfully, his entire family understood that he and Sakura could be labeled as complicated currently. He didn't need Shursui of all people to tell him that he and Sakura were not seeing eye to eye right now. He knew that perfectly well on his own. Where are we going? Sasuke decided to ask, knowing his cousin would continue with this conversation until forced to think about their actual mission. Earth Country, Shursui answered. I saw that Kisame was assigned the responsibility of capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and he supposedly left IWA but has been sighted in some of the nearby villages. IWA can't stand Konoha, Sasuke pointed out, and Shursui nodded. Hence the two-man team, he explained. We're treating this like a stealth mission once we leave the Land of Fire. Any IWA shinobi that spot us unannounced could be the perfect ammunition to spark an unnecessary war. And we're two of the fastest shinobi that can't be traced, Sasuke added, glancing at his cousin. I've also got the ability to disable anyone that comes within a 250-yard radius of us, Shursui noted. They can suspect us, but we'll be too far gone by the time they get out of my Genjutsu. Even the Tsuchikage won't start a war for that. Sounds like asking for trouble, Sasuke said, and his cousin shrugged. We're hunting down the Akatsuki, Squirt. Of course it's asking for trouble. Sakura couldn't help but feel like a failure. Asuma had still died on the mission, though from the bits that Shikamaru managed to tell both her and Naruto, it happened differently. She was never really close with Team Ten-sensei. In fact, she was pretty sure in her old life the man used her name as an incentive for Ino to get stronger. But that was the extent of it. Sakura knew how much Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji all looked up to him, as well as Konohamaru. And Kurenai was pregnant with their child. Asuma was still killed in hiding, and to her, the way it happened didn't even matter. He still died. Team 10 lost their sensei. His child would never know their father. Even though the details have been different, it still happened. Though, Shikamaru got his revenge and stepped up just as he had in her old life. Naruto developed that ridiculous jutsu that would literally destroy his arm until he mastered Sage Mode, which ultimately brought them to the news they got last week. Jiraiya had gone to aim around the same time Sasuke and Shursui left. His messenger frog appeared a week ago. Jiraiya was still killed as well. And this This she couldn't help but feel personally responsible for. "Jiraiya, please let Sakura speak to you," Tsunade requested, but he shook his head. "Don't tell me you've grown soft, Tsunade," he teased, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. "You'd reveal something as top secret as that just to change my fate. I'd think you felt something for me if that were the case. But it's not, right?" "Jiraiya-san, please," Sakura implored. "I don't even know the full details, just a thing you learn. It could change everything." "That's all I need to know, then," Jiraiya said, sighing before he opened his eyes to look at the two. "My life is not one that is worth risking the fate of this reality for. Can you say for certain that changing this will result in a better future?" "Not for certain, no," Sakura admitted, but continued when Jiraiya unfolded his arms as if to emphasize his point. "But it could save our home, Jiraiya-san. Think of Naruto." "I am," Jiraiya said, his gaze hardening. "I believe Naruto is the child of prophecy. He's learned all he will from me. My role is complete. Let me do what I need to do to protect this village." "You don't want to take the chance that this could endanger everyone further," Tsunade said in a controlled tone, though she struggled to keep it even as she continued. "But we have an advantage here, Jiraiya. We know the outcome and how it will endanger the village. You're saying that isn't sufficient enough reason to change it." "I'm saying that I don't want my fate to be any different than it was always meant to be," Jiraiya told them calmly. "Besides, I can already read the situation well enough. Who's to say that won't be enough to change it? You both worry too much. Sakura-chan, you're even more emotional than Tsunade, so don't let that interfere with your duty to this village." "Right now, you're the one interfering with my duty to this village," Sakura responded harshly. "I'm trying to save Naruto." She took a deep breath and willed herself not to think of Naruto when they found out about Jiraiya in her old life. "Naruto is the most important person in this world. All three of us know this. I'm trying to save my best friend from going through what he did. Did he not come out stronger?" Jiraiya asked, and Sakura opened her mouth, but then closed it. Naruto had come out stronger, because that was who he was as a person. He would come out on top of almost everything this world threw at them. Every obstacle, every loss, and every enemy he would encounter shaped him into the beloved person she held so dearly to her heart. Sometimes, the pain of loss is a better teacher than any lesson someone living could give, Jiraiya said wisely. "That is all I have left to give Naruto. He'll be just fine. He has the rest of Team 7. He has you and Tsunade. Hell, he even has the Uchiha clan behind him. He's gonna grow stronger than me soon. Might as well make an exit and be known as a legend." "That sounds like a great ending, actually." "Oh, but I won't have the time to write this story, huh?" Throughout the entire conversation, this was the only portion that actually made him look regretful. "Such a shame," he shook his head. "You'll have to tell my tale to the Academy kids, Tsunade. Consider it my last request." "You," Tsunade started, biting her lip as she focused on one of her childhood best friends. Sakura imagined it was similar to how she felt about Naruto. "You coward. You took up training Naruto, and now you're just done. You're going to choose to keep your fate the same despite the fact that we can change it. You always did know me best, Tsunade," Jiraiya said softly, and in that moment, Sakura felt as though she was intruding on something. She knew Jiraiya loved Tsunade. Naruto had told her in her old life, and though Tsunade never voiced it, Sakura knew her master loved Jiraiya as well. She had just closed off her heart after Dan. Sakura understood her master more than anyone would ever know. And watching them now, Sakura couldn't help but see her and her idiotic best friend during the war. How her best friend died despite her attempts to keep his heart beating. But without Kurama, Naruto would never be able to wake up again. And he never did in her old life. "I'll forbid you to go," Tsunade whispered, and Jiraiya grinned. "Like I cater to village rules," he told her. "Bet against me. You never win." Jiraiya dash. "Tsunade, I'm going." Maybe if she had just blurted it out, she could have changed his fate. But as it was, they were left with a coded message and a broken Naruto. Sakura couldn't find him for the majority of the night. She searched most of the village and his known haunts, but it wasn't until Irika passed her that he informed her of where Naruto was. In her old life, Sakura never managed to cross paths with Irika. She had searched for Naruto, but never found him. She found Shizen and took care of Tsunade. But in this life, Sakura was determined to find her best friend. She couldn't help but feel completely responsible for Jiraiya's death. And when she saw him on that bench, with fresh tears streaming down his face and falling into a puddle of what looked like a melted popsicle, Sakura couldn't help the tears in her own eyes. "Naruto," she whispered, coming up to him and knelt on the ground, careful to avoid the puddle that was definitely a melted orange popsicle. He didn't even acknowledge her, keeping his stare on the ground, and the tears in her eyes started to fall as she saw his heartbroken state. "Mikoto and Itachi are worried about you," Sakura told him, watching him for a moment before she continued. "I'm worried too." Naruto shook his head, and somehow, Sakura understood. "Can I sit with you then?" When Naruto didn't say anything against that, she stood up and sat on the bench next to her best friend. She took both of his hands in hers and leaned her head onto his shoulder. He gripped her hands tightly as his sobs began to choke up in his throat. Sakura let her tears fall silently onto their laps and wondered how she just never could seem to save Naruto from his pain. Her best friend was there for her no matter what, in both of the lives she's led, and this seemed to be the best she could manage for him. After a while, Sakura managed to coax Naruto into going to the Uchiha compound with her, and the two spent the night in Sasuke's room, sprawled out on sheets they stole from his bed, despite the absence of their teammate. They did this exact thing as kids, almost always complaining that the hard floor wasn't comfortable, but also refusing to sleep in separate rooms so they could all have their own bed. Sasuke would probably be incredibly annoyed with them when he found out, but Sakura didn't exactly care. For her, the selfish reason for going to the compound was that it was comforting to her. To be with a family that loved the both of them so much and understood when to pry and when to leave tea outside the door. She figured Naruto would feel at least similarly. And when he managed to lull himself into a sleep next to her, Sakura felt somewhat accomplished, despite the fact that she knew it was just because he was emotionally drained. Shikamaru found them at the compound the next day and got Naruto to go on a walk with him. They shared a knowing look with each other before the Nara heir led Naruto wherever. And then, later that day, Naruto left for MT Miyaboku for sage training. Sakura conversed with Shikamaru and managed to convince him to let her tell him what the message meant. Konoha prepared for an attack, with Tsunade citing it as the natural response to the loss of a shinobi who had been sent to aim on a mission. She let it be known that there would be multiple intruders, each of them having connected sight and the Rinnegan. It was the most Tsunade and Shikamaru would allow her to say, and Itachi supported their choice. "We cannot act like we have all the information and plan for the events of your past life," Sakura, Tsunade said. "We cannot be certain that events will play out exactly as they had." "Yes, sure show." So when the first pain attacked a week after Naruto left, Sakura and Shikamaru immediately jumped into action. He headed for Kurenai, and she followed the path she originally ran. Except on her way this time, she could feel the difference in her body. It was the exact feeling she felt during the war, when her mark was unleashed. It was equally exhilarating and relieving at the same time. She would have her mark in mere minutes. She could keep Itachi's illness from worsening until she figured out the details in her newest hypothesis. Sakura saw the centipede head for that old woman and child once again, stepping in and demolishing the creature with a single punch. She healed the child and sent them off towards the evacuation routes. "Sakura," Irika called, and she looked to her old academy teacher. "It's the Akatsuki, isn't it?" Sakura inquired, and he nodded. "Yes, that's all we know for sure at this point," he said, and looked at the smoke beginning to ride into the sky, and they both heard the shouts of ninja and civilians alike filling the air. "You need to head to the hospital. I'm sure there's an entire surge of wounded there." "Of course," Sakura nodded, giving her old teacher one last look. "Good luck, Irika-sensei." "You too." Sakura headed for the hospital, knowing that it was in a dire state, but was stopped when one of the paths landed in front of her. Her eyes widened at the long-haired path that grinned at her. "Pink hair," he confirmed, holding out a hand. "You've been chosen by pain. We have been instructed to take you alive, but if you resist, your soul will do just fine." Sakura's eyes widened as she pinpointed which power this path had. This was the one Ino and Shizun encountered in her old life. The one that took Shizun's soul. Sakura changed her stance and scanned the area for any of the other paths. but it appeared as though they were alone, so she just had to focus on this single one. Her genjutsu tricks were useless against the Rinnegan, but in a few more moments, she'll have 3 years worth of stored chakra added to her arsenal. She'd just have to do this the way she would have in her old life, with brute strength and logic. "I'm a medical ninja," she said to the path. "I am required by protocol to flee any head-on battle when there are still those enabled fight. Fortunately for us both, I'm no ordinary medical ninja." "So, you are resisting?" he inquired as she smirked. "I'll never bow down to the likes of the Akatsuki," she said proudly, "or any ninja that aims to harm the ones I love, even if I'm severely outmatched. You don't hold a candle to the monsters I've fought. You are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's teammate," he told her, his gaze leaving hers for a moment and stared at the sky. "And Uchiha Sasuke's as well. I'm not allowed to kill you, it seems. It does not matter. You seem to have a death wish regardless of my orders." "Whose orders?" Sakura asked, but then the path moved towards her at a frightening speed. She sidestepped the man and used her forearm to stop his hand from coming down onto her head. He continued to put pressure on her forearm, his other hand coming around, but she grabbed his wrist in a vice-like grip. "Whose orders?" she asked fiercely, frowning when the path remained silent. Then, she felt the mark slowly become evident on her forehead, and it felt so reassuring. She smirked. "You picked a bad day to come for Naruto, and to come for me. Let Obito know that I'm not easy to catch." When the mark was completed, Sakura swung her foot into the path's abdomen, sending him flying across the village. She jumped after him, internally thanking herself for at least sending him towards the wooded, unpopulated area of the village rather than the center of it. When she appeared above him, she used her fist to knock him into the ground, their sheer impact causing the earth to shatter around the crater his body caused. With the path's body utterly broken, Sakura landed by his side and carefully took the rods out of his body. Even though she wasn't directly touching them, she could feel the negative chakra. She worked quickly, so the path wouldn't receive any more of Nagato's chakra and be able to move around despite the body being essentially unusable. Once that was completed, Sakura stood up and frowned. She had gone back in time and hoped to change this invasion, but she had to hurry if she wanted to get to the hospital and save the lives she had in her old life. Before that, she touched her forehead and smiled. "The boys are going to hate that I have this," she mused, thinking back to both of her boys. They cited her being the medical ninja, the reason to exclude her from fights and to step in and take hits for her. Now, she could fight back that she was exempt from that particular rule. She then wondered what both were doing right now. Neither were here the last time the invasion occurred, or at least when it first started, but this time it was different. Sasuke and Sasuke should have been home by now. They were due back a few days ago. In Naruto would come exactly when they needed him to. When she needed him to, actually, she wondered if they would both show up. Naruto would Tsunade already sent a messenger for him. But as for Sasuke, Sakura wasn't sure where he was. She had no idea if he and Sasuke were even okay. Having them would be an immense help today. She sighed, looking at the village and then to the outskirts of the village where she knew at least one person who was still here to help, even if the doctor in her hated the idea. Sakura bit her thumb and for the first time in this life, summoned Katsuyu. She held the mini slug in her hand and wondered if they would see the three-way deadlock in this life, as they had in her old one. Sasuke was an Orochimaru student, so he didn't have a contract with snakes, though she knew that like his brother and cousin had a blood contract with crows and ravens, he had formed one with hawks in his old life. "Sakura-chan," the slug greeted. "You unleashed your mark. Tsunade-sama is so proud. She says you should be in the hospital and not the woods." "I took down one of the paths," Sakura informed her. "I'm headed for the hospital now, but I need to reverse summon you and 2 more of your fragments to Itachi and II. He has a scroll already. I don't want to take the chance that he engages in a battle and gets worse. Mikoto and Izumi should both be with him now. Tell them it's the Akatsuki leader, Pain, attacking and that they're after Naruto. They need to evacuate somewhere underground, and they need to do it now." "Of course, Sakura-chan," the slug said, disappearing from her hand. She took a breath and headed for the hospital, because while she could now be considered an offensive player, Sakura knew that her best work would always lie within the medical field. She kept her head low and avoided any more battles. If Pain wanted her, then he was most likely taking orders from Obito. And if Obito wanted her, Sakura didn't want to ponder about that right now. She had to focus, and she had to get to the hospital where she knew she'd survive Pain's almighty push. She didn't want to take the chance of being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Once she arrived, she worked to get the chaos under control without anyone telling her she needed to take charge. Choji had shown up and wished her luck, while she hurried to the most injured shinobi. It was going to be a long day. Sasuke would label their mission as a failure on paper, but a success in another way. They never did encounter Obito or his partner. What they did find was a bit more interesting than nothing, though. The blonde explosive expert? He apparently survived their encounter when they were sent to save Gaara. Shursui had cursed, and Sasuke almost thought he heard his cousin mutter something about Sakura when the Akatsuki member descended upon them with a shower of little bug bombs. Unfortunately for their enemy, Sasuke was the perfect person to counter his attacks. Shursui allowed Sasuke to take on the explosive expert and busied himself with zeroing in on a particularly odd member of the Akatsuki that always seemed to be around. Sasuke fought the odd artist, and fortunately for him, his enemy was also susceptible to Genjutsu. Sasuke wasn't as talented with Genjutsu as his brother, cousin, and even Sakura, but he had more than enough power backing his illusions. And that made up for whatever flaws were actually in it. But as the artist was not one for subtle combat, Shursui and Sasuke then had to spend a good majority of their time avoiding the surge of IWA shinobi that flooded the area where Sasuke managed to kill the artist, for good this time. It was tedious and annoying, flickering from place to place for days. Sasuke couldn't even tend to his wounds for a good bit, which meant they had to spend a few days once they got out of Earth Country and into the land of wind resting. Sasuke and Shursui somehow ended up in Suna for a week when they realized they were being trailed by a Konoha shinobi, no less. That's when Shursui had to sit him down and explain a few things to him. The reason we were sent out together on such a long mission wasn't just because of our skill set, Shursui said, sitting back in his chair. Tsunade-sama has to deal with an internal issue and needed you to be out of the village. The person who's targeting me is Orochimaru, Sasuke responded, and his cousin nodded. Orochimaru has targeted you specifically, Shursui agreed, then raked a hand through his unruly hair. But he had a proposed partnership with a higher-up in the village. I'm sure you know of Danzo. Itachi used to work for him until Dash. He got pulled to the Hokage's order with me. Shursui finished sighing a bit. You don't know about this. You were too young at the time, and we did everything to keep you busy so you wouldn't notice it. But the coup that was held off ages ago, the village had a plan in case I was unable to use my abilities to sway the clan towards keeping the peace. You used your Genjutsu? Sasuke inquired. He thought back to those days, which seemed so long ago. He was always with Sakura and Naruto at that point. They were always escorted or accompanied by someone in his family. He thought it was because they were just mere kids who needed coddling. Fugaken has been under it for almost 9 years now, Shursui answered, his frown growing. It's the reason there was no huge backlash for the police station attack. He's managed to sway what's left of our clan towards keeping the peace between us and the village. However, there are parties still uneasy about it. Danzo, Sasuke asked, and his cousin's features somehow grew more grim at the name. Danzo thought allowing an Uchiha to deal with the Uchiha was too risky, Shursui explained. He couldn't trust me to use my Genjutsu for peace, despite Sandame's support of the plan. He even went so far as to attempt to steal my eyes. Sasuke blanched at that. His cousin's eyes were the most powerful in the entire clan. Despite not even being in the head family, in terms of blood, that is, Shursui was considered by everyone to be the strongest Uchiha of their time. Wars could be waged for the chance to steal his cousin's eyes. Luckily for me, I was never alone those days. Shursui smiled, looking up at the ceiling. You twerps hung onto my arm whenever I was in the village. And even Danzo couldn't risk targeting me if Naruto was around. He can't go killing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki because he was a witness to an assassination attempt. After all, Sandame had Itachi removed from Danzo's order and moved to us shortly after that. Why not just condemn Danzo? Shursui laughed. Squirt, if only it were that easy. Danzo is highly respected and has an entire loyal faction behind him. Taking him down could cause a revolt in the worst-case scenario. He could try to upheave the entire Konoha government just to do what he thinks is necessary for the village. Sandaime worked hard to appease Danzo and keep him in line. It seems that Tsunade-sama isn't as interested in staying in his good graces. She does what she believes is right no matter what the council says. Sasuke thought of their Hokage and how her tendencies were scarily similar to Sakura's. Stubborn and very scary. Danzo had taken matters into his own hands once Sandaime died. Shursui continued. He wants to disable the clan by subduing its future. Me. Sasuke concluded and pinched the bridge of his nose. Since I'm the heir. He went so far as to propose a partnership with Orochimaru, Shursui said, his features scrunching together. Though, I'm sure Danzo had a plan to eliminate Orochimaru once he used him. Your replacement, oh, what was his name? Sakura-chan said it before. Sigh. He's a root operative. Though, he willingly told your team of Danzo's plans as much as he could, so I guess he isn't as loyal to Danzo as it seemed he was. How do you know this? Sasuke asked, and Shursui shrugged. I asked Sakura-chan and Naruto what happened during their mission. Shursui answered, raising an eyebrow when Sasuke's eyes narrowed. You're the one that was brooding for 2 days after you and Sakura-chan got into a disagreement. I asked them, and then confirmed with Tsunade-sama. Her and Fugaka-san agreed that it would be best to get you out of the village for a bit, so they could handle it. There's a shinobi trailing us, Sasuke pointed out, and Shursui gestured to the room. Why do you think we're in Suna? He asked and continued before Sasuke could respond. This isn't a vacation. I'm trying to assess whether or not we'll be targeted once we step foot in the Land of Fire. Even if it's a root operative, I don't want to be picking fights with a leaf shinobi. That can be used to incite a civil war if Danzo spins it the right way. Once our chakra is fully replenished and we're totally healed, we can just avoid the shinobi altogether. I just hope it's not an Aburame. They can track us if a single bug lands on our clothing. Annoying pests. Looks like we have to be fast, Sasuke responded and Shursui grinned. It's a good thing that's our specialty, Squirt. When they left Suna, they managed to completely bypass the shinobi. And even though they were the fast, the trip to the village still took a number of days to get to. They were almost a mile away from their home when the entire earth shook. Sasuke's Sharingan activated immediately, his eyes focusing on the village ahead of them. Beside him, Shursui drew in a sharp breath. Sasuke's eyes could only pick up the massive amount of chakra emanating from the village. So once the earth stopped shaking, he jumped into the trees and used the kickoffs from branch to branch to get to his home faster. Shursui was right next to him at first, but passed him and arrived atop the village border wall first. When Sasuke appeared next to him, his cousin held an arm up, barring him from going any further. Oh no! Shursui whispered, and once the dust cleared from the area, Sasuke thought that was a severe understatement. Their home was reduced to a wasteland. There was no way to identify what was what amongst the rubble. Sasuke's eyes scanned the outermost buildings, which were mostly intact, unless they had been a victim of another building crashing into it. He saw the Uchiha district in the distance, and it was at least standing still. Then his eyes scanned for the hospital, where he thought it would be amongst the rubble, and couldn't see anything, even with the aid of his Sharingan. Tachi, Shursui said suddenly, his eyes then scanning for the district. He visibly relaxed when he saw that their home was still standing. Sasuke, on the other hand, grew tense. I can't see the hospital. You can't see anything, Shursui responded, his gaze wandering to the sky. They widened a fraction when they landed on a figure above them. Akatsuki. At that realization, the two looked at each other in horror. Naruto. I'll head for the compound, Shursui said. Naruto is usually there, or he's with Dash. Sakura, who would be at the hospital if an attack happened, Sasuke finished. He wouldn't leave her side if the enemy is this powerful. I'll try to find out where the hospital is now. They both disappeared from the wall not a moment later. Sasuke appeared near the crater in the middle of the village, landing atop of concrete slabs as he scanned the area. Fear and anxiety began to bubble within him when the area was utterly silent. There was no moving debris, no shouting, no moans of pain, no nothing. It was just a rubble-filled wasteland. How would he even remotely begin to find Sakura and Naruto? How would he live if neither of them were alive? He had to take a controlled breath, reasoning to himself that Naruto had to be alive. There was no tailed beast raging through the wreckage. But Sakura had no telltale sign that she wasn't dead. And even though he didn't feel as though she was lost to him, that could be denial already kicking in. He almost called out her name, stopping when he noticed chakra signatures begin to become evident. They were all unfamiliar to him, almost scarily identical, actually, until his eyes picked up on a chakra signature that was familiar. A large concrete slab was shoved to the side, pink hair emerging from what looked like a giant slug. Sasuke watched with relief as he watched her fall to her knees and look up. He barely noticed that she looked absolutely crestfallen, without an ounce of shock in her features, because she was alive. Sakura was alive. Everything that was happening between them didn't matter to him at the moment. Sure, Sakura wasn't telling him things, but she at least admitted to it. And if what he gathered from his last conversation with his brother, Sasuke suspected that Sakura actually couldn't tell them for their sake. Perhaps it was just like the scroll, where she was ordered to keep it need to know, and if a moment came when she could tell him, she would. He'd have to be patient with her, and he vowed to himself that he would be just that as he processed the fact that she was alive. She was okay, and somehow, the reasons he was angry with her before seemed utterly stupid. Why should he waste time being upset with her when she was beginning to become the person he held dearest to him? Naruto! Her desperate voice rang out in the emptiness, the sound seemingly starting an entire sequence of shifting rubble of coughing. It broke Sasuke out of his reverie and headed towards her. When he appeared kneeling by her side, she looked towards him with wide eyes. He noticed the purple diamond in the center of her forehead then. It looked like it had always belonged there. Sasuke-kun? She questioned slowly, the tears in her eyes now falling freely as he nodded. She choked out a sob before her arms shot out and wrapped out his neck. He held her close to him, ignoring the last memory of when she was crying in his arms, and just relished in the fact that she was alive. She was warm, she was crying, and she was holding on to him so tightly he almost feared it would become a choke hold any moment. But that didn't matter, because Sakura was okay. "I'm so happy you were late coming home," she managed to say through her tears. Sasuke attempted to pull back so he could see her face, but she stubbornly kept her hold on him. "I was so scared before. I didn't know why you were late, and everything has been going so wrong that I feared you got caught up in the bad news too." "I'm here," Sasuke reassured her, his arms tightening around her body. "I'm home." Sasuke had no idea why, but at those particular words, Sakura's sobbing resumed, and they seemed even worse than before. Then she stilled in her arms, finally breaking away and looking towards the crater. He kept a hand on her upper back anyway, ready to support her if need be. Her eyes were wide, and it took him a moment to stop staring at her, to follow her gaze. Because of all odds, somehow, it was Naruto in the previously deserted crater. The knucklehead ninja that fell for Kakashi's obvious traps as a genin was gullible enough to fall for Sasuke's stupid tricks, and would probably resort to his perverted jutsu in a real battle, was now standing proudly atop of a toad, atop of another large toad. He recognized them as Naruto's summon, but something was different about him. With his Sharingan, he could see the difference in Naruto's chakra, even if he didn't understand it. "He's been learning Sage Mode," Sakura said in a low voice. Jiraiya-san died while fighting pain. There are multiple enemies, all of them connected through their Rinnegan's. "Rinnegan?" Sasuke repeated, and she nodded, never taking her eyes off their idiot best friend. "Yeah," she confirmed. "I took one of them down, though I'm not positive how many are left." "It sounds like the idiot needs backup then," Sasuke decided, standing up and watching as the Akatsuki member descended from the sky. His hand fell from her back, and he faced the crater. Sakura nodded and started to get up, but Sasuke placed 2 fingers onto the diamond on her forehead to stop her movements. He smiled when she looked positively shocked. She whispered his name as his fingers fell from their spot. "Just because you have that mark," he started, his gaze softening as realization began to dawn on her. Doesn't mean I'll let you take any hits from me. Naruto won't either. And if you go down there with me, that's exactly what you'll do." Just then, a large toad landed before them. In his grasp, the Hokage herself. He and Sakura helped get Tsunade's weak body back onto the ground, the former whispering something to her master. "You take care of the village," Sasuke said once they had the Hokage propped up. "She doesn't have enough chakra to heal everyone left. You need to step in. Take Castillo," Sakura requested, holding a slug fragment out to him. "She'll make sure you don't die down there." Sasuke smirked, taking the slug and placing it on his shoulder. "The dope, and I won't die easily." Sakura's features fell for a moment, her eyes glazing over, and they almost had a faraway look about them. But then, her eyes flickered back to him, and she smiled. "No, you two won't." Sakura watched both of her boys fight pain this time, and she ultimately decided that it was more worrying than when it was just Naruto. But she couldn't continue to worry about her boys. This is how ninja got stronger. And this is how they would in this life. She had to trust that. Sakura took a breath, connected her chakra to Katsuyu, feeling the gentle thrum of chakra as it began to spread out to every person still alive. "Sakura," Tsunade murmured, her frail hand barely managing to hold itself up. Behind, Sakura felt the chakra presence a moment later, though it was too late. A single blade was held against her throat. She looked down at it, and her eyes widened as she recognized it. "Hey there, Pinky." The voice greeted her, and for a moment, she didn't recognize it. But the toothy grin she saw in her peripheral vision matched the one she saw numerous times during the war. At least in the beginning, she wasn't sure if he died or fled halfway through, but she knew this ninja in her old life. Well, she knew a bit about him. "The executioner blade," Sakura noted, carefully turning her head to see the boy a bit better. "You got it from Zabuza's grave. You do recognize it," he commended, nodding his head to the side. "The price I'm paying for this is you, Pinky. Boss orders. Let's go." "Your boss," Sakura started, closing her eyes for a moment before they trained themselves back on the battle in the crater. It was already going much differently than before. Sasuke's added power helped them defeat the paths in a quicker fashion, and if this kept up, Sakura wondered if Kurama would even make an appearance. "Do you mean Orochimaru, or has Obito taken over yet?" Suigesta smirked. "They said you were smart. I got nothing against you, but you'll know soon enough." Sakura didn't move, even when the blade's edge kissed her throat. She pointed a finger towards the battle and smiled. "See those two down there? They're my boys. Why do you think I'm taking advantage of this moment?" Suigesta asked, and Sakura looked down him. "With them occupied, it'll be less of a hassle getting to you. Though I heard you're a real heartbreaker, Pinky. Or was it boulder breaker? Listen, I've heard you break things. I do tend to leave things shattered in my wake," Sakura agreed and grinned at him. "I'm not interested in dealing with either Orochimaru or Obito today, Suigesta. I've got my boys and village to watch over." Suigesta was taken aback, and in that moment of shock, Sakura slammed a chakra-covered hand into the middle of the blade, breaking it in half. Suigesta stood shocked for a moment, before his confusion turned into incredulity. "You broke my blade!" he exclaimed, holding up the halved sword. "You what? Pinky, how did you break my blade? Why would you break it?" "I just got a hold of it. Collecting them or something?" Sakura guessed and watched the boy stare up at her wide-eyed. "You really are something," he breathed out, frowning as he looked at her. "This would have been so much easier if you just came with me easy." Sakura raised an eyebrow, before Suigesta kneeled down and bit his thumb. A scroll was spread out onto the ground. "I'm telling you, Pinky, this would have been much better for you if you just came with me." When he smeared his blood on the scroll and made a sign, Sakura felt a horrifying chakra signature appear before her. This was a signature Sakura learned to fear in her old life, though it didn't take much to convince her of that. She knew that the man underneath the monster was rather gentle, and she actually got along with Jugo the few times she spoke to him during the war. But when he transformed, Sakura knew that only the Sharingan could tame him. Sakura didn't even have time to send a distress message through Katsuyu, yelping as she jumped up to miss the man's punch. She heard the shinobi within the area turn towards her, but she knew of this man's power when he was in this stage. And without any Uchiha by her side, she was in trouble. Stay back. She yelled at the ninja who had started for her. He's too powerful. Protect Tsunade-sama. When she landed, she barely had time to flip herself backwards and narrowly avoid another attack from Jugo. Sakura-chan, Katsuyu said in concern, as she continued backtracking away from the crater. Sasuke and Naruto are asking me what's happening up here. Tell them, Sakura started, before another yelp escaped her as Jugo charged at her. Tell them to focus on their battle. Sakura didn't have time to avoid the second punch, instead meeting it with an enhanced punch of her own. The sheer force of the two colliding caused a crater to form around them, the wreckage being pushed to the side once more. But she heard a scream coming from the crater and saw Naruto get pinned down once again. Naruto, she whispered, her attention drawn away from her own enemy. And in that moment, Jugo took her distraction and yelled out a murderous threat before his arm mutated and its sharpened form drove itself through her abdomen. She gasped in pain, the searing in her body making the pain she fled when Sasuke's poison blades pierced her feel like mere pricks. Sakura-chan, Katsuyu shrieked in her ear, and Sakura coughed up blood, the red droplets falling onto Jugo's arm. Her mark wasn't fully activated at this point, and if she didn't release it now, she wouldn't be able to fight for a few days. And for a moment, Sakura froze as she remembered the last time this happened. But when it had, she didn't have any reserves to fall back on. She wasn't even sure how Naruto and Sasuke saved her during the war when she became close to dying. But that's what this felt like. She felt like she was dying. That's when Sakura felt it once again in this life. The Kyuubi's rage was gathering in the center of the crater. It shocked her back to this reality, where she knew she had reserves and that she wasn't dying. She had a battle to fight just like Sasuke and Naruto. She didn't have time to look for her boys, to ensure that Sasuke was alive and well, not when Jugo was still fully intent on killing her. She just had to hope the Kyuubi's reappearance in this life wasn't caused by Sasuke sustaining a fatal blow. Sorry, Sakura whispered to the man-turned-beast, activating her seal and slicing through the mutated arm with a chakra-covered hand. She pulled the arm from her abdomen and winced as the cells in her body began to regenerate. I know you don't want to fight, Jugo. I'm going to kill you, Jugo yelled, charging forward but then stumbled when the earth shook. Sakura looked towards the crater then, eyes wide as she saw Pain's jutsu once again. Rocks began to gravitate upwards, a red blur jumping from each levitating piece to another. But it happened much faster this time. She knew it hadn't been long since she was approached by Suigestu. The fight must have been turning out much differently, after all, and Pain was forced to use his jutsu to subdue Kurama. Sakura, Sasuke yelled, appearing beside her, his hands already held out, as if he expected her to fall. What are you doing here? Sakura shouted at him, her one hand coming up to cover his, and the other pointing towards Naruto. I'm not the one that needs you right now. Sasuke-kun, Naruto is dash. Transforming into the Kyuubi, Sasuke finished. I was told to beat it by both Naruto and the Kyuubi. What? She asked. Naruto shut me out of his mind, Sasuke explained, eyeing their enemy as he readjusted to the additional person in the battle. Katsuyu said you were being targeted. He went berserk after we found out you got injured. Said your chakra faltered for a moment. I'll kill you too, Jugo screamed, charging at them again. Sasuke took a hold of her arm and transported them above Jugo. She let her body fall forward, using Sasuke's braced forearms to kick off of and propel herself downwards. The moment of when she did almost the same thing with Gaara when he had partially transformed came to mind as her fist came down upon Jugo, whose other arm came up to defend himself against the blow. It didn't matter. The sheer force of it caused the earth beneath his feet to shatter, and he lost his footing. Wait. She held out, as he prepared a deadly blow once she had gotten out of the way. Or, at least a blow that could seriously damage Jugo. Use your Sharingan, like with Naruto. I can sense gentle chakra within him. Don't kill him. Sasuke hesitated in his stance, but she saw his Sharingan blaze as he connected his stare with Jugo's crazed one. Stop, Sasuke ordered and Jugo stilled. The mutated portions of his body began to recede, and soon enough, it was just the gentleman Sakura met during the war. The arm she had cut in half had no impact on the man's normal one, besides the fact that it was covered in blood. She sighed in relief. How did you? Jugo paused, looking up at the pair with wide eyes. How did you do that? No one besides Kimimaro could control my outbursts. The Sharingan can control a multitude of rage-filled tendencies, Sasuke muttered, coming over to her and assessing her condition. He frowned at the gaping hole in her shirt, her stomach clearly seen through it. I'm guessing this injury wasn't nothing, was it? His eyes flickered to her forehead, where the marks on her skin began to disappear. He lifted a hand, but then seemed to think better of it and lowered it. It's nothing now, she answered with a small smile, seeing everything in his eyes. She always could read him. I'm okay, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke gave her a look, and she thought he was going to say something, but then someone coughed. Not that this isn't a cute moment and all, Sugesto interrupted, coming over and placing an elbow on Jugo's side, and leaned against him. But we'll be going now. I didn't sign up to fight an Uchiha. What makes you think you're going anywhere? Sasuke asked sharply, glaring at the man, and Sugesto held up a hand in defense. I'm just following orders, Sugesto told them, his gaze falling back to her. You really do have an Uchiha by your side all the time. And if you don't, the Kyuubi kid is with you. Don't you get sick of them ever? Never, Sakura answered firmly, her hand gripping Sasuke's arm as he stepped forward. Tell me, Sugesto, who's the boss this time? How do you know my name, Pinky? Sugesto asked instead, and she smiled. Your brother was famous, she explained. You look a lot like him, and your picture was recorded in a book of missing Nin after you disappeared from your home. Sugesto scoffed, saying something under his breath, but then grinned at her. Tell you what, Pinky, I'll answer this question for you if you call off your boyfriend. Who's your boss? Sakura replied immediately, even when Sasuke shook his head in disagreement. Obito sent us, Sugesto answered. He says you're an interesting character, and I gotta tell you, he's not wrong. Not many have gone against Jugo in that state and lived to tell the tale. When they heard a loud roar come from the mock moon in the sky, Sasuke and Sakura looked at one another and then to the Kyuubi emerging from the sphere in the sky. And that's our cue, Sugesto announced, nudging Jugo until the man nodded and the two jumped away from the area. Sasuke and Sakura ran towards the crater. Though by the time they got to the edge where Sakura originally was, the Kyuubi disappeared, and in its place stood an eerily calm and determined Naruto. What? Sasuke questioned, staring up, and his eyes widened a fraction. That idiot managed to subdue the Kyuubi even at that late of a stage. He's the most unpredictable ninja for a reason, Sakura mused with a soft smile. He's an idiot for blocking me out of his mind in the first place. Yeah, but we love him anyway. Sakura-chan, you're okay. Naruto yelled once Kakashi brought him back to the village. Her sensei raised a lone eyebrow, and she gave him a weak smile. I'm okay, Naruto, she said, helping him down from Kakashi's back. He threw his arms around her, and she couldn't help but laugh in his grasp. Your chakra signature got really scary, Naruto whispered into her hair. I could barely sense you for a moment there, Sakura-chan. I'm fine, she murmured back, pulling away and tapping her fist against the top of his head. You're an idiot. Thank you. Naruto grinned sheepishly before his stare went past her. Don't think you're getting out of this one, team. No. Sakura and Naruto looked at one another, a silent understanding passing between them before they pulled their teammate into a hug. Sasuke muttered a threat, but allowed them to keep him in their hold until he pulled back. We have a lot to do, Sasuke said, and she nodded in agreement. Things aren't going to be easy, Sakura told them. Tsunade-sama is in a coma, and even though everyone was brought back to life, there's nowhere for them to live. The outer skirts were relatively untouched. Bachan really drained herself then? Naruto inquired, and she sighed. Yeah, she answered, her hand coming up to touch the mark on her forehead. Tsunade-sama used up her reserves. She'll be unconscious for a while. In the meantime, they might move towards naming a sixth Hokage. This attack leaves us vulnerable. I'm sure the elders have something planned, Kakashi said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. There's a lot of people that want to see you three, especially you, Naruto. Me? Naruto questioned and looked absolutely bewildered by the thought. Why do people want to see me? Because you're the hero of the village, Sakura told him softly, nodding her head towards the crowd. I am, Naruto said in disbelief, his gaze then landing on the people gathering behind their little group. But if it wasn't for Sasuke stepping in dash, just take it in stride, dummy, Sakura interrupted, pushing him towards their friends, who seemed to be at the forefront of the crowd. We're right behind you. This time, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi watched as Naruto was thrown into the air, and she sighed contently at the sight. Her teammate wasn't apparently as content as she was. He grunted and rolled his eyes. You always spoil him. Maybe, but he usually deserves it, Sakura replied, glancing up at Sasuke. He was already looking at her, a mixture of emotions swimming in his stare. She smiled. We'll figure everything out, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru wants me, Obito apparently wants you, and the Akatsuki wants Naruto, Sasuke listed, looking towards the crowd once again. We really are a risk together as a team. If she were being completely honest with herself, she agreed. In her old life, she understood the reason why Team 7 was formed the way it was. Kakashi was the only capable shinobi that could watch over the village Jinchuriki and the last Uchiha. And she was smart intellectually and logical, though she lacked in any physical skill. In this life, they were placed together because of how well they worked together as children. It would be a dumb choice to pair them with anyone else if they each complemented each other's skills. But in this life, they were all together and all were targeted by someone. Sakura had no idea Obito had changed course and focused on her until today, when she was apprehended by one of Pain's paths in Suigestu, whose involvement absolutely confused her. She didn't fully understand what relationship Orochimaru had with the Akatsuki in this life, but she was positive it was nothing good. Kabuto had teamed up with Obito in her old life. What was stopping the same thing from happening in this life? And then, there was the threat in the village, the one that brought Sai back to them. Oh no, Sakura whispered, tugging on his sleeve. Both Sasuke and Kakashi looked at her in concern. Without Tsunade-sama around to act as a buffer, he's going to take advantage of the chaos in the village. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but she heard Kakashi exhale deeply. Danzo is one of the top candidates for a replacement Hokage, even with the things he's done. Sasuke grimaced. He's been outed as a traitor to the village. Kakashi shook his head. It's not that simple, Sasuke. Danzo is highly respected and he'll do anything in his power to spin a story. So I can't testify against him directly. Only confirm the proposed partnership with Orochimaru. But even that can be spun as a ploy to finally get rid of one of Konoha's greatest enemies. A fake trade with no true intention behind it. Tsunade-sama and Fugaku-san have been scrounging for any real evidence that he can't spin into a tragic story about how much he's sacrificed for this village. Unfortunately, the Akatsuki doesn't keep records, and the hitman market has been torched since Naruto took out Kakuzu. He didn't deploy Root today, Sakura pointed out. That's something. It won't be enough to sway the elders. Kakashi shook his head. They're as thick as thieves. Who else will be considered candidates? Sasuke asked, and their sensei took a moment to think, his hand coming up to hold his masked chin. I guess I would be considered, Kakashi admitted, his eyes widening and hand pulling away from his face and held up a single finger. Itachi would be too, though they'll say he's too young. Even considering the fact that Tsunade-sama has been training him over the years. Didn't they say the same thing about the Yellow Flash? Sakura wondered, and Kakashi nodded. Danzo was vehemently against Minato-sensei becoming Hokage. Kakashi told them, but then shrugged. But there was no better shinobi in the village. Not even the elders could disagree with that. Isn't Itachi and II considered a prodigy just like the fourth Hokage? Sakura asked, and Sasuke frowned. The fourth Hokage wasn't an Uchiha. No, he wasn't, Kakashi agreed, but then the corners of his eyes crinkled as he looked at them. But Itachi is known to be fiercely loyal to the village, and you just showed them that the heir to the Uchiha clan is too. You're considered a hero, Sasuke. They can't argue against that. Sasuke's cheeks were tinged with pink, and Sakura giggled at the sight. Sasuke's glare towards her didn't hold for very long, and she smiled. My boys, she said, her gaze flickering back to Naruto, who was now animatedly speaking with Shikamaru. Now, you're both everyone's heroes, not just mine. Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, but when he caught her stare, it seemed as though any words died on his lips. He settled on a soft smile instead. Sakura thought that was better than any retort he might have come up with. "He's too young," Danzo immediately protested, glaring at their party of three. Shursui and Sakura shared a look of exasperation, while Itachi simply watched the reactions of the elders. Itachi was currently being considered as the next Hokage. Shursui was here because he was Itachi's partner. Sakura was here to reassure everyone that Itachi was fit to take on the role. Albeit, Sakura agreed that Itachi would be fine for the small duration he'd have to act as Hokage. With her mark, slowing the disease was actually possible now. But she didn't want to delude anyone that this was a cure for it. No, she was still working on rewriting his cells completely after she came to the realization that there was no way to stop the misfires themselves. For the sake of not letting the village be placed in Danzo's hands, Sakura was willing to reassure the council that Itachi was perfectly capable of becoming the Hokage. Itachi has been groomed since he was a teenager for the role of Hokage, Shikaku reminded the room. Sarutobi-san was very clear about his capabilities. He's thought like a Hokage since he was a mere child. If we're interested in staying ahead of the enemy, we need a Hokage who can counter them with precision and skill. Aren't you the one who handpicked Itachi for vital missions, Danzo? Danzo made a disapproving noise. Tactical and stealth missions do not qualify one to be Hokage. No, they don't, Itachi agreed in a soothing tone. The Hokage is someone the village acknowledges, and only then can one truly fulfill the role. I believe there are very few individuals who have achieved this currently. And who would you suggest? Koharu asked. Hatake Kakashi is the only name that comes to mind that has not only been acknowledged, but is ready to take on the role of Hokage, Itachi answered, and Danzo frowned. Are you saying you don't consider yourself a worthy candidate? Danzo asked, and Itachi stayed silent for a moment before he responded. If I was not a viable candidate, we would not be having this conversation, Itachi said, looking at the council. I highly doubt you would waste your time debating an unworthy candidate when the village is in such turmoil. Kakashi has told us that Itachi would make a better homage than he would. Shikaku reminded the council, and then looked towards their group. If we do not abide by Tsunade-sama's hand-picked candidate, the only other person I would approve of is Hatake Kakashi. He's sick, Danzo then pointed out, and younger than Minato was when he was chosen. By mere months, Koharu told him, her eyes then settling on Sakura. You're the top medical ninja in the village now that Tsunade is out of commission, and it hasn't escaped us that the Uchiha clan will only allow themselves to be treated by you. What is your contribution to this conversation? She's obviously biased, Danzo interrupted, gesturing to her with his one arm. Danzo-san, I can assure you that I am here as a doctor, not a family friend, Sakura replied calmly, glancing at Itachi before she placed her attention back on the village elders. Uchiha Itachi's illness will have no effect on his capabilities to lead our village and re-establish a sense of normalcy. I think this is a prime time to remind everyone that Tsunade-sama is just suffering from severe chakra exhaustion. Her body had adjusted to the vast amount of chakra held within this. Sakura touched the mark on her head, watching Danzo's eyes narrow slightly at her. Hence the reason she's fallen into a coma, so her body can build up more energy. Her chakra levels should be restored within 2 months or so. Allowing Itachi to become the Hokage temporarily is a good way for us to assess his capabilities, Shikaku added in. We must remember that we are choosing a temporary Hokage. Itachi has already proven his skills on the battlefield and during war. We can rely on him to get us through this chaos. I approve of him becoming Hokage. It's not like you to be so forward about these things, Hamura commented, crossing his arms. I believe it would be foolish to go against Tsunade-sama's choice and successor, Shikaku shrugged. Any doubts have been reassured, and quite frankly, if we chose anyone besides the future Rokudaime, what message would that send to other villages? It would signal that there is a disconnect among the higher-ups and is exactly what we need to avoid right now. It's premature, but we already set ourselves down this path. We can't look back now. Then it's settled, Koharu stated, taking a deep breath. Uchiha Itachi will become Hokage. You three may leave now. We will handle the paperwork. Itachi-san, in the morning we will announce the news. Itachi nodded, allowing Shursui and Sakura to exit the tent before he followed them. So, Shursui started, looking at the two of them. This is different. Different, Sakura repeated, looking up at the sky. But it almost feels like it was always meant to be like this. You think so? Shursui asked her, and she nodded, grinning at the older boys. Yeah, I genuinely do. Itachi smiled back, until he saw a hawk fly overhead. His features fell into a thoughtful expression, one that made both Shursui and Sakura to look worriedly at one another. What's going on in that brain of yours, Tachi? Shursui asked, poking his arm. When Itachi didn't immediately respond, he looked towards her. Did he just stop functioning? Did either of you sense it? Itachi finally spoke. I barely could. Sense what? Itachi and I? Uchiha chakra, he answered, underneath the bandages. The three shared a heavy look, well aware that this was no place for them to speak about it. Not when it was so open and they could be easily overheard. Andy Makoto is expecting us home. Shursui broke the silence, closing his eyes for a moment before he looked at them again. We should hurry before she gets too worried. I might cry, Makoto sniffed. No, I'm going to cry. Itachi placed a soothing hand on his mother's shoulder, smiling when she covered it with her own. Thank you, mother. My baby is going to be Hokage, she continued to whisper. Oh, but we're in such a trying time right now, Itachi. I'm so proud, but also so worried. Are you okay to be Hokage? Sakura-chan, is he okay to be Hokage? He's got a constant stream of healing chakra within him, Sakura told the matriarch, handing her a tissue when the woman started to sniffle again. Itachi and I will be perfectly fine for now. Though, if you ever leave the village, I'm going with you. Sakura-chan gets to come on trips with us? Shursui inquired, not even reacting when Sasuke shoved past him with a large empty box. Tachi, declare a Kage summit. I never get to go on trips with you and Sakura-chan. Of course, Sakura-chan, Itachi told her seriously. I wouldn't think of going anywhere outside of the village without you. Though, I won't call a meeting just for your entertainment, Shursui. Fine, Shursui accepted, placing both his hands on Sakura's shoulders and grinning at Itachi. But I'm requesting Sakura-chan as my next mission partner. The squirt's no fun, and Naruto is too loud. Don't you have other partners? Sakura wondered aloud, and Shursui moved so his one forearm resting on her shoulder. I have a duty to this village to share my wisdom with the next generation, Shursui stated firmly. And what better place to start than my family? Sasuke-chan already knows most of it, which means you're up, Imuto. Our current duty to this village is handing out all of this food, Sasuke cut in, looking pointedly at her, and then the large amount of boxed meals stacked on the counters. By whatever miracle, the head house sustained a minimal amount of damage. Well, minimal compared to the rest of the village. A wing of the house was destroyed by debris, though the kitchen and their rooms were still standing. Some of the other houses in the compound had been completely destroyed while others were seemingly untouched. As soon as Sakura relayed to Itachi, and by extent Shursui, Makoto, and Izumi, through Katsuyu that they were safe, Makoto had enlisted the three of them when they arrived at the compound after the fight to start helping her prepare food and any extra supplies they had to give out to the village. Izumi had immediately gone to see what she could do, especially regarding the academy and its students. Normally, Sakura would have been happy to help, but as soon as she arrived, she got whisked away with Itachi and Shursui to attend the meeting. Sasuke and Naruto got roped into hoping the Uchiha matriarch cooked the meals. The latter had taken it without any complaint, though Naruto claimed he was much too injured to risk cooking something. But Sakura saw Naruto after his fight with pain in her old life. His injuries now could barely compare to his entirely bandaged-up body, which was probably only due to Sasuke's support in this time. Yeah, Sakura-chan, we did so much cooking while you were gone. Naruto agreed, coming up behind Sasuke with another box. Now you gotta help us deliver it. Shursui snorted and made a comment that was something akin to "you dorks really are inseparable." Sakura removed herself from Shursui's hold and held up a reprimanding finger towards him. He wasn't fazed at all and settled on ruffling her hair instead of responding. She grumbled a bit, but started helping the boys pack the meals into the boxes. "Oh, Sakura-chan, you won't believe it," Naruto said hurriedly, scratching his bandaged cheek. Knowing her best friend, the wounds underneath it were almost fully healed. "I met my dad." Sakura's eyes widened at this. Naruto still managed to meet his father. She was worried he might never, though she had to say she wouldn't have minded had he gone through his life without needing to unseal Kurama. At least, in the scenario, it probably was during both of his fights with Pain. She wondered if Naruto would get to meet his mother again. She hoped so. She really loved the story of how his mother and father fell in love. Naruto would talk about it during the war, especially on the brutal nights where hopeless seemed too contagious for even Naruto to ward off. Sasuke normally rolled his eyes when Naruto started the story again, but Sakura listened to his story with undivided attention. It never failed to make her smile and tear up. Being in the war for so long, Sakura cherished the fact that she could still find it in her to smile. Sasuke thought it was impractical and repetitive, though that only gave her and Naruto more of an incentive to laugh together. Because somehow, Sasuke had been with them during the war. He had come back home to them. After all those years of training and the missions they went on to search for him, he would be laying down with his back towards them and muttering about their naivety. The simple fact kept them going. It made them push forward despite their bleak odds. And as she looked at Naruto now, animatedly talking about how his father was the fourth Hokage and Sasuke, rolling his eyes because it was the second time he was hearing the story, Sakura saw it. She saw her old life clash momentarily with her new one. "Man, it was so cool to meet him, Sakura-chan," Naruto exclaimed, almost dropping the boxed meal in his hands. He said he was proud of me. He said that even after I punched him. "You punched the fourth Hokage?" Shursui interrupted incredulously, looking utterly offended. "Naruto's father was a prodigy in everything, and you're focusing on the fact that the idiot punched him?" Sasuke responded with a raised eyebrow. "I'd like to know where all the brain power went." "Oi!" Naruto protested, shoving Sasuke's shoulder. "I'm not the brightest, but I can be pretty smart too," says the person who thinks cup ramen is a balanced meal. Sakura lightly interjected, failing to hold back her laughter when Naruto's eyes went wide with betrayal. "Not you too, Sakura-chan," Naruto whined, pouting. He took the meal she handed him and put it in his box. "Come on, give me a break. I did just defeat Pain, you know." With my help, Sasuke added, and Naruto's features scrunched together. "You were there for like half of the battle, team," Naruto responded weakly. Sasuke shook his head. "Because you were an idiot and Sakura was being reckless." Naruto's frown disappeared, replaced with a new wave of worry as he looked up at her. She avoided his gaze when she handed him another meal and then gave Sasuke the last one on the counter. "Current duty," she reminded them lightly, tapping both of the boxes. "These should hold some people over until we dig out the storage rooms underneath where Hokage Tower used to be." Sakura turned to the Uchiha matriarch, who was watching them with interest, much like the boys that were flanking her sides. "We'll be back as soon as we're done. Sakura-chan, if your parents need a place to stay, we can always get a place set up for them." Makoto offered, but Sakura shook her head. "Thank you, but my parents are most likely staying with Ino's mother at a Yamanaka site," Sakura replied with a small smile. "I'll be sure to let them know anyway, though." Makoto nodded, before returning her attention to the boys beside her. Shursui attempted to give her a reassuring smile, but she saw through the forced attempt, and she knew he understood, at the very least. He must have seen that too, or at least felt her hurt when it came to her parents after Pain's invasion in her old life. When they left the head house, they went through the makeshift camps being set up in the darkening sky. Sakura would hand out the meals as they continued their way around what was left of their village. "Don't you want to see them?" Sasuke asked when their supply of meals started to run low. "They're already skeptical of ninjas," Sakura answered vaguely, drawing in a breath and smiling at a woman who thanked them for the food. "My mom has already expressed her wish for me to, give up being a medic. Wants me to settle down with a civilian boy and take an easier job that doesn't require me to be on call all the time." Sasuke must have understood what she wasn't saying, but Naruto scratched his head and tilted it in confusion. "Why a civilian?" he asked her, features scrunched in concentration. You're like the best medical ninja in the village besides Bachan. Not to mention the fact that neither team nor I are civilians. Sasuke's eye twitched, and he punched Naruto's shoulder. The blonde gasped, dropping his empty box on the ground, and held his shoulder dramatically. My parents aren't all that supportive of me being a shinobi, Sakura explained, putting her hands on her hips and giving Naruto a look before he picked up his box. And with this attack, I doubt they'll want me to continue with my career even more now. I don't want it to clash. The two lifestyles, that is. Naruto blinked twice. I don't get it. Appearances and politics, she said soothingly, watching him grow even more confused. Beside her, Sasuke tried to cover up his snort with a cough. Wait, why does Sasuke get to understand? Naruto asked loudly, lowering his voice as they neared the last family they could deliver meals to. Sakura-chan, don't start playing favorites too. Come on, you can tell me. I'm your bestest friend in the whole world. Sakura flashed him a smile and ignored Sasuke's grumbling. You are my bestest friend in the whole world, and my most clueless friend too. Sakura-chan, everyone was busy. It felt like they have no time to themselves anymore. Naruto and Sasuke were roped into the construction of the village. Itachi and Shursui were dealing with Hokage business. She was working on the mass amount of injuries sustained during the invasion. It was remarkably easier than in her last life. Fortunately, but that all had to do with the mark on her forehead. It took Sakura a week of constant healing sessions and restocking their medical supplies for her to see her parents. She felt horrible about it. Her parents were a part of the casualties brought back to life by Pain's jutsu, and she knew that because that's what happened in her old life. But she just didn't want to see them. Seeing them meant facing the same problem that drove them apart in her old life. But she had to. She knew that, though it didn't stop her from taking any and all excuses not to see them. It took Sasuke actually walking her to the Yamanaka's site for her to face them. She almost wished Sasuke didn't care. Then he wouldn't have forced her into this. I'll be back, Sasuke murmured into her ear, and she nodded numbly, staring at the tent as if it would swallow her the moment she stepped in. Sasuke probably got impatient with her hesitation, and she wondered if he rolled his eyes as he placed his hand on her lower back and lightly pushed her forward. When she looked back after he did, he was gone. Typical. Sakura took a deep breath and reasoned that she knew what she was getting into at the very least. She could do this. It was the one thing she knew couldn't catch her off guard. Her parents would always be her parents, and maybe they would see how exhausted she was and give her the benefit of the doubt. Or they might use it as a reason for her to just give up her life. She could hear her mother's reprimand as she walked up to the tent and called out. When the flap opened to reveal her father, she was crushed in a fight hug. She smiled as she wrapped weak arms around him. He at least wouldn't change. I'm so happy to see you, her father exclaimed, pulling back to look her over. Why didn't you come find us earlier? We've been worried sick. Of course, we knew you were okay. We keep getting kids coming around trying to find you. But whenever we try to find you, you're always busy. Sorry, Sakura apologized, attempting to reassure him with a smile. Things have been hectic at the makeshift hospital. Well, that explains why you look horrible, her mother commented dryly, pulling her father away to hug her. But it is no excuse not to find us. Do you know how horrifying it is for us? Not knowing exactly what our child is doing, or if she's even okay. Sakura frowned and walked past them and into the tent. She had to remember to thank Ino and her parents later. I am sorry, Mom, she repeated, holding her hands in front of her stomach. Without Tsunade-sama and Shizen, I'm the head medic. I haven't even had much time to sleep. But you do sleep, her mother raised an eyebrow. Just not in the same place as your actual family. There it is, Sakura thought. She hadn't been lying when she mentioned that her parents were jealous of the Uchiha clan in this life. She tended to frequent the compound over her own home in the limited free time she had. Even when Sasuke left with Shursui and Naruto had gone off with Jiraiya, Sakura spent more evenings with Mikoto instead of her own mother. The compound is closer to where the hospital is, Sakura mumbled, knowing it was a poor defense. It may be true. The hospital tent was set up closer to the compound than where the Yamanaka had set up their section of tents, but it was still a pitiful response. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were avoiding us, Mabuki said with crossed arms. We had to find out you were alive through some random shinobi talking about seeing you, Sakura. That's embarrassing. Sakura opened her mouth to defend herself, but nothing ended up coming out. Every word just seemed to stay stuck in her throat, unwilling to come out when she knew it was all bullshit. We could understand it before, Mabuki continued, with her father nodding in agreement. But after this, hasn't it gotten through your head that all of this is too dangerous? That it's not worth it? Mom, I save lives every day, Sakura told her, her fingers clenching tightly around themselves. Even if you think it's dangerous, my work is important. Is that the only reason you've committed yourself to a career that will ultimately kill you? Mabuki questioned harshly, causing Sakura to step back. Yes, you do amazing work, sweetheart. But what has that work gotten you? Our home is destroyed. You are being targeted, and it's most likely for those skills. Don't you think it's time to step away from it all and focus on your future? Sakura then reminded herself to talk to Ino in private about what she shouldn't talk about so easily with Ino's mother. This is my future, Mom, Sakura responded in a desperate tone, wondering how ironic it was that this was all actually her past. I chose this for myself. Yourself, Mabuki echoed incredulously. You think we'll believe everything you do is just for you? Sakura's eyebrows furrowed together. Well, of course, I'm also doing it for the village dash. I was talking about the Uchihas, Mabuki stated plainly. We're not blind, Sakura. It's obvious they've been grooming you to be one of them. Naruto, too. They aren't grooming me, Sakura refused immediately. Where did you get that idea? So, the letter we received from the Uchiha elders 2 weeks ago means nothing then? Mabuki asked, in a tone that just begged Sakura to refute her statement. And in her old life, she would have. But Sakura stood eerily silent after that, watching her parents' reactions carefully. They asked to meet us, honey, her father explained in a low voice, nervously glancing at her mother. We didn't get the chance to, and then the invasion happened. I spoke to Ino's mother about it. Her mother sniffed. She said old clans tend to request meetings with another's parents or clan's elders when marriage is on the table. Maybe their anger this time wasn't solely on the invasion and her reckless choice of career. Her surprise in that was nothing compared to the thousands of thoughts that swarmed her head when the word marriage was mentioned. Her eyes had grown wide, mouth slightly parted as she attempted to just simply process what that meant. She didn't mention the first assessment she had been given to her parents, so of course she didn't say anything about a second one being requested of her. Everything has been so chaotic, and she already has issues simply breathing nowadays. But this was a direct punch to her gut, because in the back of her mind, she knew it. She knew what it all meant, but she wasn't ready to face that yet. It was such a weird thing. In her old life, she would have been thrilled at the idea of having a marriage set up between her and Sasuke. But now that it was actually a probable case, she couldn't help but think everything was too fast. It wasn't because Sakura didn't think she would be unhappy in a marriage with Sasuke. She'd probably be the happiest girl in the world, even if he was gone all the time, because she would have his love. And she knew that in his own way, her old Sasuke loved her. He probably didn't understand it until he decided to spend his last moments protecting her, but she knew he loved her. But this Sasuke, he's not the exact same as her old one. At his core, but this Sasuke was different. This Sasuke had his family. He didn't have a curse mark on the back of his neck, nor has he ever succumbed into hatred or revenge despite the tragedies his family has still endured. And because of that, he's different. And so, she wants to really do this correctly, because their story in her old life was so wrought with wrongs that she had given up hope for a happy ever after with him. And she had a chance at that again. She refused to mess it up. Having clan elders decide they should be married as opposed to them making that choice felt like it would mess things up. And she understood she couldn't omit the elders out of any relationship she had with Sasuke in this life. Things just weren't that simple. But she wished it was because loving Sasuke was the simplest and most painful thing she's ever done. She'd never regret it for a second, but she just wished it was their story, not jump-started prematurely by some elders. Sakura didn't know, darling, the father said in a low voice. Look at her. She's just as shocked as we were. Being a shinobi isn't to impress Sasuke, nor is it a result of the Uchiha clan's beliefs, Sakura said thickly. swallowing before she continued. It's to be strong enough to protect the ones I love, and I'm never going to go back on that. You need to know that I am serious about this, about my life and my choice of career. She took a deep breath and willed herself not to freak out like she did in her old life. Her parents weren't the only ones to blame for their falling out after all. I am a Leaf Shinobi, and to give up now after everything I've worked for means I'd be abandoning my comrades. And ninja who abandon their friends are worse than scum. You'll die in the process, her mother retorted. Sakura felt much too old in that moment, as though the mental years added up and she was truly too old for the body she was in. Never has she felt such a stark disconnect than right now. She smiled, the expression containing a sense of acceptance and heartbreak that she knew in this life she shouldn't have already developed. Dying for them would be the easiest thing I'd ever do. Sasuke found her afterwards just like he said he would. She was exhausted and walked slowly by his side, not even caring much about where he was leading them. All she had requested was someplace quiet. While it wasn't an explosive fight like it had been in her old life, it took a different sort of toll on her. One that had her remain silent the entire way. She hadn't even noticed where Sasuke had led them when they finally stopped. And the pause caused her senses to suddenly jumpstart, the sound of water and smell of salt suddenly coming to her. "Where are we?" she asked, peering up at Sasuke. He moved forward in silence, sitting on a nearby bench. She followed him, settling next to him as he stared at the view in front of him. "Someplace quiet," he responded quietly, away from prying eyes. "Outside of the village, you mean?" Sakura inferred, and he nodded. "But close enough should anything happen," he added, and she understood what he meant. If anyone came for them, he would still be able to whisk them back behind the village's walls before they blinked. "I didn't even realize we left," Sakura admitted, chiding herself for being so distracted. "Or walked this far." "You have a lot in your mind," Sasuke said, leaning back. He didn't continue, and they sat in silence for a few minutes, watching the sun's last rays of light dance across the distant waters. "They're not happy with a lot of my life choices," Sakura finally settled on saying, glancing at him before focusing back on the sun disappearing under the horizon. "The invasion terrified them, I think, and I'm never home as it is. Sometimes I forget that I don't spend much time with them. At least, not in this life. And," she paused, "they're not exactly thrilled that my future is being debated by people who aren't them." Sakura wasn't thrilled either, but her parents used it as ammunition against the Uchihas. Sakura understood that it was clan stuff, tradition, appearances, and politics. Sasuke didn't say anything, but she heard the slight intake of breath he took. She fiddled with her fingers before she gained enough courage to look at him. His eyes were narrowed at the ground and was no longer leaning back, but leaning forward with his forearms rested on his thighs. He didn't look angry or even irritated, but rather confused and thoughtful. "You didn't know," she said, and he frowned. "Not that your parents were made aware," Sasuke told her, chancing a glance at her before refocusing on the ground. "But I've known for a while now why they were so adamant about meeting you. I didn't want to say anything because..." His words trailed off, and she nodded. "It's no pressure, right?" She laughed lightly, causing him to look at her in surprise. "Just a couple of ancient elders deciding on our marriage before we can decide anything for ourselves. If we ever started anything, that would basically be it," Sasuke stated. "We're barely 16, Sakura. Marriage is big," Sakura supplied, tilting her head to look at him. He looked utterly tense and uncomfortable, so much for this Sasuke being different. Emotions were still foreign to him, it seems. "You know, Sasuke-kun, I wasn't lying before when we were atop Hokage Mountain. I do love you. You also love every member of my family in Naruto," Sasuke told her in a dry tone, and she had to reel in her amusement when his features morphed into a scowl. "Especially Shursui and Naruto." She poked his arm, the smallest giggle escaping her when he swatted her hand away. "You aren't jealous, are you, Sasuke-kun?" Sasuke gave her a hard look before he rolled his eyes as she smiled. "Shursui and Naruto are a lot alike," Sakura commented, gathering her hands back in her lap and looked towards the sea. Those two were a lot alike when considering their personalities. She had made the connection a very long time ago that as a child in this life, but also a heartbroken teenage girl who lost the two people she cherished most within mere minutes of one another in her mind. She saw her Naruto in Sasuke when she first met him. And to have that comfort back in her life, even with a smaller, more immature version of Naruto by her side at every moment, was a blessing that kept her sane. "They're overprotective," Sakura continued, and Sasuke grunted. "I have an overprotective brother," Sasuke muttered. "He doesn't act the way those two do with you." "Sasuke can," she said in an exasperated tone. He looked at her with a single brow raised. "Am I wrong?" he asked, and she frowned because, no, he wasn't wrong. But Itachi tended to be an exception for most things. "Can I ask you something?" she said instead, and he simply looked at her to signal for her to continue. "How do you feel?" "How do I? What?" he repeated, brows now furrowed together in confusion. "You're going to be the head of your clan one day," Sakura emphasized. "We aren't even Jonin yet. There's people targeting every single one of us for whatever reason. And your elders are concerned with marriage, despite the fact that we aren't of age yet. How do you feel?" Sasuke remained silent for a few moments, his posture straightening, and he pushed his hair out of his face. "This whole thing is just really annoying." Sakura couldn't help her snort, apologizing when he sent her a narrowed look. That single word held so much meaning to her, but none of that was linked to this Sasuke. But she understood exactly what he meant anyway. She didn't say anything further and waited for him to formulate his thoughts into words. Even when the sun fully dipped below the horizon and darkness began to spread over the area, she waited patiently, and he finally seemed to be ready to speak. "I grew up expecting this sort of thing to happen, honestly," he began, and she nodded her head slightly when he glanced at her. "Izumi was assessed when she was 15 and the only girl Itachi ever showed any interest in. When they dubbed me as heir, they had to start looking into my relationships. And I'm positive my mother is the reason that my father spoke to the elders about you. She has very blatantly been teaching me the ways a matriarch should behave since we became friends," Sasuke and Sakura noted, and he shook his head. "My mother is stubborn when she decides something for her children," he commented with a roll of his eyes, though a small smile seemed to tug his lips upward at the thought. "My father respects you too. He wouldn't have argued with the elders about you otherwise." "I'm a clanless, civilian-raised shinobi," she said, and he nodded. "None of that has ever mattered to me," Sasuke told her seriously, this time looking directly at her. "Neither did the whole marriage thing until I came back. Romantic stuff like that has never been important to me. But when my father said the elders wanted to talk to you," he paused and took a deep sigh, looking back towards the sea. "It annoyed me." He chanced to glance at her, probably to see if she was hurt by his statement, and he looked fractionally surprised when he saw the understanding in her eyes. She would have been hurt once upon a time, in a different timeline, but she knows Sasuke at his core. And she know, probably better than anyone save her Naruto, that Sasuke was horrible at conveying his feelings. It took punching for Naruto to understand. It took patience for her. So long as she could look Sasuke in the eye, she could know what he was feeling. In her old life, she knew Sasuke was hurting more than anyone, even if she didn't understand it. But this Sasuke was much easier to read. She wondered if it's because he didn't mind if she knew his heart. Her Sasuke always hated himself whenever he let either of them in. "I didn't want to." He paused again before he continued. "Not because of the elders, because I was being told to, which is why I never said anything." She nodded and smiled when he looked at her again. "But it's always going to be you, Sakura," he told her softly, and she took in a sharp breath. "It was always you." Sakura couldn't stop the tears from forming in her eyes, the image of her Sasuke lying bloodied on the ground flashing atop the Sasuke currently in front of her. Love was what got her Sasuke killed. It's what Naruto killed as well. Love for her. The reason for their fierce protectiveness. Their bonds that would transcend every lifetime. Love was the thing that saved her life and gave her this chance too. To give them a different beginning that still resulted in the same unbreakable bond. "Despite whatever you're keeping from me, it was always going to be you," he continued, his features softening as he drew up a single hand to wipe the tears that fell onto her cheeks. She grabbed a hold of his hand after he did so, encasing it within both of her own. She didn't say anything else. She didn't even know what to say. Sakura was never very quiet about things, especially her feelings. But now she knew that they were returned in this life. Rather than finding out in the very last moments of her Sasuke's old life, she knew now. She wasn't a 17-year-old exhausted from war. She was a 16-year-old bogged down by the fabric of time and emotionally exhausted after her fight with her parents. But she had this. She had Sasuke. She smiled and scooted closer to him, laying her head on his shoulder as the moon began to illuminate the ground. Somehow, it was exactly the thing she needed for all the fears, doubts, and anxiety to melt away. "Your mother is going to freak out," Sakura finally whispered. "She'll be overjoyed," Sasuke snorted. "Sasuke and Naruto are the ones I'll have to fight off." "You don't need to fight them off," she said, angling her head to look up at him. "You've always had me, in every lifetime." "Oi, Sasuke, you still with us?" Living up to his title as most irritating teammate, Naruto pestered him until he exhaled deeply and turned to the blonde idiot. "What do you want?" he asked, taking in Naruto's incredulous reaction with only a single raised brow in response. "We're supposed to be putting a roof on this building. Or have you forgotten already?" "He knows," Shikamaru called up, the Nara stuffing his hands in his pocket when Sasuke focused on him. He had to get a hold of himself. He didn't even realize Shikamaru arrived. "Hokage-sama is requesting to meet with us," Shikamaru said with a yawn, his one eye closed as he looked back up at Sasuke. "You don't want to keep your brother waiting, do you?" "Tisich," Sasuke grunted, getting up and landing beside the Nara while Naruto heaved himself off the roof. "How come you responded to Shikamaru, but not me?" Naruto asked as they started walking, pouring when Sasuke didn't respond. "I'm your favorite person ever. This is ridiculous." Shikamaru didn't bother to hide his snort, shaking his head and looking up at the cloud. Naruto, on the other hand, only got more irritating and stepped closer to the side of his face. His stupid best friend was making that ridiculous expression, the one that normally resulted in Sasuke punching him. "You're acting all weird," Naruto told him. "Like weird, not your normal brooding weird." "Did that make sense to you?" Shikamaru asked, looking at Sasuke, who sighed. "Unfortunately, yes," he replied, shoving his friend's face out of his general vicinity. "Do you know why Itachi wants to see us?" "It's probably not a mission," Shikamaru responded, reaching up to scratch his cheek. "Only ANBU are currently being deployed for that stuff. I'm figuring it has to do with the invasion." "You mean how Sasuke and I hooped Pain's ass?" Naruto said, forgetting about Sasuke's apparently odd behavior to smirk. "Well, really I beat him because I talked to Nagato. Team here doesn't have the social skills to do what I do." "You mean try to convince the enemy to stop being an enemy by talking about ramen?" Sasuke retorted, staring straight ahead when the blonde pointed a finger at him. "I got through to him, you know?" Naruto yelled, then clutching his stomach as he looked longingly at the sky. "Ichiraka ramen hasn't opened again yet. They're supposed to. Even if the menu is limited, the old man said he'd treat me." "My mother made you ramen last night," Sasuke pointed out, making Naruto pout. "It's not the same," Naruto defended, in a volume that caused both Sasuke and Shikamaru to lean away. "It's good, don't get me wrong, but Mikoto's ramen just isn't the same. I don't know how the old man does it, but I just know it isn't the same." "Do your conversations always devolve into ramen rants?" Shikamaru muttered with a raised eyebrow as Naruto continued to grumble about the differences. "It's either this or we end up literally fighting it out," Sasuke said with a shrug. "Be thankful it didn't escalate to that yet." "Your team is odd," Shikamaru commented, putting his hands back in his pocket. Sasuke rolled his eyes. That was quite a common phrase from Shikamaru apparently. He was particularly close with the Nara, but Sakura and Naruto were. Naruto came up with the brilliant idea to count how many times he had said it to them over the years. Apparently, Sakura remembered the amount. He was unsure what the number was, but it was a phrase the Nara uttered the most besides calling things troublesome. When they arrived at the Hokage tent, which was now the current so-called office until a space could be cleared and properly sealed within Hokage Mountain, Sasuke was greeted by his cousin and brother. As soon as Sasuke saw them enter, he grinned. "Be right back." Sasuke winked, vanishing from the room. "Hey, where did Sasuke go?" Naruto asked, the blonde tilting his head as he looked at where the body flicker ninja had just been. You'll see, he brother responded vaguely, and before Sasuke could question why they were there in the first place, his cousin reappeared, with a red and pink figure beside him, of course. Sakura hadn't even taken the rest of the tent's occupants into account yet. She took a single look at Itachi and turned on Sasuke with an accusing finger. "If you let me finish, I would have told you I wanted to get my scroll," Sakura scolded, her eyebrows narrowing, while Sasuke rubbed the back of his neck. "But you just placed a hand on my shoulder, apologized to your elders, and whisked me away. This is the second time my meeting with them has been interrupted. Seriously, Sasuke, I don't have the time for another meeting with them. At least bring me back, so I can get my scroll. I was in a hurry." Sasuke. Sakura started in a particularly low voice, the slightest bit threatening. And while Sasuke was normally irked by his cousin's fondness for Sakura, he couldn't help but also feel a twinge of pity towards him. Sakura didn't use that tone very often, and when she did, Naruto wound up across a field or slammed into the side of a building for making a wildly inappropriate comment. Yeah, and Muto. Sasuke conceded quickly, at least being smart enough to accept defeat before he received one of Sakura's punches. Naruto was still learning. He placed a hand on her shoulder and saluted the new Hokage. "Be back in a jiffy." The two disappeared again, leaving Itachi mildly amused, Sasuke more or less annoyed, Naruto totally confused, and Shikamaru exhaling a deep sigh. "Itachi and I'm still not seeing," Naruto said bluntly, and Sasuke shook his head. "Naruto is still learning after all. I get he got Sakura-chan, but why are we here?" "I'll tell you soon," Itachi told the blonde, but this only made Naruto's features scrunch together. "But I want to know now. Are you always this loud in the morning?" Shikamaru asked with a yawn. Before Naruto could defend his annoying antics, Sakura and Sasuke reappeared. Sasuke said something in a voice somehow too low for anyone else to hear, and Sakura shook her head. She peered past his cousin and actually spotted them this time. "Sasuke-kun?" She greeted with a bright smile, her attention drifting from him to Itachi. "If you could review this when you get a chance, Itachi and I." His brother nodded and took the scroll from Sakura's outheld hand. "We're here too, you know," Naruto grumbled, pouting in a way that made Sasuke roll his eyes but apparently tugged at Sakura's heart. "You didn't give me the chance to say anything else," Sakura said soothingly, smiling at the blonde before she did the same with Shikamaru. Sakura came up to stand beside him, the tracings of pink evident on her cheeks, but she was staring determinedly towards his brother and cousin. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at her, and he saw the slightest flicker of the green of her eyes, before the pink on her cheeks darkened a shade. "Thank you all for coming so quickly," Itachi started, placing the scroll Sakura handed to him on the shabby desk. "With the recent attack, one of the main priorities for Konoha is rebuilding the village. Another is strengthening our forces. One of the first tasks I was handed was to identify young shinobi capable of more than their current status. The four of you have defeated an Akatsuki member, or two," Sasuke added, and Naruto laughed. "More like four, Sasuke," the blonde corrected, before his brows furrowed together. He counted 3 fingers, but wavered to raise the 4th. "Wait, does it count if I'm the, Sakura-chan, what did you call it? I'm not the main reason Konan left, but if it wasn't for me, do you remember? You swaying Nagato and defeating him was the catalyst for Konan's departure of the Akatsuki," Sakura answered him dutifully. "Right," Naruto affirmed proudly. "Of course," Itachi agreed smoothly, a soft smile forming when Naruto elbowed Sasuke's sides. It took all of the restraint he had today not to shove the idiot away. "And because of each of your victories and show of strength both in strategy and skill-wise, you're all suitable candidates for a promotion." Itachi finished calmly, silence following his statement. Sasuke blinked a few times. He wasn't sure he heard his brother correctly. He's known for a while now that his skills were strengthening with every battle he faced. Hell, he took on a Rinnegan wielder with his idiotic best friend and came out of it unscathed. Well, he came out of it better than Naruto. And Sakura, for that matter, because she had almost died because of some mutant freak and some guy with a toothy grin that oddly reminded him of a shark. Things have been too hectic for Sasuke to even process the fact that he would have lost both of his teammates had it not been for some conveniently sealed chakra on the fourth Hokage's part and the purple diamond decorating Sakura's forehead. And now they were getting promoted. Adding more to the high ranks meant they were preparing for battle. "We're going to war, aren't we?" Shikamaru asked, apparently coming to the same conclusion as he did. When he felt Sakura shuffle her feet, he figured she had thought the same as well. "There is no war officially," Shursui answered vaguely, and Itachi's earlier smile fell into a thin line. "Like it or not, we have been fighting a war with the Akatsuki ever since they came for Naruto all those years ago," Itachi explained. This, of course, doesn't account for the attack 16 years ago, nor the police station massacre. Now that we've unveiled the identity of the masked member as Uchiha Obito, we can assume it was him that ordered both. The room fell into silence for a few moments again. Sakura stepped closer to him, reaching her hand behind his back to hold Naruto's sleeve. The blonde didn't seem to notice, pointedly looking at the ground with a grip on his stomach. He can't force the Kyuubi while he's sealed inside of me. Can he?" Naruto asked in a worried whisper, finally looking up. Sasuke didn't miss how Naruto's hand moved up to cover Sakura's grip on his arm. So much for not noticing. He could possibly repress the chakra if it leaks out of the seal. Shursui answered after a few moments, tapping his chin with his finger. "Can't really control something that's sealed away, though. It's why it's so dangerous for you to even tap into that power." Shursui paused again, making a face before he shrugged. "I guess the only way for you to access the Kyuubi's chakra without the risk of having it suppressed by Obito would be to form an alliance with the Kyuubi. Solves both issues." Naruto waited at least a few moments before he repeated Shursui's words. His arms began to move to make his dramatic point, Sakura's hand falling from the idiot back down to her side. "Form an alliance. The Kyuubi tried to take over my body, like a week or two ago. He knew I was desperate because Sakura-chan's chakra signature faltered and tried to manipulate me. He's been inside of me for 16 years. You'd think we'd have an alliance by now, but he's a stubborn ass and doesn't want to work with me. Have you tried?" Itachi asked and Naruto faltered. "Well, not really," he admitted, his frantic arm waving ceasing as he scratched the side of his head nervously. "Pervy Sage said it was theoretically possible, but he said didn't have the tools to teach me." "Interesting," Itachi noted, before he set his hands on the desk and looked at each of them. "Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. You have all been promoted to Jounin level. You'll need to brush up on these." It was as though his cousin plucked numerous scrolls from the air, the objects miraculously appearing in his hand before he threw one to each of them. "What's this?" Sasuke asked, peering at the object in his hand. "Jounin terms, village code, and need-to-know personnel information," Shursui answered with a huff. "Jounin are not just shinobi for a village. They help lead us towards peace. Ensuring you're all on the same page as everyone else, especially now, is vital in case a war is actually declared. And as each of you have shown," Itachi continued, "your efforts already have eliminated half of the Akatsuki, and your skill sets have surpassed skilled Chunin. It's about time your rank reflected your skills." There was silence in the room for all of 5 seconds after his brother finished speaking before Naruto's mouth widened and let out a victorious shout. Sasuke's eyes started to twitch when his ear began to ring. "We're Jounin," Naruto yelled, pushing him aside to hug the only girl in the room. His arms wrapped tightly around her, his body almost completely engulfing hers besides her small hand patting Naruto's back. "Sakura-chan, do you know what that means? I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage. Oh, does this mean we get to go on super cool, intense missions now?" Sasuke tugged him off their teammate, slightly irked that she hadn't even bothered to detach the clingy blonde herself, but he could write it off as her own happiness clouding her judgment. "I can't wait to tell Kiba." He was going on and on about how he could have defeated pain. "Oh, I can already imagine the look on his face dash." "Naruto-kun," Itachi interrupted softly, and it was a wonder the idiot even heard his brother's low voice. "You, in particular, need to be careful. My aim is to keep either Kakashi-senpai or Yamato-senpai with you whenever you leave the village." Naruto's mood soured quickly, a large pout growing on his features. "But," Itachi and I, that's no fun. Sasuke snorted and rolled his eyes. Naruto, war isn't supposed to be fun. You have the QB sealed within you. If we go to war, you're going to be the very thing we need to protect. Wait, you aren't promoting me to sideline me, are you? Naruto asked seriously. The Akatsuki wants the tail beast, so it's only natural for us to shield the very things they want, Shikamaru said with crossed arms. It's actually a logical defense strategy, so long as we have a strong offensive unit. But we wouldn't have enough strength to go up against Obito as a village. He was behind the police station attack. Taking on that mini Uchiha and coming out on top means he's on a different level than almost every person in the village. He's a tricky opponent, and he has help, Sakura added in a quiet tone. Orochimaru has his own personal army of shinobi. Altered shinobi, really? And we have to consider the rotten fruit here. The tent fell into silence, all of them exchanging looks. Even Naruto kept his mouth shut, surprisingly. We must tread carefully, Itachi decided, gesturing to the scrolls Sasuke had thrown towards him earlier. Read those. If you all could report back in the morning, that would be wonderful. Shikamaru said his goodbyes first, with both himself and Naruto following suit. The two boys moved to leave but stopped when they noticed a distinct lack of pink trailing them. Sakura-chan? Naruto asked, causing her to look back at them. Her smile was small, almost sad. He hated when her lips fashioned themselves in such a way. I've got some theories I want to run by Itachi and I. And since I'm here, she trailed off, trying her best to keep up the facade that everything was okay. Sasuke hadn't known that look before. He still didn't understand it in its entirety, but he knew what it meant when his brother was involved. She's been listing chemical reactions and numerous theories of the effects of some treasured Konoha animal. It's medical stuff, dope, Sasuke explained. Let's go. We have to finish that building before Kakashi pushes off more of his responsibilities onto us. Crap, you're right. Naruto blanched, his blue eyes growing wide before he lifted the flap of the tent with his forearm. We'll see you guys at dinner. Sasuke didn't get the chance to say goodbye before the idiot dragged him outside. Sasuke was reading the scroll in his room later that afternoon. They had finished their project for the day and was granted the afternoon off to focus on their new status. And so, he was actually doing what he was supposed to be doing, and he found something rather interesting about the village code, in particular, the word gaho. He vaguely remembered his brother greeting Tsunade with that term when asked about Sakura's condition way back when she was hospitalized. It was a term used to indicate someone held information that should remain classified with no questions asked. Even the Hokage wasn't an exception if the person with said information deemed it so. And to use that with Sakura and all the things she has sworn to him that she has kept silent for him and Naruto. Sasuke had a feeling his brother was indeed right, and Sakura was given a mission. It was the only explanation. Sasuke shut his eyes, trying to sort through the little information he had on Sakura's sometimes odd and secretive behavior. But then he heard a string of curses and he frowned. Naruto was training in the backyard, dutifully waiting for Sasuke or Sakura to read the scroll and tell him all about it. Sasuke wanted to scoff at his best friend's allergy to studying, or that was what he called it. Sakura was somewhere. Sasuke actually had no idea where she was. No, he knew where she was about an hour ago, when Naruto was training his Sage mode and loudly announced that she was still with Itachi and Sasuke, despite the fact that it had been hours after their meeting. He hoped whatever theory she was discussing or even experimenting with had some positive results. He couldn't handle the idea that his brother would be taken from this world through a disease ravaging his body. His brother, in his eyes, was untouchable in the shinobi world, just like his cousin. And for Itachi to be beaten by his own body, well, it was both fitting and terrifying. Sasuke, his father said, causing him to look up from the scroll. Come with me. He nodded, getting up silently before following his father out of their home. They remained silent for the entire walk, and Sasuke wasn't sure what his father wanted with him. Usually, if it was about preparing for his upcoming role as clan head, they would sit in his father's meeting room. But no, they were taking a walk through the previously sparsely populated Uchiha district. Now, it was filled with Konoha citizens who didn't seem to mind the Uchiha emblem painted onto the few walls left standing. Funnily enough, it was having the outskirted district lined with thick stone walls that stopped the majority of the damage done to his home. His father led him deeper into the district, towards the elder's home, but then passed by the building. Sasuke wondered if Sakura had finished with his brother and cousin and was currently seated before the Uchiha elders. Sasuke's attention was drawn back to his father when they stopped by a large stone slab, with some debris scattered atop of it. "What is this?" he asked his father. Sasuke knew there were stone tablets scattered in hidden underground rooms within the compound, but all the ones he knew of were not located here. "I'll explain," his father answered shortly, making a hand sign before the stone lifted itself. He walked down the stairs that were uncovered, and Sasuke followed him, watching as the light was slowly overtaken by darkness again when the stone sat itself back in place. His father lit nearby torches, and the illumination revealed a room just like numerous others, empty besides a stone tablet. Sasuke's eyes flickered red, but the writing carved upon the stone remained gibberish to him. "Only those with the Mangekyo can read this," Sasuke noted, and his father nodded in agreement. "Yes, and now only 4 Uchiha know of this particular stone," his father said, standing in front of the stone with crossed arms. "You're the heir, Sasuke. The elders have decided that your training will begin to lead the clan sooner rather than later. Does the state of Konoha have anything to do with that?" Sasuke questioned, holding back his frown. "They have anticipated a war happening within the coming months," his father nodded. "And so, they wish for all the clan's secrets to at least be known to you, so you may be better prepared when we go to war. Wouldn't it make sense for this information to be revealed to me if I survive the war?" Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow when his father looked back at him. "You'll survive," his father said simply, like it was a fact. But war was never certain, and the fact that his father seemed to be, it caused his eyes to widen at the realization. His father had enough faith in him to survive a war. It wasn't the same acknowledgement as the line, "That's my boy," but somehow it was better. It was an acknowledgement of his strength and perseverance. "This stone here is a testament that you'll survive," his father continued vaguely, resting a hand on it. "What does it say?" Sasuke wondered, trying to think about how this stone was a so-called testament to his survival. Did it predict the future? "This stone is only known to a handful of people for a reason, Sasuke," his father started, the light emitting from the fire flickering among the shadows on the walls. "It is a second chance, you could say. Theoretically, it could be used multiple times, but only if the individual has the means to survive its effects and read it in the first place. So you, Itachi and Shursui." Sasuke took a guess and his father shook his head. "I thought you said only 4 Uchiha knew about this stone." "There is one other who knows about this stone, though I'm sure it's but a distant memory now," his father continued, and Sasuke was completely taken aback by the idea. "But is it safe?" Sasuke asked. "For this other person to know?" "I've spent years trying to decide that," his father admitted, turning around. Sasuke wasn't sure why his father had this knowing smile on his face. He didn't understand almost everything happening. "They've proven themselves loyal to the Uchiha and its future," Fugaka told him, the oddest expression on his father's face. "How?" Sasuke pressed. "It is very rare to see true love in the world nowadays," his father said. Sasuke's brows furrowed together at whatever the implication of that sentence meant. "This other person holds it towards one of our own, thankfully. Though, I'm sure it's the only reason they know of the stone in the first place." Pieces started to fall in line, and his features scrunched together. "Father, what does the stone say?" "The stone describes a second chance for our world," his father answered. "A way to right the wrongs once committed. It is an incredibly powerful jutsu. However, it is too dangerous for just anyone to use. Once they do, the fate of reality rests upon them. The only other person who knows is that someone, isn't it?" Sasuke inquired, taking his father's passive expression as a confirmation. "We're living the second chance. You understand, then?" "I think I do." Another month had gone by. The village was partially rebuilt, and Sakura spent all of her time at the makeshift hospital or passed out on Sasuke's floor with Naruto at her side. They claimed almost every night that they just wanted to talk to Sasuke, despite laying out the bedding and fully intending on crowding his personal space the entire night. Tsunade was still in a coma, though if Sakura remembered correctly, Tsunade woke up after 2 months. She wasn't particularly sure, if she was being honest with herself. She had been too overwhelmed with Sasuke at the time. Sure, she was overwhelmed with Sasuke now, but the reasons were drastically different. And overwhelmed wasn't exactly the right word. Many of her emotions could be summed up as the same as when someone finally felt at home. And though she always felt like that, knowing it was a mutual feeling just made everything seem doable. Even if he gave her odd looks every so often and was more silent than usual. Almost like he was calculating something in his mind, though she never could give it much thought. The expression was gone before she could analyze it. There were other times where Sasuke looked at her in a way she couldn't exactly describe, probably because she's never been on the receiving end of that look. She was sure no one in her old life had gotten even remotely close to earning the soft smile, one tinged with a fondness only a close bond like theirs could achieve, and as something akin to disbelief, like she wasn't truly real to him until she suddenly was. That was pretty nice, considering she felt like a total failure. She hadn't stopped the pain attack. And now she was basing the possibility of Sound's alliance with the Akatsuki solely on Suigesta's appearance during the invasion. Which was worrisome because Obito now had a white Zetsu army and an entire force of Orochimaru's experiments. Normal shinobi with a unique trait or something particularly noteworthy personality-wise that led to Orochimaru tinkering with their bodies. They now had to worry about that. Sakura wondered if there was any way to stop the reanimation jutsu. Surely, if they removed Orochimaru and Kabuto from the equation, it would then just be an entire shinobi force against Obito. Though, she shouldn't consider that a relief. Obito was still a force to be reckoned with. Sakura just had to ensure Madara wasn't reanimated, because that was going to be easy. These thoughts swarmed her head until a raven landed on her shoulder. She recognized the bird easily, letting it nip affectionately at her fingers before it allowed her to take the note from its container. Sakura wondered when Shursui moved to summoning messages. When she was younger, he'd simply appear by her side and whisk her to wherever Itachi was. And he had swooped in and taken her from a meeting she was still uneasy about. The same day she and the others got promoted, he would drop into her office without any warning as well. Has being the Hokage's advisor humbled him these past few weeks? Taught him when to use manners? No, actually, it was probably because Shursui won't leave Itachi's side unless ordered to. Or if Izumi was with their new Hokage. Other than that, ever since Itachi filled everyone in on his illness, Shursui has taken it upon himself to ensure he was by Itachi's side, as if he could fight the disease for him. It was an utterly endearing sentiment. Honestly, Shursui was truly loyal to a fault. When she arrived at the temporarily located office within the hidden maze of rooms within Hokage Mountain, she smiled warmly at the two in front of her. She was greeted by them both, and a seal was activated around the room. They could never be too safe, especially when there were enemies lurking in their own village. They're calling for a 5-Kage summit, Itachi told her, as Shursui handed her a scroll. We received word that while Pain was attacking us for Naruto Dash, Obito and Kisame attacked Kumo for their Jinchuriki. Shursui finished in a grim tone. It's why Sasuke and I never encountered Obito when we went searching for him. And as a result, Itachi continued, gesturing to the scroll in her hands. A summit has been organized so we can discuss the issue of the Akatsuki. They've grown bold, Sakura agreed, reading the terms of the summit. At this point in her life last time, she had been completely shut off from this portion of affairs. Danzo had taken over, and she had been too preoccupied with Tsunade, Naruto, and Sasuke to care about things like this. The summit happened in my old life too, Sakura told them, looking up from the writing. The war was declared by Obito, and the Kages had been attacked. Shursui's expression grew, slightly agitated, and she avoided his stare, focusing primarily on Itachi. The new Hokage sighed as his gaze flickered between the two of them. I don't want to know, do I? He asked, and they both shook their heads. The summit is in a week. I'm only allowed to bring 2 advisors with me to the Land of Iron. I've put in arrangements to cover for you. Sakura nodded. She didn't expect another summit, at least not so soon, but she knew she wouldn't allow Itachi to leave the village without her. She was so close to figuring his illness out, a way to erase the disease from his body completely. Her theory about the Nara clan's secret medicine didn't pan out. She tried numerous variants and came up with nothing. It's why she just stuck with trying to erase it completely. And she was almost there. Almost. What do you think the odds are that the war won't be declared again in this life? I think a war against the Akatsuki is inevitable, Itachi told her truthfully. No matter what you had changed from your original life, their ideals would have lived on. In fact, it gives us an advantage now. We at least have an idea of what we'll be going up against. Now you'll let me tell you about my past? Sakura asked plainly. We're at a point where there will be enough chaos to cover the inconsistencies, Itachi explained, though her frown didn't let up. Regarding the war front, that is, for internal matters, it's best to keep the past. Don't you agree? Sakura raised an eyebrow. You haven't decided how to go about the Danzo ordeal, have you? It is tricky, Imudo. Shursui immediately defended, but then gave Itachi a look. We're hitting roadblocks no matter how we go about it. Rip off the bandages, Sakura suggested, and while Shursui looked remotely amused, Itachi closed his eyes. Sakura-chan, you're supposed to be the calm one, Itachi told her, and she shrugged. I've been calm for almost a decade, Itachi, she reminded him, thinking of all the things she changed and all the things that still inevitably happened. But the war is at our front door. We can't be trying to change the outcome of my original life when we're dealing with problems in our own home. Accusations and claims cannot be the sole thing we base this on, Itachi told her, and she nodded in defeat. The only evidence against him are the claims of a root agent, Sakura said, thinking back to the teammate who she was so fortunate to still have met and become friends with in this life. And even Sai has to add that the plans were most likely elaborate schemes in order to rid the world of the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. And any assault on our part could just blow up in our faces, Shursui added. Sasuke and I had to avoid a root agent on our way back to Konoha before. He's tracking our movements. He's been spying on Sakura-chan and I since you left the village for your mission with the feudal lords. Itachi shrugged and her features scrunched in distaste at the thought. He may have things up his sleeve that should never see the day of light. And we do not want to be the ones to antagonize him to do that very thing. We must tread carefully. So carefully rip his bandages off? Sakura joked, this time earning a horribly covered-up snort from Shursui. My father requested to handle it as an official matter, Itachi told her, and her mouth parted in surprise. Really? He nodded. Supposedly, there is a connection between the attacks before the invasion. The one my father was injured during? That attack happened in my old life, Sakura said slowly as she remembered the treatment session with Fugaku. Danzo's plans haven't changed much then, whatever they are. If Danzo was stirring trouble within Konoha in your old life, there's no telling what he's cooking up now, Shursui grimaced. He's got a grudge against more than just Konoha's current ideals. Yes, he's become even more worrisome since the invasion dash. Itachi started but cut himself off when the entire room shook. That isn't Naruto and Sasuke getting into another fight over the structure of a home, is it? Sakura asked worriedly, wishing this was the old Hokage tower where there were at least windows. The whole room encased in stone didn't help in figuring anything out. Shursui frowned, his eyes closing for a few moments before they snapped open. That chakra dash is my father's, Itachi finished, wrinkles appearing on his forehead as his brows furrowed together. We need to go. Imudo, Shursui called, holding out his hand. She stepped forward as Shursui placed another hand on Itachi's shoulder, and she felt the familiar pull of the jutsu. Even if her chakra structure wasn't cracked and her brain not on the edge of a complete shutdown, the landing still caused her to be disoriented for a few seconds before she managed to focus on their surroundings. Shursui kept a hand on her back until she reassured him that she was fine. She's never been here before, not in either of her lives. The three of them were hidden within the shadows that covered the beam they landed on. She couldn't necessarily detect any chakra, besides the thrum of Fugaku's covering the intersecting pathways down below. But she could feel the fact that they were not alone. They had not been detected, but they were certainly not the only presences in the room. Is this? Sakura started quietly, her words trailing off as she took in the totally unfamiliar area. Root headquarters, Shursui confirmed, eyes startling red as they swept the area. Welcome to the black sheep of the ANBU, Imudo. The A and B are supposed to be the black sheep of the village, Sakura said, even if she didn't fully believe the words. It was something Tsunade would always say before she scoffed and grumbled under her breath. Makes you wonder how far things go here to be considered the black sheep of the black sheep, Shursui responded in a low voice. Tachi, do you see dash? It's my father's visual prowess, Itachi answered, crouching low on the beam. No one besides myself knew about his abilities until now. I presume he can wrap himself and others in an impenetrable barrier and wipe themselves from this plane of existence. For the time being, of course. It's like you taking them into a mental plane that warps time to however you see fit, Shursui noted, crouching beside Itachi as his red eyes focused in on the ground floor. No one can get out of that. Huh? It's the reason the village wasn't wiped from existence during the Kyuubi attack a decade and a half ago, Itachi answered with a nod. It was the aid of my father and the other elite ninja that kept our home from being completely wiped out, unlike the Pain invasion. My father didn't have the chance before Pain used his jutsu. If Fugaku-san is down there, Sakura started worriedly, following their gaze. Is he then confronting Danzo? Itachi finished for her, and she nodded, despite the fact that neither boys were looking at her. That's the most likely scenario. But to do so here, my father normally has more patience than to confront him in his home base. Fugaku-san has the best interest of the village in mind, Shursui reminded them, tapping his temple. My Jinjutsu merely guides him to keep peace within the village and to protect it at all costs. If he believed the village was in imminent danger because of Danzo, he would most likely forego the red tape and confront him. Danzo isn't known to take things lying down. Things most likely escalated. And now we have to wait, Itachi said, settling down onto the name with crossed legs. Just as the root shinobi are doing in the shadows like us. They haven't approached us yet, Sakura whispers, and she offhandedly thinks it might be because they arrived via Shursui's body flicker, and she already hit her own chakra signature. Even since Suigesta found her, she's been careful to mask her chakra as she goes about her days, lest the most skilled sensory ninja pick up on her. No need to, Shursui replied, settling down beside Itachi. This is a waiting game, Imuto, and we're all on the same side. Until they come back, Sakura added, sitting down next to him. I'm almost upset. Shursui tilted his head, and Itachi looked towards her from the corner of his eye. Never got to see Danzo fight, she said simply, and Shursui rolled his eyes. Sakura-chan, Danzo is not a man you ever want to see in action, Shursui told her seriously, and Sakura gave him a sharp look. I know that, Shirai, but still. She frowned and lowered her voice, though she knew no one was within earshot of them. I've wanted to punch him for a while now. Shursui ruffled her hair, but shook his head afterwards. They fell into a comfortable silence and stared at the empty pathways. They had stared for hours. It seemed as though Fugaku, unlike Itachi's infamous Jinjutsu, could not warp time. Itachi explained it after an hour or two, that while he could trick the mind into believing whatever he decided his victim should experience, his father simply took their physical bodies and placed them in a sort of parallel plane. To outsiders not affected by it, there would be no reason to suspect a battle was going on. And unless one was trained to detect the chakra blanketing said battle, they'd carry on about their day, none the wiser. But this was an elite hideout. The shinobi within these walls could make out the chakra with ease. But just like them, they were forced to stay within the shadows, patiently watching intersecting paths until the battle was over. And after those hours, the battle finally ended. She and Shursui were sitting with their backs against each other's when the blanket of chakra faded away. They all stood quickly, gazing down to find Fugaku kneeling on the ground and Danzo standing upright, unmoving. Shursui didn't waste any time, giving her and Itachi a single look before vanishing from a spot between them. Sakura watched the ground, and suddenly, Fugaku was gone as well. Let's go, Sakura-chan, Itachi said gently, holding out a hand for her to take a hold of. She did so, and they disappeared too. When they landed, Sakura took a second to regain her balance before she took in one of the guest bedrooms in the Uchiha's head house. There were already footsteps moving towards them, and she recognized both of her boys as two of the signatures approaching. She looked at the head of the Uchiha, who was laying on the soft bedding laid onto the ground. She knelt by him and immediately set herself to work. He didn't look too injured physically, though he certainly looked as though he had been through a fight. Her main concern was his eyes. Danzo had tried to steal Sasuke's in this life, and probably her last once upon a time. She didn't know what she would do if he had gotten Fugaka's eyes. But as she passed a glowing hand over his facial features, she was pleasantly surprised to find both there. But then she felt the imbalance, something she never had seen in an Uchiha before. But it was something she feared when it came to the two older Uchiha she looked up to as though they were her brothers. "Fugaka-san, what did you do?" Sakura asked quietly, attempting to see if there was any way for her to reconnect the fried ocular pathways in his one eye. She distantly registered that the room of 4 had now doubled in occupancy, but she couldn't hear them. Instead, she closed her eyes and let the thrum of her chakra fill her mind. She tried for a few more minutes, but there was no way for her to recreate the cells necessary for Fugaku to regain his eyesight in his left eye. She tried to repair it and give it a chance to heal on its own over time, but she sincerely doubted it would. "I'm sorry," Sakura whispered, her voice barely audible and head held low as she accepted his eye's fate. "I can't heal it." "What do you mean?" She heard someone ask, and to be quite honest, she wasn't sure who had asked. It could have been Sasuke, who she knew was standing right behind her. It could have been Sasuke, who was in beside of her. Or it could have been Itachi, who was kneeling opposite of Sasuke and watching her as she fruitlessly attempted to heal the Uchiha head's eye. "I wouldn't expect you to be able to," Fugaku responded in a low voice. "What happened was a sacrifice I was willing to make." "What does that mean?" The voice asked again, and this time, Sakura was able to actually register who was speaking. She looked up, her eyes automatically going to Sasuke, who was taking in the entire scene with wide eyes. "One eye has lost its ability to see," Sakura explained in a clinical tone, one she always adopted during times like these. In her old life, she had some trouble with separating her feelings from her work, especially when it came to people she considered family. Of course, she had a good handle on her emotions before she entered the war, and in a way, the war helped her sharpen that differentiation. A clinical tone, straight facts, and reciting the phrases she learned by heart when she first apprenticed with Tsunade. A default mode when emotions started to run wild. But here, in the presence of the Uchiha head family, a family she's grown so close to in this life, and her boys, those emotions made it difficult for her to stay in that default mode. And while no one was on the verge of death, or consumed with a rage that sometimes still haunted her dreams, Sakura couldn't help but take this blow personally. Because her actions caused every change in this universe, whether direct or indirect. Her gaze fell to the Uchiha clan head, and she felt the default mode falter. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "It is useless for you to be sorry over something not in your control," Fugaka told her, frowning at her when she gathered enough courage to look up. "This was a sacrifice I made. You have no business with it." "Yes, Fugaka-san," she said in a low voice, just barely at a volume the others could hear. She felt a hand place itself on the top of her head, ruffling her hair softly. "Besides the eye?" Sasuke prompted, and she sucked in a breath before she managed to smile. "Only superficial wounds," she answered, reeling her emotions back in and promptly settling back into that default mode. "A few cuts and sprains, but nothing too strenuous. I've already applied healing chakra to everything abnormal, so you don't need to worry about anything. Though with a lack of sight in one eye, I'd like to create a schedule for you to accommodate the imbalance until you get used to it. There are some training regimens I know of that can help you, though I'd like to specialize them to fit your fighting style." "Of course, thank you," Fugaka nodded, letting Mikoto help him sit up. "What happened?" Naruto asked with a nervous laugh. And it was in that moment that Sakura remembered only she and the elder Uchiha boys knew even remotely what had happened. "Like, how did you, become blind in one eye? There's no blood or anything, but it looks like you had a fight? So how do you randomly, or purposely, lose your eyesight?" Fugaka gave Naruto a blank look, and for a few moments there was silence, until Itachi had enough mercy to answer him. "It's an Uchiha jutsu," he explained, "though having to resort to it is worrisome, father. The elders will not be happy." "My son is the Hokage," Fugaku responded in what could almost be described as a smug tone, but Sakura has known the Uchiha clan head for far too long to think it was that. He was just rather blunt and brutally honest, though that was normal for the majority of the Uchiha clan. And my actions were for the best of our clan and the village. But Naruto continued, scratching the side of his head. I don't get it. TCH, Sasuke scoffed. That's not unusual for you. Oi. Naruto immediately protested, jabbing a finger into Sasuke's shoulder. You don't fully understand either, team. I saw your face. You're just better at hiding your confusion than me. Just one of the things I'm better than you at, Sasuke responded, catching her eye. But he'll be okay. Fugaku will be as okay as he can be with half of his sight gone, Sakura reassured him. And I have full faith in his ability to adapt to his current circumstances. Sakura smiled at the Uchiha head and matriarch. We'll prepare dinner today. Just rest. She got up, with Shirsue's hand falling to the side as she did. Looking at her boys, she nodded towards the door. Come on, you two. What about Itachi and I and Shirsu and I? Naruto wondered, pausing to look at the two older Uchiha, who had gotten up as well. Hokage business. Shirsue replied with a smile, clapping a hand onto Itachi's shoulder before the two disappeared. He always liked the dramatic exits, Makoto said softly, before looking at the three kids still in the room. Thank you. Sakura smiled at her and only started to actually move when Sasuke got impatient and slipped his hand into hers and tugged her along. She followed without hesitation, staying at his side as they stepped out of the room after Naruto. Do you know how he lost his eye? Sasuke whispered, leaning downwards to the point where she could feel his breath on her skin. She almost shivered at his words but steeled herself and shook her head. She found herself not trusting her voice at the moment. She glanced up at him and her cheeks warmed immensely when she realized how close his face was to hers. But her blush was forgotten as she saw the glint in his eyes, the same one she recognized him staring at her with over the course of the last month. That odd look, the one she had a hard time describing because it usually disappeared quickly after he had her attention. It wasn't the soft smile he regarded her with or the warm affections he gifted her over the weeks. No, she could at least connect those with the emotions she knew he felt. This was different, and seeing it up close, she saw it. Glimpses of her old Sasuke, the one who watched his surroundings and the people near him with caution, always looking to uproot any ulterior motives. This Sasuke wasn't her old one. He calculated things, but never to the extent her old Sasuke had. Granted, this Sasuke never truly had to develop it to the point her old Sasuke had. But she saw it now, wary eyes that were calculating the actions and words spoken around him. Perhaps it wasn't as cold as her old Sasuke's gaze, but she certainly felt the same way under his gaze. I don't know the jutsu, Sasuke-kun, she told him in a low voice, staring straight into his eyes to show him she was telling the truth. I don't know many Uchiha jutsus, but you know more than most do, he replied just as quietly, his gaze flashing towards the blonde ahead of them. Sakura squeezed her hand, which was still intertwined with his. I know whatever your family allows me to know. I'll never overstep if I don't have to. Sakura-chan and I are practically family, though, Naruto piped up, turning his head partly to look at them. Sasuke frowned when their blonde best friend stopped and turned around fully. And we know as much as you do, usually. If you don't know about it, then how would Sakura-chan? I'm not the only Uchiha who trusts Sakura with clan secrets, Sasuke replied flatly, dropping his hand from her grasp and pushing ahead of both of them. Sakura opened her mouth to say something, but she closed it when she realized she couldn't exactly refute his statement. My mother started dinner, Sasuke continued, not looking back at them. She and Naruto stared at his back, and she hated how familiar this particular scene was. Let's just go finish it. I'm tired and cranky, Naruto added when Sasuke rounded the corner before turning to look at her. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Team can have the worst mood swings. Sakura didn't try to smile as she stared at the corner where Sasuke had been moments ago. I don't know how Fugaku-san lost his sight, she said quietly. And I don't know Naruto. Sasuke-kun has been a mix of things lately, and I've gone with it for the past month, but now I'm just confused. Maybe he's confused too, Naruto shrugged. Sasuke always gets weird when he doesn't understand something, and with you, Sakura-chan. I hate to say it, honestly, but things are always more confusing to him if you're involved. Because of the things I don't say? Sakura asked and he nodded. That, and the team loves you as much as I do, Naruto admitted with a frown. It's difficult to know how to act if you know there are things being hidden from you by the person you love most. Sakura bit her lip to stop the onslaught of tears prompted by Naruto's hurt tone. She was here to save her boys, not hurt them even more so, but that's what she was doing. He'll get over it when he remembers how much you love him. Naruto shrugged, reaching to take her hand and hold it firmly in his warm grasp. And me, of course, but that pisses him off, I think. I'd do anything for you too, Sakura told him honestly, wondering when this Naruto started to mature. When he started to resemble the boy who led the entire shinobi army during the war. It gripped her heart in a way she hadn't felt since her old life. Naruto tightened his grip on her hand and flashed her a wide grin. I know, Sakura-chan. Feelings mutual. He pulled her forward as he started walking again, and this time, when he smiled, his eyes closed and Sakura almost let a few tears fall from her eyes at the expression. Let's go cook dinner, okay? Naruto said, and she nodded, feeling the slightest bit better about everything. Sasuke still didn't fully trust her, which was okay. Truly, she understood that he was aware she wasn't saying everything and held more secrets than she probably should. And that would make any good ninja pause, no matter how much you cared for them on a personal level. And maybe Sasuke had an idea in his head already, and he's putting the pieces together on his own, until he had enough to come to her and confront her. But when she entered the kitchen with Naruto and the three of them started to cook dinner together, she saw his features soften dramatically when he looked at her horribly forced smile. And he stayed more silent than not for the majority of the cooking, with Naruto's rambling filling the air. And when they started to set the table, he leaned down as soon as Naruto's back was turned to them, and she found herself shivering when his breath danced across her skin for the second time that night. Thank you, Sakura, he whispered, for everything you've done for my family. I see them as family too, she replied, turning her head slightly to look into his dark eyes. I'll do anything to protect the ones I love. At this, he smiled and Sakura felt her heart swell at the small expression. Yeah, he agreed. I understand. You do? She asked in a tone she sincerely hoped didn't come off as too hopeful. Sasuke's smile widened a bit more. I'm starting to, yeah. And though she knew those bitter feelings remained, she would take this moment today. Because things just became more confusing by the moment nowadays. So much to consider, so much to predict, so much to solve. So she would take this moment and hold on to it. Because seeing Sasuke smile like that, with one side of it tipped just a tad bit more upwards than the other, and his keen eyes softening to the point where he almost looked like another person to her, was a moment she had to cherish. After all, one of the only times her Sasuke ever looked at her like that she knew of was when he had died. She would take this, with everything it came with, consequences and all. She'd worry about the consequences of this change tomorrow. Sakura should have realized nothing would be easy in this life. Sure, she's done a decent amount of tweaking that's resulted in this moment, a moment very, very different from anything she could have imagined. And maybe she should have considered this possibility more growing up. Though, if Sakura was being honest with herself, this was bound to happen. She's even thought to herself before that if she was asked, she'd be honest, especially with her boys, but that was it. She never thought anything past that, and maybe it's because she never wanted to go through this. It was already a bit defeating and relieving when people found out she was not from this timeline originally. She should consider herself lucky the people who found out were all too wise to use the knowledge recklessly. Itachi, Shursui, and Tsunade lifted part of the weight for her when this life started to change from her original one. Well, change besides stopping the Uchiha massacre, of course. And that was basically delayed in part. The police station massacre occurred 5 years later. The Uchiha clan was still severely lacking numbers in this life, despite her efforts. And she would call them her best, but she found herself second-guessing everything she's changed in this life. 3 things she didn't regret. One was the fact that Sasuke's family and Shursui were all alive. Itachi wasn't aiding the Akatsuki as a double agent for Konoha. Fugaku wasn't vying for power within the village and rather tried to keep it balanced. Makoto could raise her boys into the fine young men they were, and Shirsue's life hasn't been cut short. The Uchiha family. That was something she could never regret. The second was befriending Naruto earlier. It didn't take missions to admire his determined idiocy, nor the pain of Sasuke leaving to forge the unique bond they had with each other. It was different, of course, but she wouldn't have it any other way. Naruto would always be Naruto, and with him by her side, Sakura never had to fear being alone. The least she could do was shorten the time he had spent by himself. And the third was never getting into that immature rivalry with Ino over Sasuke. In retrospect, she knew she was wrong for that in her old life. But she had been a child, not one with what felt like an entire lifetime worth of experience guiding her through the early aspects of life. Sure, her and Ino made up and never truly hated each other, but the years wasted over it were more than enough the first time around. Having her constantly in this life helped her keep a hold of her sanity as she readjusted when she first came back. So, really, she should have prepared for this with them. Sasuke, Naruto, Ino. She should have gone through what she could possibly say to them, especially when Sasuke first started picking apart her actions and words. Now, facing this goodbye before her trip to the Land of Iron, she recognized that mistake. You're... Sasuke struggled to start, which tipped her off immediately that this was not going to be fun. She stayed silent, standing an arm's length away from him, and looked around. No one was there, she knew. She'd sense them if they were. But the scenery of the lake behind the Uchiha compound proved to be the perfect view to distract herself from the look on Sasuke's face. She knew it was a bit cowardly on her part, not wanting to see the mix of emotions on Sasuke's face. But it was hard for her to keep her strength otherwise. Confusion, anger, and worry stormed up a turmoil that was just barely reflected in his expression. This Sasuke was better with his emotions. She reminded herself as she watched the morning sun drift upwards into the sky. She should have considered this too. You are very confusing, Sasuke said slowly, and she nodded, showing her agreement with the statement. There was no use in denying it. She's probably been an impossible equation in Sasuke's head that he's been trying to figure out. Maybe it's better for me to ask you about it instead. And despite her own internal plea for him to not start this conversation an hour before she had to leave, she let out a soft, "You can ask me anything, Sasuke-kun. Do you know about an ancient Uchiha Jutsu, one engraved in stone, that can be used as a second chance for current reality?" He responded as soon as she was done speaking. She nodded, watching the still water rather than the stare she knew was on her. "Have you ever used it?" Wordlessly, she nodded again. Sasuke let out a deep sigh beside her, and she willed herself not to look at him. If she did, she'd blurt everything out, even the things she didn't want anyone to know about. It was bad enough that Shisui knew. Though, if anything had to know, Shisui was probably the best person. Still, even he wasn't immune to his anger at the way her original life had gone. Heaven knows how Sasuke would react. Why? Of course, that was his first question. It was only natural. Sakura took a few moments to think about her next words, and with a sad smile, she sat on the edge of the dock. "I had to save the ones that I love," she answered, her voice more a whisper than anything else. Sasuke heard her, though, and he settled next to her as well. There was still a bit of distance between them, and to Sakura, it felt much farther than the foot actually was. "You mean Naruto and I," Sasuke corrected, and she shrugged. "Mostly," she agreed, but continued as she thought about the fate of the rest of her friends. "I love you both more than anything, but there are others that I'm able to save with this second chance." "Shisui?" Sasuke questioned, and Sakura couldn't help the laughter that bubbled up. "It may be hard to believe, Sasuke-kun, but I never knew Shisui in my original life," she told him, finally breaking her internal vow to throw him a smile. "I didn't realize coming back would result in gaining an overprotective brother like him." "He knows, doesn't he?" Sasuke asked, and when she confirmed it, he continued, "And Itachi too, I'm guessing. Do they know what happened in your original life?" "Itachi knows the parts he's asked specifically about," Sakura started carefully. "Shisui knows much more, but I never told him." He saw pieces of my memories, not all of them, but from what he's admitted to seeing, it sounds like the worst parts of my life. And Sasuke-kun, I'll be honest, Sasuke knows more than I'd like anyone to know about. My past is my past. Things are already so different from my original life, yet similar. It's hard to explain, but I'll give up information I know if it will have an effect on this life. If it won't affect anything, then I'm not really interested in bringing it to this life. But why? Sasuke pressed, and this time, her lips fell into a flat line. This is a second chance for everyone else, she said quietly. But it's also a second chance for me, Sasuke-kun. So much went wrong in my past life, and righting those wrongs is selfish of me, I know, but I'm trying my best. Not telling you and Naruto was for a reason, Sasuke-kun. Part of it was to protect this time. The other part was selfish of me. Telling you would complicate things, and it will lead to you asking me questions I don't want to answer. And I don't want to lie to you too, ever. So I'll tell you, and that's an unpredictable scenario I want to avoid when things are still happening. If the knowledge of the past yields any consequences, I'd rather them be at a time that isn't so important like right now. You understand, right, Sasuke-kun? He nodded, and this time, he was the one who found refuge in the view of the lake. Did I? No, that's not. I love you, in this life and in my first, Sakura stated firmly, her tone lightening. And I'm not one to brag about this sort of thing anymore, but I'm pretty sure the feeling was mutual in my old life too. At least, it was mutual to the extent it could be. Were we? And just like that, her expression turned into a downcast. No, we had a very complicated relationship, Sasuke-kun. He raised an eyebrow. Like our relationship now isn't complicated? She laughed again, though this was more forced than her earlier natural giggling. Trust me, Sasuke-kun. Even the term barely describes our relationship. But Sasuke knows? Sakura opened her mouth to respond, but quickly closed it as she thought about the words she had said about Sasuke's knowledge of her past life. It was like a trick question. He was asking if their relationship was at least part of the worst moments of her life. Sasuke is just very protective, Sakura settled on saying, and didn't elaborate any further. A little too protective, Sasuke huffed. I get your original life was not great, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And I know I must have done something. I didn't invoke Sasuke's wrath for no reason after he used that scroll you created. Shikamaru and I created it, Sakura corrected. My past life was complicated, Sasuke-kun. Is it better? He asked her, finally looking her in the eyes. This life, was it worth it? This life is certainly different, and I'm thankful for those changes, she answered. But time will tell if it ends up better. Sasuke nodded, looking back at the lake with a narrowed gaze. You're still very confusing to me. Sakura laughed lightly, wondering what her Sasuke might have thought. Certainly, he wouldn't be as calm, but she suspected her Sasuke would also understand. So you've said, you should probably start getting ready to leave, he told her, sparing her a single glance. She'd give anything to know what he was thinking, what thoughts were churning inside his mind. She nodded, standing up and clasped her hands together nervously. Are you going to come back with me? He shook his head, much to her dismay, though she wasn't surprised in the least. I'm going to stay here for a bit. Tell my mother for me? Of course, Sasuke-kun. With that, she turned to leave but was stopped by his voice. Sakura. She looked back partially. Yeah, be safe, okay? He requested, not looking back at her. Sure, Sway and Itachi. Just come home. All three of you. Sakura smiled, letting out an affirmative before she continued along the dock and headed towards the Uchiha head household. Imuto, have I mentioned how much I adore you? Sakura, unfortunately, recognized the forced sweetness in Sasuke's tone. He doesn't use it often with her, truth be told, but she's heard it directed towards Sasuke and Naruto enough times to pick up on it. At her side, Itachi sighed and glanced towards her from the corner of his eye. Please do not punch him while we are on the road, Sakura-chan. It sounds like he did something to deserve a punch, Sakura responded with a raised eyebrow, resisting the temptation to crack her knuckles. How do you know I don't just want to proclaim my absolute adoration for you? Sisui ni. He sighed, and in that moment, Itachi and Sakura shared a knowing look. I'm not lying when I saw I adore you, Imuto, Shursui defends it first, a frown making its way into his face as he continued. But I saw what happened to the last Hokage on this trip. Danzo is still being held back home. He hasn't gotten out of Fugaku-san's jutsu yet. But that doesn't do anything to deter Obito, right? Right, Sakura agreed, her fingers reaching up to lightly rest on her neck. Danzo was mostly targeted because of Sasuke-kun. Obito will still want to declare war if his plans haven't changed much from my origins timeline. Which is why I think we should tell the other Kages about your original time. Shursui said carefully, and she bit back the reflexive denial that almost fell from her lips. We have reached a point where your knowledge could end the war before it truly starts, Itachi considers. And to keep enemy knowledge from the other great nations could be seen as a betrayal. And you want to use Genjutsu to show them my memories so they believe it, Sakura figures out in small voice. That means telling them Konoha has access to a jutsu like this. And if that gets out, her words trail off, a somber understanding settling among the three of them. It's probably our best bet, she continues with a deep breath. It's risky and will undoubtedly make Konoha a target after the war. Imuto, it'll make you a target right now, Shursui tells her softly, a light hand reaching behind Itachi's back to rest on her shoulder. Obito is already interested in you. If you find out about the jutsu, he's got the means to use it. And if he taps into your memories, he can redo reality until he wins. My father has set up precautions, and Shursui cast a Genjutsu for anyone who tries to enter the room, Itachi explains. Even Obito will be caught in it for long enough that my father can subdue him. I know it's your clan's jutsu, Sakura starts, her hand moving to where Shursui's is still resting on her shoulder. But we should destroy it and lock away those memories for those who know what's inscribed on the stone. That way, after the war, we can create a new stone for future generations in case the worst happens again. Locking away memories is tricky, Itachi comments, glancing at Shursui. Do you think you could manage something like that for us? Shursui says before taking a few moments to think it through when Itachi nods. It shouldn't be too difficult, but for Sakura-chan, he pauses and frowns. Sakura-chan has 2 lifetimes worth of memories. It's not just the jutsu that could be dangerous if it got out. It could also be her original life's memories. I've got no idea how the jutsu has affected her mind. It could be just as sensitive as her physical state was when she got sent back. At the reference of her time spent in the hospital because of the damage to her chakra system and brain, Sakura cringed. It wasn't a fun topic to begin with, but the thought of how frail her body was just put a sour taste in her mouth. So we should just place a cap on my previous life's memories, Sakura suggests, closing her eyes for a moment as she pictured her Sasuke and Naruto. She didn't want to not remember them, even if it was only temporary, because they made her who she is. They are the entire reason she's here, and while she knows she'll have this life Sasuke and Naruto. The thought of not remembering the 2 boys she originally loved more than she thought was possible for a human being broke her heart. After the meeting, of course, Sakura clarifies, her fingers tightening on Shursui's hand. If anything goes wrong, itrustu shisui ni. I miss Sakura-chan already, Naruto pouted, throwing a few planks down onto the ground. He cracked his neck and placed his arms behind his head. Your brooding is contagious. I need someone who actually has a sense of humor around here. Who else will laugh at my jokes? I laugh, Sasuke responded in a dry tone, setting his own planks on the ground. It just happens to be at your utter idiocy. Sakura-chan would defend me right about now, Naruto pointed out, attempting to kick Sasuke's shins. He easily evaded and glared at the blonde before the idiot groaned. Even Annie Mikoto is sad, Naruto groaned. I hate seeing her upset. Her oldest son, practically adopted other son, and future daughter-in-law are away, Sasuke told him in a clipped tone. Of course she's sad. Sasuke didn't feel the need to point out that his father is half-blind, especially since they were in public. No one needed to know, not right now. Once the rumors spread, his father will become a target. Not only to those who still distrust the Uchiha, but also their enemies outside the borders of Konoha. Sasuke shook his head and started setting up the blanks, oblivious to the way the blonde had stilled and gone silent. Actually, he noticed the silence after a minute or so and turned to his friend in surprise. Is that actually official? Sasuke's eyes narrowed in confusion at first, But then he took in the blonde's actual expression. It was a mix of emotions, much too easy to read for someone who wanted to become Hokage. Naruto had a terrible poker face. He didn't look distraught, but there was a level of panic in his eyes that Sasuke couldn't ignore. And while annoyance and playful anger were usual reactions Naruto had, there was a deeper kind of anger that Sasuke has only witnessed in the battle. He abandoned the planks and stood straight to face his best friend. "I haven't proposed, if that's what you're asking," Sasuke stated with a slight edge in his words. "But the clan council isn't pulling her away from the hospital for nothing, either." "But that's what you've decided?" Sasuke frowned, more at the thought that Naruto wouldn't be okay with this after all. "You're just going to sign her away to a marriage without actually dating her first?" Naruto continued, his fists curled into a ball at his sides. "Sakura-chan." He paused, taking a breath as though to control his anger. "Sakura-chan deserves everything, Sasuke. She deserves to go on dates. She deserves to live her life the way she wants to, not the way your clan council wants her to. She also deserves to be happy," Sasuke added in a clipped tone. "I'm not just deciding for her. She isn't some rash choice I made because the council is pressuring me to get married younger than I'd like. I'm choosing Sakura because she's actually the person I'd like to be with for the rest of my life." "Have you told her that?" Naruto questioned, his voice losing some of that anger it previously held. Sasuke pauses. He thinks back on everything that happened recently, and, with reluctance, he sees where Naruto is coming from. "She understands," Sasuke says, remembering that conversation that feels so long ago. "Sakura understands a lot of things about everything going on, more than either of us give her credit for, actually. You're talking about the fact that Sakura-chan isn't just Sakura-chan, right?" Sasuke couldn't help how his eyes widened at his best friend's words. He almost stuttered in his shock. He looked around to see if anyone was in the area, and they were in luck. No one was around. "What? You know, the whole dual chakra signatures thing?" Naruto went on, like he wasn't talking about something Sasuke knew for a fact Naruto wasn't supposed to be aware of. "When I'm in sage mode, I can sense other chakra signatures. Sakura-chan has two. It's hard to explain, you know? Like they're both Sakura-chan, but one just feels, oh, how do I put it? Older. More mature?" Dad said that's a result of an ancient Uchiha jutsu. Sasuke is absolutely reeling. But the fact that the deceased Hokage knows something private concerns him enough to focus. "How did your dead father know about that jutsu?" "My dad was Hokage," Naruto shrugged. "Guess a perk of being Hokage is knowing clan secrets." "I don't know, but I do know Sakura-chan isn't just Sakura-chan. She's like two versions mashed together in one chakra signature, and it's hard to see that separation between the two normally. I only saw it because Sage Mode is super cool and powerful." "She doesn't know you know," Sasuke said, blinking a few times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating or something. It took multiple hints from his father and brother before Sasuke put it all together. And here was Naruto, the village idiot, casually stating something that's confused Sasuke for years. He was almost tempted to put a hand on his forehead, but that would show the blonde how shocked he was. "No what?" Naruto asked, now looking confused. "Wait, do you know what that jutsu does?" "You know she has two chakra signatures, both of them hers with one more mature." Sasuke started in disbelief, as he realized that the fourth Hokage didn't elaborate on the actual jutsu. "And you still haven't figured it out?" "No," Naruto said in a questioning tone. "I thought that since it was just Sakura-chan, it wasn't a big deal. If it was Sakura-chan with a different character signature over hers, then I would be worried." "Should I be worried?" "You're an absolute moron," Sasuke said, letting out a huff. "I can't believe I almost thought you were smart for a moment." "Hey, I am smart," Naruto defended immediately. "So, what does it mean?" Sasuke glanced around them once more. He still didn't see anyone, but this wasn't the place for this conversation, nor was he the one Naruto should be having it with. "Sakura will explain if you ask her," Sasuke said after a few moments. He couldn't pick up on chakra signatures the way Sakura, Itachi, and Shisui could, so he couldn't say for certain if anyone was listening in on them. He sighed. "Let's just get this building frame done." The two worked together in finishing the building before they heard a shriek pierce the air. Immediately, the two snapped to attention and jumped onto the nearest stable rooftop to see if they could spot the problem. They hear the scream again, this time in an area they can both pinpoint with relative ease. They jump across the rooftops, coming to a stop and gaping at the scene before them. It's a bit unsettling for them both when they see Asuma standing in the middle of the street, backing up from a pair of women across from him. Sasuke sees the long blonde hair and recognizes Ino. Naruto breathes out the name of the older woman Ino is holding. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto whispers, then he steals his gaze and looks at Sasuke. Get Shikamaru and Choji. I'll handle this until they get here. Sakura-san, a voice called out. It's good to see you. She smiled at the owner of the voice and then to the other two members of the Suna party. Kankuro, it's nice to see you up and about. And a pleasure as always to see you two as well. You don't need to be formal with me, Temari told her with a grin. I'm in Konoha far too often for that. Gar though? Maybe for appearances. I saw that they elected you, Gaara said to Itachi, ignoring both his siblings and held out a hand. I was concerned when I heard Tsunade was out of commission for the time being. I hope my people were some help to you during the reconstruction, before I had to pull them back home. Itachi smiled at the Kazekage. It was immensely appreciated. You have wonderful construction teams. Someone cleared their throat at the other end of the room. The meeting will be taking place in here. Please take your seat, so we all might be involved in the conversation. They watched the man disappear into the room, and it was then that Shursui elbowed her side. Warm welcome. He's right, Itachi said calmly. Our villages may have an alliance, but we do not with the others. It would be disrespectful to show a sense of friendship with one another in this setting. We're here solely on behalf of our village, not our individual alliances. I see why you were chosen, Gaara commented, before making his way toward the chamber, with Kankuro and Temari flanking his sides. Shursui and Sakura did the same with Itachi, and it wasn't long before he was seated among the rest of the Kages. Well, if I didn't believe it before, it's hard to deny now, the Mizukage said, breaking the silence. It's terrible to think Tsunade would leave me here with a bunch of men. The man in blue leaned down, whispering something into the Mizukage's ear. Her eye twitched, but she didn't bother lowering her voice when she responded. Now, Ayo, I would hope you understand that everyone here knows of the Uchiha clan, especially those with superb abilities. The fact that the Leaf Village has appointed the previous heir as Hokage is a sign that they have also grown since the last war. We are here to propose a truce, not start a war based on past fears. Tsunade being defeated by a member of the Akatsuki is concerning. However, that Tsuchikage said, then gave a pointed look towards Gaara. Not to mention the attack on the Kazekage a few months ago. It tells us that their members are Kage level, and as previous members of our villages, they know secrets and could share them easily with other members. Fortunately, the majority of the Akatsuki members have been killed, Itachi said in a calm voice. Sasori, Deidara, Kakazu, Haiden, Pain, and Kisame were taken out over numerous missions the Leaf has held over the past year. According to Uzumaki Naruto, Konin left the organization after Pain died. And are we supposed to trust that? The Reikage challenged. That's the QB brat, isn't it? I've heard of his character before. Naruto is not someone who will purposefully deceive someone, Gaara told the group. Though, to use this as a tangent, we do have the remaining Jinchuriki to think about. As noted before, I was attacked and killed in my attempt to save my village from any lasting damage. It was only the sacrifice of one of the village elders that allowed me to be here with you today. V is an idiot, but he's the strongest Jinchuriki there is, the Reikage said with a proud tone, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat. He's a valuable asset on the battlefield, but that's also handing him over on a silver platter. I'm sure you feel the same, Hokage. With the room's eyes on Itachi, he sighed. Naruto will not like being hidden away. Does it matter if he likes it? The Mizukage asked, actually looking curious. He'll be alive. He'll find a way to join us, especially since this battle against the remaining Akatsuki members is about him. Itachi answered, then looked at Sakura. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering towards Shursui before she looked back at Itachi and nodded. Speaking of the battle, there is information we have access to that can decide all of our fates, whether it means early victory or sure failure. Itachi said slowly, watching as each of the Kages sat forwards and narrowed their eyes. "What sort of sneaky things has the leaf been doing?" that Sachikage asked. "Perhaps it is better if Sakura-chan explains." Itachi nodded towards her, and she took a deep breath. She knew this would happen ever since they spoke about it, and she knew it would be impossible for her to hide her own involvement, but she hoped she could spin the story enough to not allow any suspicion fall onto the Uchiha clan. She didn't need them to have yet another target on their back. "Sure, Sway, if you could." She gestures to the room, and he nodded, the kunai and seals flying from his hand and landing on the wall around them before anyone could react. Each of the Kage companions moved to guard their leader, but when the cloak of chakra fell around the room, their weapons dropped from their offensive positions. "I've lived this life before," Sakura started, deciding to rip off the band-aid. Before anyone could refute her claim, she continued. "I was fortunate enough to have access to a jutsu left in the rubble of one of the villages, which sent me back in time 10 years. I went through this upcoming war. We do not win." This caused an immediate uproar. Shouts of disbelief, anger, and sheer doubt filled the area. Somehow, when Itachi held up a hand, the voices quoted enough for him to speak. "Our intention in revealing this information is not to deceive you," Itachi said. "It is merely to help us win this battle. As you may have heard from Tsunade-sama, the remaining members of the Akatsuki are not to be taken lightly. Zetsu and Uchiha Obito are still very much alive and pose a great threat to every nation. We have evidence to believe Orochimaru has rejoined the cause, as well as the entirety of the Hidden Sound Village." "What kind of jutsu lets you travel in time?" Gaara asked, looking directly at Sakura. "A forbidden one," she said in a low voice. "One I hope never has to be used again. I know you all have your doubts, and probably assume that I'm saying this merely to warp the situation into the Leaf's favor. By some extent, you're correct. But I'm also here because I've seen the allied shinobi force, an army made up of every great village. I care as much for your survival as my own villages." "Preposterous," that Sachikage yelled, banging his hand onto the table. "You cannot expect us to believe such lies. If you hold any doubt about her claim of living this life before," Shursui began, looking at each of the Kage. "Look at her chakra structure. You'll find the irregularities that only make sense with what Sakura-chan is saying." With all eyes on her now, she felt the urge to shift on her feet and avoid their stares. But she took a breath and stood still, waiting while they all took Shursue's words to heart and studied her like she was a mere lab experiment. "Well, that's interesting," the Mizukage commented with a grin. "What have you changed, my dear?" Sakura's eyes flitted towards the Suna party before she answered. "A few things, but not too much. There were some events far too important to change, even if I had to endure the loss of people I cared for in the process." Chiyo's ridiculous laugh rang in her head, like the old woman was cackling at the fact that she was filled to the brim with nerves. Sandame's last speech to the crowd-filled arena for their Chunin exams echoed in her thoughts as well. Shikamaru and Naruto's grief over the loss of their respective sensei, the Uchiha police massacre, and the weight that put on the head family. "Regardless, we are at a point where I can explain Obito's intentions," Sakura continued, looking at the ceiling above them. "To a point, that is, I must warn you all that I have changed just enough for his intentions to have changed a bit. This information, should we solely act on it, could prove just as detrimental as it can be beneficial. We should continue to act on the information we have gathered in this life." Following the guidance of a mere teenager, that Sachikage grumbled. "Go on, girl. We'll decide if your lies hold any valuable information." Sakura sucked in a breath, but she did explain Obito's intentions. How the tailed beasts, when put together, created the Jubi and the eternal slumber everyone was inevitably put in. She told them about the reanimated comrade she had to fight and how Obito, while their current enemy, disappeared a day into the war, and how it was Madara that spelled the end to so many lives, including those that say in this room. "So, if what you're saying is true," the Raikage said after a few moments of silence, "we should be stopping the reanimation jutsu if that's still going to be utilized. That's fine by me. My people should not have to endure such a fate. Do you really expect us to believe this?" That Sachikage questioned harshly, standing up in his chair to lean his entire body onto the table. These claims can merely be a way for the leaf to take over the rest of the great nations. While we are too distracted with the information she gave us, we may be uprooted from the inside. These attacks provide her with someone to blame as well. You cannot expect us to take your words as truth. Sakura bowed her head down. I merely wish to help everyone. There will be a war, and I have seen us lose in my original time. I do not wish for that to happen again. I imagine none of you will be surprised when I ask that the source of the information told to you today be known only to those in this room, Itachi requested, earning an immediate nod from Gaara. I have known Sakura for some time now, Gaara said slowly, looking at the Tsuchikage. She is Tsunade's apprentice and a valued ally of Suna. While the idea itself seems impossible, we are all aware of the feats chakra can perform. So, really, this is not as extreme as we might think it to be. This information benefits the rest of us more than the leaf. We now know there's someone capable of erasing our reality and starting anew. They've painted a target on their backs for the entirety of the shinobi world. I elect we keep her warnings in mind, but prepare with the information we know for a fact. The Mizukage hummed, keeping a watchful eye on Sakura. I don't sense any ill will, Ao said at the Mizukage's side. Chakra tends to emit the person's innermost emotions. All I sense is anxiety. Sakura couldn't help the way her features scrunched together in annoyance. Of course, she was anxious. Each of the Kage were analyzing her on the spot. And for this meeting, well, it hadn't gone well in her old life. We will keep your secret, Leaf, the Mizukage decided. But know that your past transgressions are not automatically forgiven. Thank you, Itachi said, bowing his head down a bit. He started to say something else, probably something about the past history between the two villages before the room shook around them and the chakra blanket flickered and dissipated mere seconds later. Oh no, Sakura whispered, taking a step closer to Itachi, who stood up and was watching the ceiling above them. That's gotten be him, Shursui said in a low voice. Then, when he continued, he raised it so everyone could hear. Uchiha Obito has the Manjikyu Sharingan. Do not look into his eyes, nor should you let yourself become a focus for him. Warnings for Obito, but not for me? A foreign voice asked, sounding rather hurt. And to think I've been around much longer than he has. The young really don't respect their elders anymore? Huh? What looked like a ginormous Venus flytrap began to grow out of the floor, a black and white figure encased in the green parts. Sakura blinked a few times before she recognized the thing as Zetsu, the odd creature that could transform into anyone if it had a taste of their chakra. She almost didn't realize, given that she fought only the white Zetsu in her old life. Where, oh where? Zetsu sang, looking around dramatically before his eyes landed on her. There's the pink one. Obito, I found her. Sakura felt her heart race when not only everyone in the room, but also the freak in the middle zeroed in on her. In her last life, Danzo had been the target at this meeting. In this one, it was her. Sakura felt the signature before he appeared, and it took everything in her not to take a step back. She berated herself for feeling so scared, but Obito has always been a fear she couldn't seem to shake. In his black cloak, sans the orange mask, Obito appeared from the floor. That was a handy seal you had there, cousin, Obito praised, looking toward Shursui. His scarred side was now visible to everyone, and while she had seen it a few times before Obito and Kakashi disappeared, it was still shocking to her. Too bad it doesn't hold for too long if you know how to counteract it. If you're here to declare war, then get on with it, the Raikage snarled, clearly struggling to hold himself back from taking on the enemy. Oh, the war? Obito repeated, looking thoughtful for a moment before he shrugged. Sure, let's declare war. I officially declare war on all 5 great nations. Though, he paused, looking directly towards her, Itachi, and Shursui. That's not the main reason why I came here. Sakura felt a shiver down her spine when his stare landed on her. And then, all she could see was a tan wall in front of her, one made up of sand particles. Gaara-san, Sakura yelled, looking towards Temari, who she could still see. She could distantly hear Gaara's voice, but not the words he was saying. You 3 need to leave, Temari told her, looking forwards, presumably towards the rest of the room. She unhooked her fan and cracked it open. It's obvious the leaf is his target here. We'll keep him busy. I do hope your samurai can hold off the entirety of the Sound Village's population, Obito said, loud enough that she could hear it through the sand. And that the rest of you can handle Zetsu. Otherwise, I won't have anyone to declare war on. Shursui stepped behind both her and Itachi, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. She's right. Obito is probably after you, Imuto. We need to extract you both from this place before he can get his hands on either of you. There were shouts of frustrations, and suddenly the sand behind them shot out towards the trio. It didn't hit any of them, but instead went right past their figures and towards the wall behind them. That's when Sakura felt it, the menacing chakra that petrified her as a girl in this life. The man that spelled out the end for this world. The one that resurrected Madara, who actually ended the world as Sakura knew it. It was right behind them. Instinctively, Sakura stepped in front of Itachi, and Shursui took a place right in front of her. The sand went right through Obito, who stood maybe 3 feet from them. "Time to go," he said, grinning as his eyes flashed red. Shursui's arm swung backwards, reaching past but still touching her shoulder, and suddenly, the world tilted until their surroundings were much different. They were no longer in the Kage chamber, but rather outside the building and in the middle of the travel path. Shursui turned around, looking at them both as if he expected them to be injured in some way. He let out a small breath of relief before he looked back towards the building. "Shit," he cursed, his eyes flickered from black to red. "We aren't alone." Sakura picked up on the fragments of chakra all around, scattered yet strategically placed in a way that any move around them would be hindered by a blast. She looked to her left and saw with wide eyes a white creature scuttling towards their group. "Deidara," Sakura breathed out before a hand placed itself on her shoulder and their surroundings changed once again. Sakura never thought she'd see the day when both Shursui and Itachi would be forced to run from a fight. But it was here. Shursui had to keep her out of Obito's sight line and Itachi from making any unnecessary moves. The only smart thing to do was to run. But when she noticed that there were still countless amounts of explosive clay creatures surrounding them, she feared the worst outcome. "Itachi," Sakura said in a breathless voice. "No matter what, Naruto has to become a perfect Jinchuriki. He needs to work with Kurama until he can access his Nine Tails mode. When we go to war, that is vital." "Sakura-chan, you say that like you won't be around to guide him yourself," Itachi said in a low voice. The two older Uchiha looked at her with wide eyes. They all sensed the chakra signature above, one muddled yet very much present. "Lock down my memories," Sakura demanded, her hard stare on Shursui. He opened his mouth to say something, perhaps a reassurance that they'd all be on their way home, but then his lips shut themselves and fell into a thin line. He nodded, closing his eyes for a moment before they reopened, his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing. Shursui took a hold of her shoulders and stood right in front of her, leaning down to stare directly into her eyes. She didn't know why there were tears welling, nor why they started to stream down her face at that moment. But then she saw her Sasuke and Naruto. She saw their stupid dumb rivalry, their Chunin exams, and that dreadful moment in Orochimaru's blown-up hideout. She saw them grown up after years apart, and then when they were all together during the war again. She saw Naruto's bright blue eyes, slowly dulling in color as the life left him, and Sasuke's lighter onyx eyes, which once belonged to Itachi, with red trailing down his cheeks from the sockets as he smiled for the last time. And then nothing. She blinked a few times, swaying on her feet as the world around her came back to her. "What's going on?" she asked, placing a hand on her forehead. It fell to her side when two hands cupped her cheeks and a face peered at her with concern. "Imuto, are you okay?" "Huh?" She tilted her head before her instincts picked up on the foreign chakra all around her. "Who's surrounding us?" Shursui seemed reluctant to let her go, but his hands dropped from her face and he looked upwards. "Deidara, explosive bomb expert. I'm assuming he's a reanimation, since Sasuke took care of him over a month ago. I suppose Obito decided to get the ball rolling early," Itachi commented, pointing to their right. "There's another hiding over there." With sure sway focusing on the opponent in the sky, Sakura looked towards the trees. She frowned before she felt a strand of chakra shoot straight towards her. She had a kunai out within a second, barely having the time to cut the strand before it latched itself onto her. It fell limp on the ground, but she didn't have any time to analyze what had happened before 4 more shot themselves towards her. She couldn't simply jump out of the way. Both Itachi and Shursui were behind her, and if she knew this opponent, he'd have no issue taking either of them. "It's just like you to remain hidden, Sasori," Sakura called out, changing her stance to an offensive one. "Sakura-chan," Itachi said softly. "Perhaps this isn't the time to bait our enemies." "Oh, but he deserves the taunting," a new voice said, one that Sakura recognized immediately. Her eyes welled with tears as she looked towards the old women that come out onto the clearing. "He did nothing but bait our dear Sakura-chan during their first battle." "Two legendary shinobi cornered," another voice said, one filled with amusement and scorn. "To think the Uchihas have fallen so far, if this is their finest." Sakura looked up, finding the man behind the police station massacre and the interruption at the Kage summit. Part of her wanted to yell that using the shunshin in a forest clearly littered with explosives wasn't smart, especially since none of them could sense where the bugs hadn't crawled. But her refuted claims would be nothing but noise in this situation. Useless. So she kept her mouth shut, not willing to let this vile man rile her up. Just then, Shursui moves to throw kunai at some target Sakura can't see. And it's then that she feels a chakra strand attached to her arm. Before she can even react and cut the string herself, Itachi has severed it, standing in front of her like that'll block any more attacks sent her way. Sakura's brain feels fuzzier than it should, which means she's solely relying on her instincts at this point to keep her from being tugged away. Her instincts can't stop whatever is happening then, a feeling of being sucked into something above her. She sees both Uchihas whirl towards her when she lets out a gasp and hears Shursui curse. "Stay with Itachi and I," she yelled, hoping her words weren't muted by whatever jutsu was sucking her in. When Shursui starts for her anyway, she shoves him back and out of the jutsu's range. And then, she's enveloped in whirling darkness before her brain can't seem to handle the change. She can't remember anything beyond that. There was a distinct lack of temperature around her. While she felt a sort of coldness, only the absence of warmth in her heart conjured. The air she breathed in was stale and did nothing to her senses. She didn't understand why. Where was she? Where were Shursui and Itachi? "I'm aware you're awake, Sakura," a voice said. Sakura's eyes blinked open, taking in the odd, geometric-shaped surroundings. There was no place she knew of that looked like this, and being sucked into a vortex meant that it was probably a pocket dimension of sorts. "Where am I?" she croaked out, suddenly aware of how hoarse her voice was. Alarm coursed through her as she thought of how long it might have been since she had even taken. "You're in a second timeline, I presume," the voice answered. Sakura managed to push herself onto her forearms and finally got to see the only other person in this place. No mask accompanied his figure. His scarred features were shown in all of their glory, and his dark hair, though reminiscent of the color of Shursui and Itachi, reminded her of someone else. She couldn't put her finger on who it was. Perhaps Kiba? Kiba had untamed spiked hair. For some reason, she didn't think that was the correct answer. And even attempting to figure it out made her head ache. Second timeline? Sakura echoed and earned a laugh of indignation. Sakura pushed herself into a seated position as the man before her analyzed her very being, as though she had all of the answers he might be looking for. "I want that information," the man said. He peered at her as though she might break just from his sheer presence. She resisted, even though her body was shaking uncontrollably. "Tell me how you did it," he said. "I want to know how someone without Hashirama cells and Uchiha blood managed to activate a myth." Sakura shook her head, wholly confused at his words. That proved to be the wrong answer, as he slammed a hand onto the ground next to her. She flinched at the loud noise it made. He remained crouching and leaned even further towards her. "I don't know what you're talking about," Sakura said, resisting the urge to gulp down her fear. "Who are you?" "My name is Uchiha Obito," he said, "and I'm aware of the forbidden jutsu you used. I want to know why you did it, how you cast it, I've never used a forbidden jutsu before, Sakura said. She then thought of it and frowned. I've seen one used, but I don't remember what happened. She paused as the memory of an elder woman sacrificing her life. It was broken in her memory, but she clutched to it anyway. Lady Chiyo of Suna. She used this jutsu to keep Gaara-san alive, but it doesn't make sense when I think about it. Sakura's features scrunched together as she tried to remember those moments, which felt so insanely long ago. Lady Chiyo was already running on fumes, so it doesn't make sense that she had enough chakra to make the exchange. Why doesn't it make sense? Obito asked, his eyes narrowing. Because she shouldn't have been able to in her current state, Sakura told him, before she remembered the man in front of her was an enemy. Her body tensed. Why am I here? Because you have an irregular chakra signature that can only be explained by a forbidden jutsu, Obito answered. He frowned, a red eye scrutinizing her every movement. Why do I get the impression you genuinely do not know anything of use to me? If I don't know anything of use to you, then why am I here? Sakura said, with more courage than she felt. There was an odd disconnect in her emotions, one she couldn't explain. She tried to recall someone who was courageous, someone she could mimic in this situation where she felt wholly unprepared, but no one came to mind. She's seen Ino cower in the face on an enemy. Her master was the Hokage and never shied away, but she had years of experience behind her words. Kakashi had a Sharingan of his own to aid him in battling an Uchiha. Shursui came to mind, but she knew that he had been through hellish conditions with the ANBU and previous state of Konoha. Itachi was in a similar boat. You're the Hokage's apprentice, Obito said. Sakura answered his statement with a glare. You must have endured torture training with being in such close proximity to classified information. And with the entire Uchiha clan and Kyuubi Kid wrapped around your fingers. I presume this is the result of precautions. Sakura didn't respond. She didn't confirm nor deny whatever Obito thought he knew because, to her knowledge, she never met the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. She would let him think she knew more than what she did. After all, if he found out she was useless, she'd be dead. Shursui took a liking to you, so I'm sure he's built up your resistance for Jinjutsus powered by a Sharingan, Obito went on. But that doesn't mean it won't be painful. After all, this will put your mind against whatever blockers are in place. Obito's eye transformed, and before Sakura could do anything to defend herself, she found herself caught in the illusion. It was difficult to hold in the screams as her entire brain felt as though it were being dipped in acid. Fuck, Shursui cursed. The puppets around them were finally in the process of dropping to the ground, the persistent nuisances. The puppet master was being sealed away by the Kazekage's brother. Kankuro, Shursui thought. That's what Sakura had said. Where's Sakura? The other Sand sibling asked, but she was a familiar face in Konoha. She was the one Shikamaru was seen with, near constantly if the girl was in the village. Temari. Shursui neglected to say anything in preference of scouting the area for any other enemies. Deidara was still hiding somewhere. Obito took her, Itachi answered, setting a light hand on his Shursui's shoulder. But we place precautions so the information revealed today doesn't fall into the enemy's hands. That's great and all, Temari said with a grimace. But what will you do when Naruto or Sasuke find out? They'd ignore the entire war if it was to save their teammate, Gaara added, encircling the rest of the clay bombs and sand. Are there any more bodies that need to be sealed away? 2 reanimations that way, Shursui said, sticking a thumb towards his left. Lady Chiyo and one of Orochimaru's experiments. They won't be down for long. Sasori may have been playing for time in case they'd regain enough strength to fight us again. The bone freak is particularly troublesome. Gaara walked towards that direction and nodded. I remember him. Shursui vaguely remembered the Suna siblings tagging along for the mission to save Sasuke when the brat had been taken and placed under an odd Jinjutsu. They still weren't exactly sure what happened that night, and how Orochimaru managed to basically turn an Uchiha into a mindless puppet. Sakura had theories involving Danzo, but she had no proof. The power to render a ninja into a puppet was something Shursui knew very intimately. Anyone else? Temari asked, propping her fan onto the ground and leaning on its steel frame. I'm pretty sure there's a bomb user still floating about that needs a piece of my mind after he attacked my little brother and village. Deidara may have gone underground, Shursui answered. I haven't seen any of his pests around after we skewered them with lightning needles. He looked at Itachi, who was more or less amused by the statement. Don't tell Sasuke I used one of his favorite jutsus. I don't need his head getting any bigger. If Deidara wants to play mouse, Temari started with a grin. I've got no problem being the raptor that hunts him. For a moment, Shursui was genuinely concerned over the look in her eyes. Internally, he said a prayer to the Nara heir. Shikamaru was a certified genius, and Sakura held him in high regard, but that didn't stop Shursui from worrying about the lazy boy if this was the girl he was hanging around voluntarily. Shikamaru going out of his way for Temari was practically a proposal in Sakura's eyes. Shursui found himself agreeing with her. But damn, the Sand Princess could be terrifying. When Temari bid her goodbye, she disappeared into the foliage. Shursui closed his eyes, able to fully focus his racing mind when silence fell onto them. He noted each of the friendly chakra presences in the area and, after taking a breath, settled a Jinjutsu over the area that wouldn't affect any of his allies. Shursui's eyes flickered over to Itachi and frowned when he saw the slight imbalance in Itachi's stance. Is Katsuyu still with you? Shursui asked, not waiting for an answer as he walked towards Itachi. For now, Itachi said. He reached a hand into his cloak and pulled it out a moment later, a slug in his palm. Did the fighting make it difficult to heal me? The slug wiggled its body before answering. I've dealt with more strenuous battles before, Itachi-san. However, I fear the connection between Sakura-chan and I is growing weaker by the moment. She's been gone for 10 minutes, Shursui said in a clipped tone. The slug turned its attention to him. It's nice to see you again, Katsuyu. Thank you for healing our troublesome Hokage. Katsuyu mumbled a few things, all of which Shursui has heard before. Katsuyu wasn't necessarily the one healing Itachi, but rather the vessel Sakura used to heal him constantly. And the pride the slug felt for the young medical ninja, who kept a perfectly steady flow that would fight Itachi's illness whenever it began to attack his body. Is she alive? Shursui asked after a moment. He wished his voice would come out a little louder, not as hushed and vulnerable as he thought it sounded like. But the others in the area were busying themselves with sealing defeated reanimations or directing others towards whoever else may have sprung out of the ground. Sakura-chan is alive, Katsuyu confirmed. Shursui and Itachi let out a breath of relief. But I'm afraid of the conditions she's undergoing at the moment. What do you mean? Itachi prompted, suppressing a cough. Sakura-chan can summon me to her whenever she wants, Katsuyu said. However, I'm afraid being summoned across dimensional planes is not something she's equipped to do long-term. And right now, I'm functioning on autopilot as Sakura-chan has stopped separating a steady flow of chakra. Stopped, Shursui repeated. He and Itachi shared a look. What does that mean? Normally, Sakura-chan keeps a separate flow of chakra, Katsuyu answered. If slugs could look grim, Shursui was sure that's the expression she'd be making. That pool is reserved for Itachi-san and is the one this fragment of myself is linked to. There's no longer a flow to that pool. I'll disappear once the chakra previously delegated runs out. Sakura-chan has perfected her chakra control, Itachi said with a frown. He thanked Katsuyu before placing her back into his cloak. The chakra flow has never stopped before, even in her sleep. If it's been disrupted to an unmanageable degree, then Obito is screwing with her mind enough to utterly scramble it, Shursui finished. He let out a controlled breath of air. We need to go back home. We don't know how many reanimations there are or where they're popping up. Part of him already expected there to be enemies in Konoha. Part of him wondered if his old rival was revived. He had been an exceptional shinobi, despite not belonging to a clan. But his rival was barely a teenager when he had died. When Shursui hesitated in helping him, and he was killed, Shursui closed his eyes as the memory played at the forefront of his mind. But his rival had just been a kid. Obito probably had some standards, right? Sakura-chan said we have to ensure Naruto becomes a true Jinchuriki, Itachi said in a low voice. Shursui opened his eyes and looked at him. And she mentioned a Kurama. Do you think that's the nine-tailed beast's name? Probably, Shursui said. Sakura-chan would be the one to know the name of an ancient beast. A moment of silence fell between the two when Gaara re-emerged from the tree line. Two floating pods of sands followed him, black lines surrounding the bodies contained by a seal. He was holding a hand over his left eye. We can ensure everything is handled here, Gaara said, his single open eye flickering towards the building. The samurai and other kages are disposing of the Sound Village ninja as we speak. Temari is attempting to uncover Deidara. I have a feeling this was only a warning. It's the first act in a shinobi war, Shursui said in a wry tone. With an Uchiha at the helm, you can expect it to only get worse. The Uchiha had a flair for the dramatic after all. All the more reason to go back to your village, Gaara said with a nod. Konoha is being targeted specifically because an Uchiha is the one leading this war. Orochimaru is not innocent in this act either. The others may not like the fact that this war is partially previous grudges against Konoha, but they know they have to band together if they don't want one of the last tailed beasts to fall into the Akatsuki's hands. I'd be surprised if we didn't get billed for the damages this war will have, Itachi said, the amusement in his tone barely there. We'll head back now, if you're sure we won't be needed here. Gaara looked Itachi up and down before frowning. Any energy you spend should be in an effort to stop Naruto from making any stupid decision. I don't pretend to have any medical knowledge, but as we studied Sakura's chakra signature, I noticed yours was being supplied by an external force. One supplied by Sakura's healing chakra. I'll be mindful of who I tell, but you must understand that the Kages are exceptional shinobi, Gaara continued. I would not be surprised if they came to the same conclusion as myself. And unlike Suna, the other villages hold no alliance to Konoha once this war is over. We'll keep it in mind, Itachi said as he inclined his head. Send a message with any updates. So long as we don't have a war at each of our front steps, Gaara said. We will hold another meeting to gather our forces and divide the talent pool into division. I'll send a hawk with whatever is decided. Good luck. Shursui waited for Itachi to wish the same, before he clasped a hand on Itachi's shoulder and headed for home. Sasuke was taking in staggered breaths, his back pressed against Naruto's as they collapsed against each other. What the hell is happening? Naruto asked. Why do you have so many dead family members? This is ridiculous, you know. Some forbidden jutsu, Sasuke answered. He watched as Neji applied a seal onto another body. Pretty sure it was the second Hokage's jutsu. We should be thankful he hasn't been reanimated along with the rest of the Hokages. That's the last one for now, Neji said in a loud voice. He walked towards the pair and looked down at them. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino have led Asuma away from the village and Kurenai. I've counted approximately another dozen battles going on right now. One-on-one battles? Sasuke asked and received a nod as an answer. Why'd we get 2 dozen each then? Naruto asked, knocking his head against Sasuke's. Sasuke was quick to turn around and punch the idiot in the shoulder. They both glared at each other. If this is an act of war from the Akatsuki, Neji said, ignoring the two growling at each other. It's likely you're a target, Naruto. If it's from Orochimaru, then Sasuke is the likely target. You both could be if Orochimaru had allied himself with the Akatsuki. There's a number of reasons as to why you both have been targeted with a large amount of assailants. Hence why I'm here instead of being with my clan. Oh right, Naruto said in a defeated tone. I forgot about that for a moment. Can you find Kakashi? Sasuke asked. Neji raised an eyebrow. Yes, but why? Kakashi was the other candidate for Hokage, Sasuke answered with a frown. My brother, cousin, and Sakura are all away from the village. Kakashi is the one we go to for directives. Neji nodded and activated his Byakugan. He scanned the village before it seemed he found Kakashi. Tsunade-sama's tent, Neji said. I'll come with you too. Great, Sasuke muttered, his voice low enough that only Naruto heard him. He got a punch in the shoulder as the idiot moved to get up. Once they got to the tent, Sasuke felt familiar chakra heading their way. He paused before the tent flap and turned around. He frowned when he counted only 2 signatures. Sasuke? Naruto asked, still holding the tent flap open for him. Why are you just staring off into the distance? Itachi and Shursui are back, Sasuke said, taking a step away from the tent. He tried to search for the achingly familiar chakra signature, but he couldn't find even a trace of it. Not even from Katsuyu, who had been attached to Itachi since the pain incident. He couldn't detect the slug at all. Actually, Sakura-chan is back? Naruto said, his excitement palpable. The blonde joined Sasuke at his side, despite Niji's protest. No, Sasuke shook his head and narrowed his gaze. The signatures disappeared again, only to reappear within the village's borders. Just Itachi and Shursui. Sasuke already knew what the truth was when the pair finally appeared right before them. Shursui was holding Itachi up, who looked more drained than anything. Sasuke searched for any wounds they might have, but came up with only scrapes of dirt and ash. "You're back," Naruto greeted with a smile. After a moment, he seemed to notice exactly what Sasuke was afraid to acknowledge. "Where's Sakura-chan?" "Let's head inside," Itachi said, gesturing towards the tent. He looked far more pale, and the poor attempt of a reassuring smile made Sasuke's frown deepen. "Where's Sakura?" Sasuke repeated the question, this time looking at Shursui. His cousin's expression darkened. Itachi said, "Head inside." Shursui said, "Listen to him." "No," Sasuke refused. "Tell us where Sakura is. The village is fighting reanimated loved ones, and you're acting like a stubborn brat," Shursui said, his tone just as harsh as his words. "Have you even considered the information is too sensitive for prying eyes and ears?" Sasuke glared at his cousin, who held nothing back as he stared back. He's only seen him this angry once before, when Shursui was pissed about something Sasuke had done. Well, what he assumed Sakura's original Sasuke had done. "Fine," Sasuke conceded, if more for the tired expression his brother wore than anything Shursui had said. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's arm and dragged him inside the tent. "Small?" Naruto was fortunately dumbfounded enough to not say anything else. Whatever it was, Sasuke was sure it was much worse than loved ones being reanimated within the village walls. Sasuke allowed Itachi and Shursui to lead them into the Hokage tent, where Kakashi and Shizen were already present. Niji took a moment to survey the room, his gaze meeting Itachi's before he quietly excused himself. As he exited, he placed a hand on both Sasuke and Naruto's shoulders. "Sakura's a strong shinobi," Niji said quietly. "She's an apprentice to a Hokage. She won't go down without a fight." "Leave," Sasuke growled, though he couldn't disagree with Niji. "Thanks, Niji," Naruto said with a smile, his tone much kinder. "Sakura-chan will probably save herself and be back before we can even do anything." Sasuke wasn't particularly reassured by the words, despite Niji's obvious intention to comfort. Once Niji left, the tent fell into silence, the only sound being Shizen wringing a towel to place on Tsunade's forehead. Sasuke's gaze locked on his brother, who was being helped by Shursui to sit down. "Sakura-chan was taken by Obito," Itachi explained, thanking Shursui. His visual abilities likely sent her into a pocket dimension. He used it to take her and then disappeared. "We've been dealing with reanimations for the past 24 hours. We've had the same issue," Kakashi said, his frown visible in the slight narrowing of his eye. "Not for 24 hours, but we've been fighting reanimated shinobi for most of the day. I organized whoever I could, but half of the NBU are dealing with root operatives. They're also keeping an eye on the Hokage's guard." "Root operatives are working with the reanimations?" Shursui asked, glancing at Itachi. "That's a serious complication. Shouldn't we focus on the bigger problem?" Sasuke interjected harshly as Itachi opened his mouth to respond. "Sakura is with the enemy, who has mind jutsus in her arsenal. That's a lot worse than rogue ninjas right now. The hell are you worried about mind jutsus for?" Naruto asked loudly. Sasuke almost yelled in frustration. Naruto always seemed to phrase things in such a way that it made Sasuke want to hit him until common sense finally stuck. Then, he remembered that not everyone in the room knew about Sakura's predicament. "Her memories are sealed," Shursui said in a quiet voice. "Obito can't get into her mind. Fugaka-san has already made the proper arrangements. But that's not the main problem. We can't reach her where she is. But we can." Kakashi said slowly, and all eyes turned to him. He lifted his headband, revealing his right eye. If Sakura is still in that pocket dimension, we can access it. My right eye is Obito's. It should have the same visual abilities, right? It's a gamble, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Sakura-chan might not even be in that pocket dimension, Itachi added, continuing the thought. Obito knows you have the other key to his abilities. It wouldn't make sense for him to keep her in a place where we can reach her once we realize what we can do. Keeping her on the ground is risky too, Sasuke added, glancing at Naruto. You wear your powers on your sleeve, you idiot. Everyone knows about your heightened sage mode. You don't have any new tricks to fool a genin, let alone an Uchiha with a specific grudge against Konoha. Sasuke muttered something under his breath, but Sasuke didn't catch it. His cousin seemed to be in a cautious mood, the kind that warned not to cross him. But it was the distant look in his eyes that grated on Sasuke's nerves. Sasuke only got that look when he was thinking about Sakura. Maybe it was the fear of what Sakura's situation could mean for the timeline. Maybe it was Sasuke's guilt over every decision that led to Sakura being taken. Maybe he was stewing in self-hatred for letting someone so important slip away, and it annoyed Sasuke to no end. Got something to add? Sasuke asked, his voice cold. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes turning sharp, replacing the distant look with something more akin to icy rage than a fiery glare. Naruto's leaving, Sasuke said after a long moment of tense silence. You're right. Naruto has no surprises left for his enemies. If he can't counter, he could be taken, and that would defeat the purpose of everything. Wait, what? Naruto immediately protested, waving his hands as if everyone was blind. I'm not leaving when Sakura-chan is literally in the hands of the enemy. You think I'm crazy? I think you understand the situation, Itachi said calmly. Sakura-chan is gone, and she holds vital intel because of her role in the village. Reanimated shinobi are popping up all over the world. A few Akatsuki members are still alive, and their main goal is to capture the last Jinchuriki, U and B. They'll go after the less experienced one first. You, which is why we're sending you elsewhere for now. Sasuke continued, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to Kakashi. Pick his team. They leave as soon as preparations are done. What the hell? Naruto muttered, looking around at everyone in disbelief. Sakura-chan is gone, and you expect me to leave? Sit this one out? No way. You're going so you can bond with a nine-tailed beast, Itachi said. If you two are in sync, then we can think about having you fight with us. What does the council think of this? Shizen asked from Tsunade's side. I can't imagine they'll approve of Naruto or B joining the fight. I'm not sure it's a good idea either. Naruto whined Shizun's name, but Itachi silenced him with a raised hand. B will be with Naruto to help with the process, Itachi informed everyone. It will be a solid team with them. We just need to choose the right people and get the reverse summoning scrolls ready. I'm not going, Naruto said firmly. I'm not leaving Sasuke, and I'm definitely not leaving Sakura-chan behind. We'll form our own team to bring her back, Sasuke said, his focus on his brother and cousin. We'll make it strong enough so your absence won't even be noticed. Exactly, Naruto nodded, slapping Sasuke's shoulder before the words fully sank in. Wait, no. What? That's not happening. It was the last thing Sakura-chan told us to do, Itachi said. We intend to honor her wishes. No, Naruto dinai. Sakura-chan has already been through so much. I can't just leave when she's been taken. And if you get caught, everything Sakura's done will have been for nothing, Sasuke said tightly. You're right. She's done a lot. Probably more than we even realize. But if you do something stupid like refusing to sit out for now, you could kill all of us, including Sakura. Sasuke only meant to glance at Naruto, but the anger and stubbornness radiating from him were too much to ignore. He met Naruto's gaze, but refused to say anything more. This is getting interesting, Kakashi said, raising his hand to his mouth and biting the pad of his thumb. He crouched, did some hand seals, and summoned Pakin. I need you to gather a few people. The dog raised an eyebrow, waiting as Kakashi listed off names. Got it, Pakin replied, trotting out of the tent after taking one last look at each of them. Isn't there usually a pink-haired girl around? Get out, Kakashi sighed. The dog shrugged and left. This is such a drag. The phrase hit Sasuke like a jolt of recognition. We'll get Shikamaru to come with us, Sasuke said. He knows what's at stake. He's a decent strategist. We could use him. He's outside the village fighting Asuma, Kakashi reminded them. You'll have to wait until he's finished, or else you'll make half the shinobi clans in the village hate you. This is more important than putting down their already dead sensei, Sasuke hissed, before feeling a fist connect with his cheek. The blow sent him reeling, the pain hitting him a moment later, burning against his cheek. Sasuke glared at Naruto. I'm going to kill you, Sasuke growled, but Naruto's unyielding glare didn't falter. If I need to sit out, you'll just have to wait, Naruto said, in a tone so serious it felt completely foreign coming from him. So you're willing to be benched while we wait to find Sakura? Sasuke snapped, his voice rising. Sasuke, we can't leave right away, Itachi said lightly, trying to defuse the tension between Sasuke and his idiotic best friend. We need to organize the village first. Everyone's in disarray. We need to form a plan, gather our teams, and coordinate with the other hidden villages to face this enemy. As much as I'd like to go after Sakura-chan, she's a shinobi, and this is a war. It would be disrespectful to assume she needs immediate saving. Sasuke blinked, hoping his brother wasn't just trying to deflect attention from the fight about to break out between him and Naruto. When Sakura's eyes fluttered open, she was met with an overwhelming darkness. But as she blinked and her vision slowly adjusted, she realized that the darkness wasn't just something she was looking at. It was something she was drowning in. The cool emptiness surrounded her, wrapping her in a blanket of confusion. Abysses are supposed to be cold, an endless void that leaves you feeling distant, disconnected, as if the world has no place for you. It's a sensation so isolating that even the thought of being comforted by another soul feels out of reach. But why was this abyss warm? It was an odd sensation on her skin, but somehow it enveloped her in a way that felt oddly comforting. Her other senses kicked in as her body began to relax and sink deeper into the embrace of the darkness without protest. She closed her eyes again. The air around her was filled with the scent of many things, countless ingredients and fragrances. Yet two distinct smells pierced through: miso ramen and freshly steamed rice. It was strange to pick out these two smells, especially given the overwhelming array of scents that filled her senses. Sakura couldn't figure out why these two stood out or who they were tied to. As she focused, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through her head, forcing her to abandon that line of thought. Instead, she searched for anything else that stood out. If she allowed herself to focus on the scents, she could smell her mother's perfume, the lavender-scented hair mask Ino always wore, the sterile atmosphere of a hospital, and the mixed aroma of old and new books that somehow always clung to Kakashi. A sudden rush of air made her flinch, sending her hair flying back. It reminded her of the times when Shursui would flicker her across Konoha. The air was warm, but there was an unsettling chill deep in her bones. This time, when she took a breath, the air felt heavier, muddier, almost as if she were inhaling wet sediment. She hated it. You can open your eyes now. Sakura froze, barely resisting the instinct to flinch. Obito was still there. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes. It looked like she was in a cave. Jagged stalactites and stalagmites stretched out from the ground and ceiling. Yet, there was just enough light for her to make out the figure of Obito in the distance, silhouetted against the darkness. This is a strange place, Sakura remarked, crossing her arms over her chest. Got bored of hiding in your little pocket dimensions? The sense of déjà vu lingered, but nothing in her memories made sense of it. Her gaze stayed fixed on Obito's feet, unwilling to give him any leverage over her by looking up. She didn't fully understand it, but she knew he had a way of manipulating her mind. There was an itch in her thoughts, something she couldn't quite scratch, and she was certain Obito was the cause. I didn't want to deal with the annoying shinobi of Konoha, Obito said, his voice low. So, I decided to lay low somewhere else. And you brought me along? Sakura added, not letting him forget that she was still his captive. I brought you along, Obito repeated, moving closer and crouching in front of her. She refused to look up, But when his hand lifted to touch her chin, she squeezed her eyes shut. You're cautious, unlike your mentor. She would rush in head first, trying to smash through any problem. Brute strength can solve anything if it's enough to destroy whatever's in your way. But Tsunade wasn't your only mentor, Obito continued, his tone shifting with an odd amusement. You were also trained by some of the most infamous Uchiha, Sasuke and Itachi. Both were considered experts in their fields, shinobi not to be trifled with. You've earned the favor of the Uchiha main family, to the point that you're slated to marry the current heir. Sakura's eyes snapped open, her shock and confusion momentarily overriding the urge to keep her gaze averted. By some miracle, Obito wasn't using any visual jutsu on her. Not that she could tell. That's a surprise? You don't remember making Sasuke fall in love with you, Sasuke? Uchiha heir? Sakura struggled to focus on his words, but the ringing in her ears drowned out most of what Obito was saying. A sharp pain shot above her eyes, digging into her forehead, and she squeezed her eyes shut, clutching her temples in an attempt to quell the pain. No healing chakra responded. Only the coolness of her hands to soothe the raging fire in her head. Part of her wanted to scream, to release the tension, but another part told her to stay silent. She had already shown enough weakness to her enemy. Another hand gripped her chin, forcing her face upward. When she still wouldn't open her eyes, a second hand lifted her eyelid, prying it open. And then her consciousness slipped away, drawn into the blissful relief of sleep. Sasuke was undeniably pissed. He could barely contain the many reasons, though he suspected they all boiled down to a few key ones. First, Sakura had been taken in the most foolish manner. Two of the strongest shinobi were by her side, and yet, she had been pulled into a void. The shame he felt was more crushing than when he discovered the Uchiha clan's failed coup, and he had never thought that was possible. Sakura may not have been the most powerful shinobi, but she was undeniably indispensable. She knew things about their world that had never been spoken in this timeline. She had saved an entire clan from destruction, all by being kind. Sasuke knew her past, every part of it. He knew how she felt, how her body moved, and the way it froze when it had to. He had seen it all, including her bond with Sasuke and Naruto, so deep and intimate that even he didn't fully understand it until he saw her memories. And he hated her original Sasuke. Sakura was far too in love with him to realize how much more she deserved. It hurt Sasuke to see how toxic her life had been before. Yes, the new timeline was better, but it still had its flaws. Sasuke was overly jealous, selfish, and protective, all at once. Sasuke wondered if Sakura ever saw the potential for something better elsewhere. He didn't know if it was right to be harsh on Sasuke, just because they were family. But he couldn't shake the thought that Sakura deserved better than an Uchiha. You're lost in there again. Itachi's soft voice broke through his thoughts, poking at his temple. Sakura-chan will be fine. Sasuke looked down at his cousin, bedridden and pale. Tsunade had examined him after he'd finally managed to sit up, deeming him a high-risk patient and ordering him to stay in his tent for the time being while preparations were made. Sasuke should have been helping, but he'd left it to Sasuke and the new generation. He'd seen war before. Better to let the younger ones get a taste of reality. I'm the only one who knows everything, Sasuke muttered, shaking his head. Capping Sakura-chan's memories was tricky. I'm not sure how it'll affect her brain. It was already carrying the weight of 2 lives and 2 chakra presences. Now, I've added a third. Itachi raised an eyebrow. What are the worst-case scenarios? Besides dying from the mental overload? Sasuke asked dryly, then continued when Itachi shot him a look. Her memories could be sealed away for good. If they're tampered with too much by a malicious force, the jutsu will lock them up forever. She'll be stuck with a mental cap, and I'm not sure how that will affect her. And what about Sasuke and Naruto in this time? Itachi asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Sasuke exhaled slowly, looking towards the tent flap. I wouldn't be surprised if Sakura-chan has memories of them already, and those memories might affect their relationship in ways we can't predict, Sasuke said quietly. It's not ideal, but it's possible. Itachi nodded. I understand your concern. Sasuke hated to admit it, but his cousin was right. They hadn't even been on the road for 20 minutes when Naruto invaded his personal space and whispered in his ear. "We can take them, right?" To think that the little bit of maturity Sasuke thought Naruto had gained was just in his head. It irritated him how easily Naruto had them both figured out. Naruto, the overly loyal friend who never thought things through. Sasuke, loyal to those he loved, always thinking everything through in painful detail. He knew the pros and cons, what could kill someone versus what could save them, no matter how he personally felt about it. Itachi and Sasuke had taught him that over the years. They knew he was an emotional kid, a little stiff in some ways. But he was impulsive when it came to evaluating situations. They used to call him cute when they pointed out that flaw and then trained him to act against that instinct. He couldn't even imagine how out of control he would have been without their strict guidance and comforting smiles. Like now, he wouldn't have stepped into that tent after finding out Sakura was taken. He would have gathered his group and left the village before his cousin gently placed his brother on a medical cot. Naruto would have followed right behind him, of course. But as it was, Sasuke saw the consequences of that choice. Rushing in blindly could get them all killed. Naruto would be captured, and his tailed beast would be taken with him. "You and the fox getting along?" Sasuke asked, despite knowing it would annoy Naruto. "No." Naruto rolled his eyes and pulled away from Sasuke. "He's being a jerk about me using his power. Wants to set up a bargaining deal. Thinks I'm desperate enough to agree." Sasuke didn't need to be a sensory ninja to see the frustration on Naruto's face. The way he pressed his lips together and furrowed his brows. Sasuke felt the same way, honestly. But if they could get the fox to settle on reasonable terms. "What's he bargaining for?" Sasuke asked. Naruto opened his mouth, but his gaze unfocused, waving Sasuke off. "He says for you to stop butting in." Well, that's the nicer version of what he said. It's weird though. He has such a grudge against Uchihas. "It's not like we grew up together or anything. The Sharingan can control the Kyuubi," Sasuke reminded him. "The fox probably doesn't like that you're constantly surrounded by people who can stop him. But he hasn't seemed like he wants to cause trouble." "That's the seal," Naruto said. "Not him. He's just trying to get some power in this. I don't get why we can't just get along." "Hey, what's that?" He pointed off to the side, making wild gestures that halted their group. But there was nothing, just trees and foliage, nothing out of the ordinary. Sasuke felt a shift in chakra to his side, so he swiftly grabbed Naruto's neck. "That was a pathetic distraction," Sasuke said, raising an eyebrow. Naruto's hands worked to break Sasuke's grip, probably trying to form a seal for a scene, so he could slip away. "Not so tight," Naruto complained, smacking Sasuke's wrist until he let go. He took a deep breath. "Man, I thought you'd be on my side." "Naruto," Yamato said, stepping up and placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I get your frustrations, but running from this won't help." "He's not going to help," Naruto said, pointing at his stomach. "He's being a jerk, and you're being an idiot," Sasuke muttered, tapping Naruto on the head. "Focus on the jerk. I'll step in if it gets bad." Naruto scrunched his nose in disapproval, but only mumbled before crossing his arms and falling silent. It was a pathetic sight, but it would have to do. "Thanks," Yamato said, sighing heavily. "I didn't want to interfere." Sasuke shrugged. "He's an idiot, but he's my idiot." Yamato raised an eyebrow, and Irika clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Don't even try to understand them," Irika said, chuckling. "I taught these three when they were younger, and I still don't get it." Sasuke scoffed, focusing on the mission. "Don't let Naruto run off. Don't let the Kyuubi manipulate Naruto. And don't let the thought of Sakura being held somewhere overwhelm him. He had to trust his cousin, his teacher, and his allies. The next time they saw her, she'd be alive, and her memories would be back. That's what he had to hope for." And when their group grew with the arrival of another Jinchuriki, loud and obnoxious, with no rhythm to speak of, that was the mantra Sasuke kept repeating to himself. Hopefully, he wouldn't lose his mind. If he did, he'd have Sasuke to blame. The journey to the sanctuary they'd prepared was hellish, thanks to reanimated enemies and the general nonsense coming from his idiotic best friend. But they finally made it to a place where Sasuke had to simply keep watch. It was incredibly boring, even more so than the 2 years he spent with the feudal lord doing the same thing. At least then, Sasuke made it a point to teach him something every day. Here, he had to listen to Irika's nostalgic stories and the captain's complaints about trying to suppress the QB without forcing it. And the wannabe rapper couldn't stop coming up with terrible rhymes. Naruto was unreachable when they arrived, caught in a mental battle that took far too long to resolve. And then they all discussed how Naruto would need to train with his new power. Train. Sasuke wasn't stupid. Training was a commitment, a period of time he couldn't get back. It always yielded results. But what would Sakura endure while he stood guard, doing nothing? Torture, especially the mental kind. He knew Sakura's mental strength was one of her greatest assets, though life seemed intent on testing that fact. He'd seen her unwavering determination, the undeniable strength in her eyes, and her stubborn confidence when she spoke. Naturally, he knew why she carried herself so differently now. She was no longer the innocent child she once was. She was the product of a future scarred by war, with a single mission in mind. Itachi had mentioned it before, but this ridiculously long mission allowed him to reflect on it more. The day she spoke to Naruto, claiming him as her friend for all to hear, without fear of backlash, changed everything. She managed to worm her way into his life too, with Naruto's eager help. Somehow, he let them, and here they were, but she befriended them, altering the future by simply bonding with them earlier on. How fickle was fate, swayed by kids bickering and training together? The answer was clear. Fate was incredibly fickle, especially when considering Sakura's past. Sasuke glanced back at the cave where Naruto was undoubtedly struggling to negotiate with the fox, and wondered how different their lives were now. Hopefully, it was worth whatever she'd endured in her past and this life. He hated the thought that he would never fully understand her, especially when his cousin, of all people, seemed to. When all this was over, he would ask her about everything. He would make sure this second chance wouldn't be wasted. Sasuke understood that times of war affected military power at every level. Root and ANBU were constantly deployed, and even the young kids aspiring to be shinobi were actively participating in the war efforts. Unlike him and Itachi, those kids would be guarding the village and maintaining peace, like a police force. But the team he had now wasn't one he'd ever anticipated dealing with, especially without Itachi or even Sasuke by his side. The team Kakashi had put together was similar to the one that faced the Akatsuki months ago when the Hidden Sand was attacked. Strength and determination were covered by Guy and Lee. Offensive skills plus the Byakugan were covered by Niji. And there was Shikamaru, whose brain was valuable to pick. Sasuke loved brainstorming with Itachi, a literal genius in every way. And Sakura, who now had the wisdom of the future and the maturity of someone his own age. But the Nara kid would do. It was a small team considering their objective: extract Sakura from wherever Obito was hiding her. Kakashi had sent his ninja dogs across the land, but all they got were shaking heads and demands for treats. Kakashi was an old teammate, so Sasuke didn't mind the infamous copy ninja. Not even considering how often Sasuke had sat in on lessons for Team 7, watching his cousin's progress and that of Naruto and Sakura's. It was a hassle wrangling those three together, especially with their seamless teamwork and ridiculously strong bond. Sasuke respected anyone who dared try to understand the three of them. As one person said, Team 7 was odd. That person knew Sakura's secret. It was tough for Sasuke to adjust to someone understanding the depth of her everyday actions. While they'd revealed the secret to the leaders of the great nations, it would remain a secret everywhere else. Sasuke knew Kakashi would respect any information withheld, even when it concerned his student. Though Kakashi might know bits and pieces, Sasuke wasn't sure how much Kakashi suspected about his dear student. But sometimes, pretending ignorance was the best approach as a shinobi. A warrior knew when to fight. Sasuke knew more about war than he ever wanted to. Allies turned enemies mid-battle. Betrayal was far too common in their line of work. It was a place where secrets resurfaced, buried deep beneath the surface. So, this situation was no surprise. A predictable mess where the black sheep of the black sheep turned on the very home they vowed to protect. Root against Konoha. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as Danzo rolled up his sleeve. Closed eyelids came into view. You fought my uncle recently. What tricks have you learned since then? The old man flexed his wrist. I knew an altercation with Fugaku was inevitable, but I always had a specific target in mind. He unraveled more bandages on his other arm, until there was nothing left but his secret weapon. Shirsue's fingers clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm, watching this filthy monster exploit his family's eyes. He defiled their bodies, created this grotesque mess of an arm that Shirsue wished he could erase from his memory. Yet here it was in front of him. Before Danzo could take another breath, Shirsue struck. Danzo's body slammed into a tree trunk with a sickening crack, but then reality shifted, peeling away the illusion within the red haze. Shirsue barely avoided a blow to his side, his famous body flicker saving him just in time. "You attacked my family," Shirsue hissed, dodging another strike, creating his own wave of fire with a few hand signs. "And you scoured their corpses for their eyes. For this? 4 cheap tricks. Normally, I wouldn't have settled for the mediocre visual powers the police force had," Danzo admitted, forming a water shield around him. Steam filled the air. But the situation got complicated when the Hokage became harder to enlighten. With the village growing more tolerant of your wretched clan, I decided to take matters into my own hands, Danzo continued. They exchanged blows and jutsus, both of them wounded in the process. Shirsue clutched his arm, while Danzo, well, he seemed disoriented from losing his ear. But the old man quickly formed hand signs, one Shirsue had only seen used by one other person in that exact order. Shirsue's eyes widened, and he leaped out of the way just as a surge of wood came crashing toward him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki practically lived under the roof of an Uchiha family. Sarutobi allowed it to happen, as if the attack on our village never occurred. Danzo spat, delusional for peace. The whole lot of them. That's when I knew, after my fight with your uncle, that Konoha was lost. A tree rotting at its core must be uprooted to stop the spread. You want to erase our home from this world, thinking that'll fix the mess your organization made and the bloodshed that follows every shinobi, no matter their rank. Shirsue said in disbelief. The Uchiha who attacked our village is the same one you've allied with. All I'm hearing is your paranoid delusions. This battle is one you created, and you're fighting it alone. The blame doesn't fall on my family. Shirsue spread his arms, perhaps foolishly, and gestured to the root agents fighting his comrades. The ones who follow you do so out of a forced oath, Shirsue continued. You are the true threat to Konoha-senpai. Knowing your true enemy is the first thing you learn in war. I wonder when your perspective became so warped. When Danzo's presence vanished, Shirsue reacted on instinct. Though quick enough to avoid having his eye gouged out, the tip of the kunai still sliced his skin. The sting forced his eyes shut, and his reflexes took over as he dodged the next barrage of attacks. He cupped his eye, the pain far more concerning than he wanted to admit. A familiar chakra flashed next to him. Having fun? Kakashi asked. He's delusional, Shirsue muttered. Paku picked up Sakura's scent, Kakashi told him. She's to the north, hidden in a cave. Get moving, Shirsue ordered, nodding in the direction. I'll handle things here. Kakashi nodded, but his gaze lingered on Shirsue's bloodied face and eye. As Shirsue turned back to the battle, he quickly considered the Genjutsus in his arsenal. The ones that foreign shinobi feared wouldn't work on Danzo or his root lackeys. They had been stripped of fear. With several Sharingans embedded in his arm, Shirsue had to be cautious. The white, ashy skin surrounding them spoke volumes about the conditions that allowed him to possess them. Orochimaru's handiwork, no doubt. But no matter. He wasn't a notorious shinobi with a flea on sight, warning for nothing. He would end the threat to Konoha. Sakura estimated she'd been captive for 2 weeks. The first week was a blur. Obito woke her sometimes, other times a shadowy figure. Her mind ached from the gaps she couldn't fill, knowing there was something Obito wanted. Something about the Uchiha air and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but the memories wouldn't surface. She finally began to take stock of her surroundings, the damp, dark cave offering no sense of time. The only reason she knew how long she'd been there was because of occasional references to yesterday or this morning from her captors. Obito had spaced out his mental sifting, likely to avoid killing her from the strain on her brain. But it was clear she still had something he wanted, though it was more difficult to obtain than he expected. "My cousin really did a number on you," Obito said, squatting in front of her. "Your mind's been tampered with. Isn't that what you've been doing ever since I got here?" Sakura shot back, her voice hoarse and scratchy, which made her wince. Obito ignored her. Trying to figure out his jutsu has been a challenge. It's seamless, truly. If I tinker any more, I might trigger a failsafe, just like my cautious cousin would. Sakura smiled inwardly. At least Shursui was giving him a hard time without being there. But as for her, she sat uselessly, mentally compromised. Was she conserving her strength? Or was this just the easy way out? "Now, Sakura," Obito said, leaning forward, gripping her jaw tightly to keep her from looking away. "I've accepted that you don't know, but I'm not sure you can perform the jutsu I need." "You mentioned a second timeline," Sakura said cautiously, feeling a wave of pain at the mere thought. "Yes," Obito said, tilting her jaw to the side. "This jutsu was a myth in my family, but I know it exists. My mentor never explained its mechanics, but he was certain of its existence. And he told me it could only be activated by an Uchiha." "But I'm not an Uchiha," Sakura said, surprising herself at how easily the words came out. "No, you're not," Obito agreed, releasing her and flicking a strand of her pink hair. "Despite being taught by my cousin and practically raised by the Uchiha clan, you don't have a drop of their blood. I would admire your persistence if you weren't constantly compared to your teammates. But I can't, well, admire you. But you have this," Obito said, touching 2 fingers to the mark on her forehead. "A technique achieved by only 2 other shinobi in history. I believe it's why you could shoulder the burden of that jutsu. But that mark got you here," Obito continued, his eyes flashing red as he stared at her. "Your chakra signature shows how easily your system overloads. Isn't that true?" Before Sakura could hesitate, she found herself answering. "Yes." Her eyes widened. The words slipped from her mouth as if something inside her pushed them out. She wasn't sure why or how, but she knew it wasn't entirely her. Silence was a better response, but her current status as a captive made that impossible. She decided to try to use the conversation to her advantage. "If my chakra system is overloaded, how does yours respond?" she asked, her eyes flicking to his arm. "Half of your body isn't even your own. If I survive this forbidden jutsu, and my mark helped, but I'm suffering, how might you fare?" Obito's grimace only spurred her on. "I don't remember doing what you claim I did, but I'm no fool. Forbidden jutsus require immense chakra and a resilient body. Creating a second timeline is no small task. How does one person bear that weight? How could you?" Her claim was bold, but she stood by it. She wasn't a prodigy like Itachi, nor as gifted as Shursui, but she'd trained hard to handle what came her way. She'd fought for her life to be what it was, past and all. She wouldn't let it be undone by Obito. "I won't let the ghosts of my past haunt me, not like you," Obito said, narrowing his gaze. "I have nothing weighing me down, unlike you, the Uchiha heir and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." Though those identities only brought a searing pain to her mind. Faces without faces. She found comfort in the rage bubbling from her chest. There was power in standing tall. She wasn't as defenseless as Obito thought.